Lord of Mysteries, From the Heavenly Lord's Spare Tire to the Red Priest by Ba Ji Shou de Tu Lei. Chapter 276-300. The Importance of Edsac Augustus. Persuade Edsac Augustus to leave the Augustus family. In whose name should he be persuaded to leave? The Demonist sect, the Theosophy order, or the Aurora order? Triss was extremely excited when he heard Natasha relay Mr. Z's words. Because he had met Mr. Z in Tingen and was certain that the other party was a fanatical cultist who would stop at nothing for his worshipped Lord. So, he might not care about his own credibility, but he would definitely care about promises made in the name of the true Creator. Moreover, listening to Natasha, Mr. Z had already become a blessed of the true Creator, which further proved the trustworthiness of his promise. No blessed of a deity would dare to joke about the deity they served. At the same time, he very keenly picked up on the room for manipulation within this operation. It was crucial in whose name Triss persuaded Edsac Augustus. You are to incite Edsac Augustus in the name of the Einhorn family of the Faesac Empire, but in the future, if you and he truly break away, you must pin the blame on the Demonist sector, the Theosophy order. We can discuss this at that time. Natasha gave an answer that completely exceeded Triss's expectations, causing him to furrow his brows, which looked quite appealing. Once it's done, the Augustus family will definitely investigate, and it's only a matter of time before they trace it back to me. But I have no connection with the Faesac Empire, so even if I try to pin the blame on the Faesac Empire, I'll still be suspected sooner or later. What's the point then? It's better to just pin it on the Theosophy order now. And how to make Edsac Augustus believe that the Einhorn family is inciting him through me is also a huge problem. Although it would be easy for Triss, given his identity, to pin the blame for inciting Edsac Augustus on the Demonist sect, the Augustus family and the Demonist sect are currently in a cooperative relationship, and there's a certain possibility they might cross-reference information to clear up any misunderstandings. The Theosophy order, on the other hand, does not have this convenience. Once they are saddled with the blame, no one will defend them, not to mention that the Theosophy order is already a key target for both the Augustus family and the Demonist sect. At the same time, the issues raised by Natasha indeed present practical difficulties that are not easily resolved. If one were to truly proceed this way, it would be a massive undertaking. Natasha spread her hands, helplessly saying to Triss, "It's useless for you to ask me. I'm just a messenger and cannot give you any advice. However, I believe Mr. Z is not someone who speaks idly. He should have anticipated the problems you're worried about, so you don't need to worry too much." Triss recalled Mr. Z, whom he had met once in Tingen, and nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he would act according to the command. After all, this was the first mission he had received since joining the Aurora Order, and he didn't want to refuse unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Triss accept the mission assigned by the Lord, Natasha secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then continued to relay the message. Regardless of whether you can incite Edsac Augustus now, you must help him regain George III's trust as soon as possible, so that he relaxes his supervision over you. This way, whether it's for more freedom of action in the future or to escape the Loan Kingdom, it will be very convenient. Neither Edsac Augustus nor Triss were ordinary pawns. Avon would be reluctant to abandon them until the very last moment, so he also needed to prepare an escape route for them in advance. Triss heard that Mr. Z's suggestion was very beneficial to them, so he believed even more in the goodwill of Mr. Z and the Aurora Order towards them. Edsac Augustus's mindset has been very complex since he learned that he became George III's discarded piece. I can see it, and the people George III sent to monitor him can certainly see it too. I even don't rule out that among those supervising us, there are beyonders of the spectator pathway. George III certainly knows Edsac Augustus's resentment towards him. In this situation, how can he regain George III's trust? George III was well aware of his son's state of mind, so he was already busy strengthening precautions against this son. How could he possibly grant him trust again? Ha ha ha, Mr. Z is indeed Mr. Z. He has already thought of what you should do, and that is your solution. Natasha let out a burst of laughter, and after a long while, Under Triss's puzzled gaze, she pointed at Avon, who was holding a wine glass and talking to Edsac Augustus in the distance, and said, "Do you see that man talking to Edsac Augustus? The reason George III held this birthday banquet today, organized an unprecedented flight performance, and allowed you and Edsac Augustus to come out, is all thanks to that person. He is the younger brother of the new Earl Ahova, and also an illustrious hereditary baron, as well as the youngest deputy director in the history of military intelligence Section 9. He is currently working with his brother to promote the establishment of the Loan Kingdom's Strategic Support Force and a new type of air force for the new era, centered on the aircraft demonstrated today as its main combat equipment. And this is a major undertaking that George III is currently pushing vigorously, and it is extremely important. It can even be said that these two matters are things George III wants to accomplish at all costs, but he also faces great pressure, especially from vested interest groups within the military. Yet, none of his sons understand his determination, and no one stands up to share his worries, unwilling to offend the military bigwigs who seem difficult to deal with, because they hope to gain military support to prepare for the future struggle for the throne. If, at this moment, Edsac Augustus could step forward to strongly support George III's reforms, even willing to lead the charge, would he not regain George III's trust? Even if he can't regain trust, at least it would relax the supervision over you, right? Triss looked at the very young-looking Avon, who was laughing and chatting with Edsac Augustus, and never imagined that this seemingly freshly graduated young man could possess such great influence. Regardless of anything else, just the fact that he was the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9 made Triss dare not underestimate him. After all, this was one of the most powerful Beander organizations on the entire North Continent, and without a certain level of strength, one simply couldn't command the scene. Therefore, Avon was at least a Sequence 6 Beander, and more likely a Sequence 5. To climb to such a high position at such a young age, it was clear that he was very talented on the Beander pathway, and must have profoundly mastered the role-playing method. I understand. I will go back and start preparing to incite Edsac Augustus, and actively persuade him to save himself and regain George III's trust. However, this is not an easy task that can be accomplished overnight. I might first persuade him to take action and escape his current predicament, and then gradually incite him, without seeking quick success and spoiling things. Please also help me convey to Mr. Z to wait patiently and give me some time. I will relay your opinion to Mr. Z in its entirety. Natasha's self-positioning was merely that of a messenger. It was impossible for her to bypass Avon and unilaterally agree to Triss's opinion. Although she also felt that Triss's words made a lot of sense, she would never overstep her bounds and make decisions on her own. Seeing Natasha agree to relay his words to Mr. Z, Triss also quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he still hadn't adapted to the fact that his former superior in the Demonist sect had suddenly become a member of the Aurora Order, and it still felt somewhat strange. Recently, I always feel that I'm becoming less and less like myself. My mind is abnormally disoriented, and I often don't know where I am, unable to control my emotions. At first, I thought there was a deviation in my role-playing, leading to a risk of losing control, but now I realize this might be due to the influence of the primordial demoness. I wonder if Mr. Z has a solution for my situation. After all, if I am too deeply influenced by the primordial demoness, it would greatly affect Mr. Z's subsequent plans, wouldn't it? Since he had already accepted the difficult task assigned by Mr. Z, Triss naturally wouldn't miss this good opportunity to also put forward his own demands. It wasn't that Triss was inherently greedy, but his current situation was already critical and urgent. Fortunately, Avon had anticipated Triss's demands earlier and given instructions in advance, so Natasha said without hesitation. Mr. Z told me to tell you not to be too anxious. There will be a turning point by the end of the year. He wants you not to be impatient. There will be a turning point by the end of the year. Why? Is there anything special about this time point? Is there anything Mr. Z can't just say directly? He insists on being a riddle man. Triss was inwardly exasperated, but had no recourse. At the same time, as an already seasoned Beander, he vaguely realized that some things truly could not be spoken aloud, otherwise they might have profound effects in the unseen. So he could only say to Natasha with a pleasant expression, "Since Mr. Z has taken my matter to heart, then I have nothing more to worry about. Please go back and tell Mr. Z that I will spare no effort to complete the task he assigned." Knowing that the demoness of the demoness sect disliked being called elder sister, but calling her elder brother was also inappropriate, Triss could only use the honorific you as a respectful address. Natasha didn't mind Triss's little trick with the address, merely waved her hand and chuckled charmingly. "Don't worry, I will definitely convey your words. Oh, by the way, if anyone asks me why I sought you out afterwards, you know what to say, don't you? I don't need to teach you, right? Of course I know what to say. Isn't this Mr. Z's intention in inciting you and having you contact me?" Natasha smiled enchantingly, gave Triss a deep look, then twisted her slender waist and left, amidst the covetous gazes of several men in the distance, as she and Triss had been chatting for too long. After Triss stood up to see Natasha off, he returned to his original seat, ignoring the maids who had gathered around him from all directions again. He simply rested his chin on his hand, carefully weighing Edsac Augustus and Avon, his eyes flickering with light. Meanwhile, Avon, who was talking to Edsac Augustus in the distance, had actually kept at least half of his attention on Natasha and Triss the entire time. Seeing Natasha leave with a relaxed expression, and Triss's subtle glances at him, Avon knew that his instructions had been carried out successfully. Avon had gone to great lengths to gain ownership and command of Triss for this occasion. Not only did he expose the true creator's current situation to Mr. A, using the true creator to command Mr. A, making Mr. A agree to transfer Triss's usage rights into his hands, but he also prepared for his potential exposure before the demoness sect and the Augustus family. After all, Triss was surrounded by the Augustus family's informants. Although because Triss was becoming more and more like the primordial demoness, to prevent offending a deity, the Augustus family dared not be too presumptuous and dared not deeply control Triss. Their surveillance of Triss remained extremely tight. And once Natasha's actions were suspected, it was very likely to involve Avon, who was very closely linked to her. Sometimes, just a hint of suspicion can make it impossible for someone to clear their name. However, fortunately, Natasha's identity as a direct descendant of the demoness sect and her status as Triss's superior within the demoness sect played a role, allowing them to successfully complete their rendezvous in plain sight. Even if the surveillance personnel had some suspicions, and even if the demoness sect inquired about it afterwards, Natasha, who was completely unaware of Triss being the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel, could feign ignorance and claim she hadn't seen Triss for several months and wanted to contact him to understand relevant information. This was a perfectly plausible and unassailable reason that could withstand scrutiny, and they weren't afraid of them seeking Triss for cross-verification. Sending Natasha to contact Triss was a very risky endeavor, but the rewards were also immense. Controlling the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel is beneficial for Avon's future influence on the demoness sect, the Theosophy order, and even potential demoness within the Einhorn family, and it might even help Avon in his future pursuit of divinity. Controlling Edsac Augustus, on the other hand, made Avon more composed when facing George III and the entire rule and order of the Loan Kingdom. Now, without Robert's reminder, Avon himself was increasingly feeling constrained by the framework of the Loan Kingdom. Especially as Avon became more deeply involved in military reform and gained more and more attention and importance, this feeling grew stronger. In this process, Avon had actually become the one creating and formulating the rules. Capitalists would sell the rope that would hang them. And Avon was now creating the rules that would restrict himself. But Avon wanted to plan for the future, so he couldn't do nothing. However, the more he did, the more constrained he became. Under these circumstances, Edsac Augustus's importance in Avon's heart even surpassed Triss, who was the primordial demoness's divine descent vessel. Because he is a direct bloodline of George III, he is a direct member possessing the angelic bloodline of the Augustus family and the Castile family. There was no one more suitable than him to help Robert and Avon get out of trouble at critical moments. True love, resolution. Knowing that Natasha and Triss's contact went smoothly put Avon in a good mood, but he didn't wallow in joy. Instead, he quickly focused his attention on the main person in front of him. Compared to Triss, who had no foundation or support, Edsac Augustus was the one who was difficult to sway. If Avon had asked Triss to sway him in the name of the Demonist sect, Theosophy Order, or even the Aurora Order, it would have been very easy. But Avon deliberately chose the most difficult method, swaying him in the name of the Einhorn royal family of the Faesac Empire. Edsac Augustus was a direct descendant of the Augustus family of the Loan Kingdom, and the struggle for hegemony between the Loan Kingdom and the Faesac Empire on the North Continent, and even the entire world, had begun 100 years ago. The education Edsac received from a young age also made him view the Faesac Empire as a formidable enemy, so it would not be easy for him to betray his country and join the enemy in a short period. Not to mention that the Einhorn family he was joining was, in fact, still subordinate to the Augustus family. This psychological barrier should not be underestimated. Therefore, Avon still needed to do more related work. When I first heard about Red Rose Manor, I was also startled, especially when the manor was later sealed off. Everyone thought something might have happened to you. Now that I see you safe and sound, I can finally rest assured. Avon clinked his wine glass with the third prince's, sized him up, and said with a sigh. Before the Red Rose Manor incident, Old Earl had not yet given Robert instructions. Robert saw that Edsac Augustus was deeply favored by George III, and the first prince was indeed a bit unpredictable and worrisome, so he had considered hedging his bets by having Avon befriend Edsac Augustus. At that time, Edsac Augustus was also ambitious, and under George III's implicit suggestion, he truly believed he was his intended successor, so he actively campaigned and gathered supporters, naturally also taking a liking to Avon, who was exceptionally capable and had strong backing. Even after Avon made significant contributions, it was Edsac Augustus who voluntarily offered to represent George III in presenting Avon with a medal. In this situation, the two were mutually attracted, and had already established contact before the Red Rose Manor incident. Facing Avon's sigh, Edsac Augustus merely smiled a bit bitterly, but didn't respond, instead bringing up Avon's affairs. Although I've been living in seclusion at the manor and my information isn't very current, news of you, Avon, has been constant. Initially, I thought you were very lucky to achieve such great merits in a short time, but now it seems I underestimated you. Now, Edsac Augustus had set aside his ambition for fame and fortune, because he knew that unless he was the only son of George III remaining, he would absolutely not be able to become the heir to the Loan King, and it was even debatable whether the Loan Kingdom would need an heir in the future. Precisely because he had lost his ambition, Edsac Augustus's praise sounded unexpectedly sincere, making Avon pause for a moment. But Avon quickly regained his composure and hastily said, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I should congratulate you on being out of danger and finally being able to move freely. It's just that Your Highness has been out of commission for over 2 months. What are your plans next? Is it convenient to tell me?" Before the Red Rose Manor incident, Avon had already shown his inclination to support Edsac Augustus's bid for the throne, so his direct question would not cause any surprise. Edsac Augustus, however, gave a bitter smile. This was probably the umpteenth person today who wanted to inquire about his future plans. After all, many people had genuinely favored him before. Even though he had actually been under house arrest at Red Rose Manor for 2 months, in the eyes of many who didn't know the truth, it was seen as a sign of George III's favoritism towards him. They had no idea that he had already become a discarded pawn and lost his fighting spirit. But he couldn't say anything now, and he had to face pressure from all sides, having difficulties that he couldn't express, so he could only respond with a bitter smile. Seeing Edsac Augustus's expression, Avon, feigning concern for him, asked, "Have the other princes been suppressing your people during this time, causing you heavy losses and making you lose confidence?" This was also true. Although they didn't know why the third prince couldn't send out a single word from Red Rose Manor, nor did they understand the truth of the Red Rose Manor incident, this didn't stop these princes, who had grown up in conspiracies and schemes, from seizing the opportunity to quickly dismantle the forces Edsac Augustus had painstakingly gathered and suppress his subordinates. Since he couldn't tell the truth, Edsac Augustus simply went along with Avon's words, using it as his reason for no longer wanting to contend. I've been away for 2 months, and too many people have suffered because of me. If I continue to contend for the throne, my brothers will not let them off. Factually speaking, Edsac Augustus had a point, because everyone had gained from his downfall during this period. If Edsac Augustus still showed a desire for the heir position, then all the other princes would invariably continue to collectively target him. Because kicking someone when they're down is an innate skill of all politicians, and they also worried that if Edsac Augustus truly recovered, he would retaliate. Even if they didn't understand why Edsac Augustus suddenly lost George III's favor, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't suddenly regain George III's regard. Therefore, Edsac Augustus's safest and most reliable choice right now was indeed to publicly announce his withdrawal from the succession struggle. This would, in turn, make him a target for other princes to court, as even if they had been suppressing his loyalists, he still had a significant base of support. Moreover, doing so would also send a signal to his father, who was currently very wary of him, that he accepted the arrangements of fate. However, this option, which was the safest and most secure for Edsac Augustus, was precisely what Avon did not want to see. Your Highness, doing so would truly let down those who have always supported you and waited patiently. As soon as you announce your surrender of the succession, it will be equivalent to dismantling the consensus among your supporters, and then they will truly have no power to resist, becoming fish on a chopping block, waiting to be butchered. While there was a high probability that other princes would vie for his allegiance after Edsac Augustus abandoned the succession, the dismantling of his forces was also 100% certain. Moreover, at that time, those supporters of Edsac Augustus would not be able to command a good price even if they wanted to switch allegiance to others, because their leader had already surrendered. They would be defeated soldiers begging the victors for shelter, with no room for negotiation whatsoever. This was still only for those with some capability to be taken in, other small fries would simply be crushed to dust. The victors gain everything, while the defeated don't even have the right to become prisoners. Edsac Augustus fell silent again. How could he not understand the reasoning behind Avon's words? But even if he wanted to fight for his subordinates, there was no fight left. He couldn't even get past George III. Giving up now could still fetch him a good price among his brothers, as his brothers didn't understand the inside story and weren't aware that Edsac Augustus had been completely abandoned by their father and regarded as a discarded pawn. George III wouldn't go to such extremes in this situation. But if he didn't give up, and George III publicly revealed his displeasure with Edsac Augustus, then it would truly be a case of everyone kicking him while he was down, and everything would be irreversible. Avon, you might not know this, but because of certain matters, His Majesty no longer favors me. The reason I had confidence in competing for the heir position before was entirely due to His Majesty's regard, but now that things have reached this point, the more I do, the more mistakes I'll make. Edsac Augustus was cornered by Avon and could only reveal a bit of inside information to express his helplessness. Avon was waiting for this very sentence, so he didn't become disheartened or leave in disappointment as Edsac Augustus imagined. Instead, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his tone was unwavering and firm as he said, "Since certain matters have caused His Majesty to no longer favor you, then simply make him favor you again. Why give up so early? There are some things you don't know, Avon. It's not as simple as winning back His Majesty's heart. In short, I am no longer destined for the heir position. You should consider my other brothers instead. With your abilities and your brother's status, I believe they would be very pleased to have you join them." Edsac Augustus felt a touch of emotion. Even at this point, Avon showed no intention of abandoning him, but he truly saw no hope at all. He was genuinely prepared to accept his fate, considering it a repayment of George III's nurturing grace, and so he strongly urged Avon to give up as well and switch allegiance to others. But Avon's ambition lay elsewhere, so how could he do as he was told? Instead, he said with a serious expression, "If you cannot regain His Majesty's favor, then become indispensable to His Majesty. This way, even if you cannot become the heir, you won't be devoured by your brothers, and it will also buy some time for those who support your highness." Avon's words made Edsac Augustus's eyes light up, as if a window had opened, freeing him from his fixed mindset and showing him another path. That's right, even if he was currently facing a situation where wolves were preying on a tiger, it wasn't unsolvable. He just needed to continue relying on the hunter as his backer. It's just that before, he gained the hunter's favor by acting cute, making the hunter his backer. Now, he could also help the hunter with things, making the hunter unable to do without him, and thus making the hunter his backer. As long as the thinking doesn't falter, there are always more solutions than problems. Ever since George III revealed his true intentions, Edsac Augustus learned of the Augustus family's ambitions over the years, and also realized what kind of blame he was being made to shoulder. Therefore, his feelings towards his ambitious father, who aspired to ascend to godhood, were very complex. His previous readiness to accept the fate arranged by George III was driven by this complex mixture of worship and hatred. But now that he saw another viable path and had hope for life, Edsac Augustus was not an ordinary person after all. How could his eyes not gleam with the instinct for survival? What's more, he wasn't alone now. During this time, due to their shared fate, the feelings between him and Triss had rapidly deepened. This was a feeling he couldn't get from other women, even though he knew very well in his heart that Triss was not essentially a woman, but a genuine man. It couldn't change the growing feelings in his heart. Thinking of this, Edsac Augustus couldn't help but look at Triss, and found Triss propping her chin with her hand, watching him from a distance. When she saw him look over, she even gave a sweet smile in response. Edsac Augustus forced a smile and nodded at Triss, then turned his head and asked, "If I were to strongly support the establishment of the Strategic Support Force and the Air Force tonight, and volunteer to become the chief officer of these forces, would His Majesty look at me differently and agree to my request?" Edsac Augustus was, after all, the most outstanding of George III's children. Once his mind was opened, he quickly grasped George III's greatest current need based on the information he had received over the past 2 days. Moreover, George III had already revealed his ambition to ascend to godhood when he confronted Edsac Augustus earlier, so Edsac Augustus had already guessed that George III's forceful promotion of reforms during this period, which was inconsistent with his previous persona, was in preparation for a ritual. The children of the Augustus family, after all, knew a lot of information that ordinary people did not, so this was not difficult to guess. "Your Highness is brilliant. Although I don't know why His Majesty is so eager, His Majesty's emphasis on military reform is evident to all. And it is also because His Majesty has been too hasty during this period that there has been a strong backlash. A few days ago, the new Intis ambassador was assassinated. I even suspect it might be a backlash against the military reform, as the timing is simply too coincidental, just 2 days before His Majesty's birthday. So now, His Majesty needs someone from within the royal family to publicly support him more than ever, preferably someone who can help him push forward the military reform. Your stepping forward at this time is perfectly timed and will surely make His Majesty look at you differently again." No one knew the inside story of the new Intis ambassador's assassination better than Avon, but that didn't stop him from pushing the incident towards a conspiracy theory without changing his expression. And the distinguished officials of Backland clearly believed in such conspiracy theories, so much so that no one in Backland dared to openly discuss the matter these past 2 days, yet a strange atmosphere permeated the city. Avon had long known that even if the Strategic Support Force and the Air Force were established, they wouldn't immediately achieve the status of the Army and Navy, but they would at least be commanded by a lieutenant general. Moreover, because it was a newly established force, it would, by custom, be led by a member of the royal family. No matter which prince became the chief officer, he would inevitably view it as capital for his bid for the heir position and frequently interfere. And this was something Avon, who had long regarded it as his private army, could not tolerate. Coup. Robert's killing intent. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, it was most beneficial for Avon that Edsac Augustus, a prince already abandoned by George III, serve as the principal officer. Furthermore, Avon was confident that George III would not specifically prevent Edsac Augustus from becoming the principal officer out of fear of him, because it also made it convenient for George III to have his own man, Avon, help him monitor this equally troublesome, rebellious son. Because even though George III had already deemed Edsac Augustus a discarded pawn, he dared not rashly dispose of this excellent third son. Because a father killing his son, especially a father killing his son without reason, was also challenging the traditional public order and good customs of society and everyone's worldview. For beyonders of the arbiter pathway, explicit laws are the pillars supporting their edifice of order, while unwritten public order and good customs are the indispensable steel bars within those pillars, whose quality must be strictly controlled. Therefore, if George III wanted to deal with Edsac Augustus, he would still need to find a crime that no one could refute. Even if George III might have already become a Sequence 1 archangel of the lawyer pathway, he could not avoid this, because the throne he inherited was left by a Sequence 1 archangel of the arbiter pathway. The more Edsac Augustus thought about Avon's suggestion, the more he found it reasonable. Doing so might not only provide a buffer period for his former subordinates but also potentially be his last chance at survival. Thinking of this, he was eager to contact his old subordinates, intending to hear their opinions and coordinate to promote this matter. Avon, thank you for your suggestion. It's truly too important to me. Edsac Augustus gratefully clinked glasses with Avon again, almost shattering the wine glass due to his excitement. It's nothing, as long as you've thought it through yourself. In any case, let's work hard together. Avon naturally could not brazenly accept Edsac Augustus's gratitude, as that would be creating enmity rather than bestowing favor. Draining the red wine in his glass, Edsac Augustus left impatiently. He also wanted to use this opportunity, George III's birthday banquet, where nobles from all over Backland gathered, to connect with his former subordinates. It was already afternoon, and time was very tight. When Triss, who was in the distance, noticed their conversation had ended, she immediately pursued Edsac Augustus like a clingy mistress. Intimately linking her arm with his, whispering something. Avon smiled faintly at this scene. He believed that with Triss's support, Edsac Augustus would be even more determined to push forward with the army reform process, and at the same time, he would certainly value and trust Avon more. Avon quickly withdrew his gaze and looked around again, noticing that his brother, Robert, had reappeared in the crowd at some point, talking to his fiancée about something. Moreover, Avon noticed that not only had Robert returned, but even Duke Nigan, Earl Hall, Prime Minister Ogwood, and other high-ranking officials who had left together earlier, had all reappeared, chatting and laughing with acquaintances. This abnormal phenomenon made Avon frown. He then exchanged his wine glass from a waiter's tray for a fresh one and walked towards Robert again. What are you two, the newly engaged couple, talking about? I wonder if you could share it with me. Avon looked at Robert and Princess Oriana with an ambiguous gaze, causing the little princess's face to turn instantly crimson, leaving her speechless. Greetings, Your Royal Highness. I hope my arrival hasn't disturbed you. No, no disturbance. Princess Oriana seemed to have been very well protected since childhood. Hearing Avon's teasing, she was startled, lowering her head and not daring to look at him, which greatly surprised Avon. Because he had never seen this type in social circles. The noble ladies he had encountered were generally educated accordingly and behaved very gracefully, some even overly so. He had truly never seen such a delicate and modest demeanor. Just then, Audrey, dressed in Backland's most fashionable attire, walked over with a folding fan, curtsied to Robert and Princess Oriana, greeted them, and then complained to Avon. Mr. Avon is a bit too insensitive. Didn't you notice that everyone was deliberately creating a private environment for this new couple? Why come over now? Avon could only scratch his head with a silly smile, but his feet were rooted to the spot, unwilling to move an inch. As a hunter, observing the surrounding environment is a basic skill. How could Avon, as a top hunter, not see the situation at the scene? However, the fact that the high-ranking officials were not discussing army reform in the villa but had abnormally returned to the banquet hall made Avon feel uneasy, so he could only act as an insensitive person this time. It's all right, Audrey. Baron Avon might have just been momentarily inattentive. Besides, we've already finished what we wanted to say, and now I should return to my mother's side. Little Princess Oriana pulled Audrey's hand, excusing Avon, and then whispered to Avon. I imagine Baron Avon has something urgent, which is why he intruded so abruptly. It just so happens that Count Robert and I have largely finished our conversation, so we won't disturb you further. We'll formally get to know each other another time. With that, Princess Oriana nodded to Robert, then pulled Audrey's hand and left. Audrey could only glare at Avon somewhat indignantly before departing. Avon awkwardly touched his nose, not expecting the little princess, who looked delicate on the outside, to be so resolute on the inside. Her words just now were quite the subtle jab at him, yet he couldn't refute them, and he no longer dared to underestimate this princess by marriage. Princess Oriana is not what she seems. You mustn't underestimate her, otherwise, you might have a hard time in the future. Robert watched little Princess Oriana and Miss Audrey leave, then solemnly said to Avon. One can only say that appearances can be deceiving. Today was the first time I met her, and it just so happened that you were present. That made me mistakenly think she was an ordinary delicate person. I didn't expect her to be the outwardly gentle but inwardly firm type. Brother, you'll have your hands full with the little princess and Miss Amanda in the future. This incident was also a lesson for Avon. In the future, he should observe people in conjunction with their surroundings. From the information he had received, little Princess Oriana was very fond of Robert and was satisfied and agreeable to this marriage alliance. This made her, when facing Robert whom she had only met a few times, always appear like a girl who had just fallen in love, which led Avon to misjudge her, resulting in him being openly pricked and losing some face. By the way, what were you two talking about just now? Otherwise, with her personality, she shouldn't have been so flustered and incoherent by my presence. Princess Oriana's open jab at Avon was clearly because she was startled by Avon's sudden interruption, so Avon was also curious about what they had been talking about. Nothing at all. Avon, are you wondering why none of us are staying in the villa for the meeting but have returned here instead? Robert seemed uncomfortable with Avon's question and quickly changed the subject, which only made Avon realize that Robert and little Princess Oriana's conversation might indeed have been private, and he had indeed disturbed them. Although he was very curious, Avon was clearly more concerned about the situation in the villa, so he followed Robert's lead and nodded quickly. Robert's expression became exceptionally serious. He looked in one direction and then said to Avon, "Just now in the villa, as soon as the discussion started, it fell apart. The successful demonstration of the aircraft today indeed gained us a lot of middle ground, because anyone with eyes can see that compared to airships, aircraft are indeed a revolutionary aerial combat weapon, so establishing a specialized aerial combat force is imperative. However, Duke Nigan interfered, making things extremely complicated. He agreed to establish an aerial combat force centered on aircraft, but at the same time stated that the production of airships could not be completely abandoned, arguing that airships could serve as an aerial strategic logistics force, contributing to the transportation of the Army's increasingly large and heavy artillery and armaments. As a result, it would be even more impossible for the Army to let the airship units separate from the Army sequence. And with the current development speed of the aircraft units, there would be no possibility of them forming an independent army, which would mean that our elaborate arrangements might end up benefiting others. Avon followed Robert's gaze, looking at Duke Nigan, who was surrounded by many high-ranking officials and laughing heartily, his eyes similarly cold. As expected of an old hand who had been active in politics for many years, his first move struck at the heart of the matter. Duke Nigan comes from the Navy, but this time he sided with the Army. I suppose he must have something to gain, right? Avon had already guessed something in his heart, but he still asked, not entirely certain. That's right. Duke Nigan certainly has his own objective. He hopes that the newly formed Strategic Support Force can be formally integrated into the Navy's sequence, rather than vaguely attached to the Navy. This way, the resistance to Army reform can be minimized. Indeed, this would minimize the resistance to Army reform, but it would also effectively render the Army reform bankrupt. The deepest purpose of establishing the Strategic Support Force and the Air Force was to create a third major force within the Army, to reconcile the increasingly sharp contradictions between the Army and Navy, and at the same time, to curb the Navy's expanding influence, thereby regaining control of military power for the central government. This was the true Army reform, not just a temporary measure to adapt to war. However, if Duke Nigan's proposal were to come true, it would fundamentally alter the Army reform envisioned by George III and Robert, essentially allowing the Navy and Army to expand their forces in disguise. Their previous influence would not diminish but increase, completely violating the original intention of the Army reform. Just now, Duke Nigan sought me out and said he was willing to support you becoming the principal officer of the Navy's Strategic Support Force, and he also hoped I would support his suggestions for Army reform. And it wasn't just Duke Nigan who sought me out, even a group of high-ranking generals from the Army, my old superiors, came forward, hoping I would support Duke Nigan's opinion. Even Archbishop Snake of the Storm Church subtly expressed their support for Duke Nigan. As he said this, Robert's eyes were no longer just cold, but filled with killing intent. Duke Nigan had clearly done a lot of work behind the scenes, especially with Robert's biggest supporters, the Army, making extensive preparations and using incentives of interest to make George III and Robert, who supported the independent establishment of the Strategic Support Force and Air Force, a de facto minority. Whether it was establishing the Strategic Support Force or creating a new Air Force, Duke Nigan did not object at all. In fact, he strongly supported it, but insisted that both must be placed within the frameworks of the Navy and the Army. The Navy, led by Duke Nigan, did not monopolize these two achievements by relying on its century-long dominance. Instead, it carved out the Air Force portion of the pie for the Army, maximizing the unification of their front. Moreover, it is highly likely that members of the Augustus family were involved. Although Duke Nigan himself might not have had this intention, the development of events already closely resembled a major counterattack by the military against the reformists, relentless pressure, which, in a sense, was a de facto coup against George III. Faced with this situation, George III must have been extremely embarrassed, and no wonder the discussions in the villa broke down in less than half an hour. As a result, George III was unable to appear at his own birthday banquet for a long time. Avon secretly glanced at Robert, knowing that this time he truly harbored killing intent towards Duke Nigan. This was not just because his own plans were on the verge of collapse. For politicians, as long as life is not over, temporary setbacks are nothing, they can just win next time. What truly concerned Robert was that not only was George III facing a coup, but so was he. Robert's fundamental base, besides Ahova County, had always been the Army and the enlightened and young factions among the nobility. The support from the enlightened and young factions prevented him from completely failing in the political arena, while Ahova's local influence on Backland was limited. The Storm Church regarded him as the next spokesperson for the Storm Church in the political arena, meaning Duke Nigan's successor. Therefore, the most important pillar supporting Robert's edifice of power was the army in which he served. However, Duke Nigan bypassed him and directly spoke with the army's bigwigs, which threatened Robert's most sensitive inverse scale. Therefore, if Robert had harbored doubts before, Avon was now certain that Robert had killing intent towards Duke Nigan. Although Duke Nigan could not truly gain the army's recognition and command their absolute loyalty, this still could not stop Robert's resolute killing intent. Just then, Duke Nigan seemed to sense Robert and Avon's gazes towards him, so he smiled and raised his glass in their direction. And Robert and Avon also composed their expressions, smiling and raising their glasses in return. Robert's shock, After an air toast and a smiling nod to Duke Nigan, Robert and Avon withdrew their gazes. The reason I'm interrupting your conversation with Princess Oriana at this moment, besides asking why everyone isn't meeting in the villa, is also to tell you some good news. Robert knew that a significant change had occurred and that he needed to discuss countermeasures with Avon, so he led Avon to a corner to sit down and then asked curiously. Avon was not in the mood to keep him in suspense, so he directly brought up the matter of pushing Edsac Augustus to be the vanguard for military reform today, naturally without mentioning his use of Natasha to incite Triss. In short, Edsac Augustus, to save his life, decided to adopt my suggestion and become His Majesty's sharpest blade, clearing the way for military reform. Robert looked at his younger brother, who was speaking eloquently in front of him, with a complex expression, and couldn't help but sigh again. My brother has truly grown up. He was already capable of being a capable assistant in his career, even he hadn't thought of using Edsac Augustus, merely guessing that he was deeply involved and simply ignoring his existence. Avon, you've done very well, especially at this time. His Majesty is also a bit bewildered by today's events and finds himself in a difficult position. He now most needs someone to step forward and take charge, otherwise, he'll be forced to intervene personally. Edsac Augustus's emergence at this moment is perfectly timed. Although George III had always strongly supported military reform, including but not limited to betrothing his youngest daughter to Robert to increase Robert's standing, holding a birthday celebration that drew the attention of all Backland, and paving the way for the heir Shou, etc. However, he himself had never personally spoken out, even though everyone was clear about his stance on military reform. Any politician would try their best to avoid personal involvement, because personal involvement means there is no retreat and they must win, and once they don't win, or even draw, their political prestige will be greatly weakened. Therefore, when faced with Duke Nigan's military reform proposal, George III's biggest headache was finding someone who could stand firm. Robert was not such a candidate. In this military reform, George III and Robert were more like partners who could advance and retreat together as a faction, rather than a blade charging forward. If George III dared to make Robert this blade, Robert could turn against him at any time and strike back at George III, which would be self-destructive. He can actually listen to your advice on such matters. It seems he trusts you a lot. Although Robert was surprised that Edsac Augustus stepped forward, he was actually more surprised that Avon could persuade him, which indicated Avon's unique importance to Edsac Augustus. Avon smiled reservedly. Although he said nothing, he could not hide the self-satisfaction in his brows. It was not easy to rekindle Edsac Augustus's fighting spirit. So, when Avon was persuading Edsac Augustus, he used the ability of incitement, combined with his comprehensive understanding of Edsac Augustus, and made extensive and thorough preparations. If even this couldn't persuade Edsac Augustus, then his walking city of calamity would be too unqualified. That's right, when Avon was persuading Edsac Augustus, he kept implying to him that military reform involved George III's apotheosis ritual, which was very important to George III. Edsac Augustus didn't know that Avon actually knew about George III's desire to become a Black Emperor, and the specific details of the Black Emperor apotheosis ritual. His understanding of the relevant information was not as detailed as Avon's. So, in his ears, the more Avon emphasized the importance of military reform, the more it indicated that this military reform was of great significance, and the more he should participate in it. Avon even planted a seed of malice in his heart, one that he himself could barely detect. Since this military reform was George III's advancement ritual, could he not detonate it at a critical moment? After Edsac Augustus learned that he had become a discarded piece on his father George III's path to godhood, he felt both awe and hatred for George III. And Avon used this complex mindset of his, using the ability of incitement to amplify the hatred in Edsac Augustus's heart. This was why he could easily accept Avon's suggestion. Otherwise, how could a person who had already accepted the arrangement of fate and only sought a quick death truly care about the plight of his subordinates? How could he be so easily stirred up and filled with a strong desire to live? Hatred is sometimes the greatest driving force for human progress. Seeing that Avon was unwilling to say more, Robert did not press the issue but instead asked about other matters. Since you have such a good relationship with this third prince, have you asked him about the inside story of the Red Rose Manor incident? To be honest, Robert was also very curious about this matter, because the royal family's reaction to it was too abnormal. And because it was too abnormal, the big shots, including Robert, and the three great churches had no intention of investigating. What if they really uncovered something extraordinary? Without concrete evidence that this incident was related to an evil god, even the church was unwilling to offend the royal family for it, everyone avoided it like the plague. However, this was a general situation. If he could learn the secret of Red Rose Manor without the royal family's awareness, Robert would still be very happy to understand the inside story and see if there was anything that could be utilized. Avon looked at Edsac Augustus, who was already actively contacting his old subordinates in the distance, his gaze profound. After a long while, he said, "Of course, His Royal Highness the Third Prince couldn't tell me the secret, but I've already found out without him telling me." With things having progressed to this point, Avon felt that he should reveal a certain amount of information to Robert, allowing Robert to grasp the overall development of the situation more accurately and prevent him from making mistakes. "Oh, you've investigated it. When did you investigate? What's the inside story? Tell me clearly." Robert realized that the Red Rose incident might not be simple, otherwise Avon wouldn't have investigated it, nor would he have waited until now to reveal the information to him, so he quickly pressed for answers. "I told you before that in Tingen, perhaps because of you, and more likely because of the Horn family, the Demonist sect, Theosophy Order, and Aurora Order all targeted me, wanting to pull me into their camps and make me believe in an evil god. But fortunately, the goddess blessed me and accepted me as her favored one. However, being blessed by the goddess, I also had to obey the goddess's commands and join these organizations to gain a deeper understanding of their intelligence." Avon continued to lie through his teeth. The Evernight goddess had always let him do his own thing and had never assigned him tasks. Instead, she had the church assist him everywhere. But Avon couldn't not say this, otherwise, with the mindset of people in this world, it would be difficult for them to understand his involvement with so many evil god organizations, so he could only pin the blame on the Evernight goddess. "So you learned about the relevant situation from Mr. A of the Aurora Order a long time ago." Because Avon had previously confessed to him that he had joined the Aurora Order as a core member, and also joined the Demonist sect and Theosophy Order as peripheral members. The secret in the Red Rose Manor incident was significant, and it would be difficult to learn the details as a peripheral member, so Robert immediately realized Avon's source of information. This wasn't wrong either, because the Red Rose Manor incident happened under his guidance, but the specific details were indeed notified by Mr. A afterward, so Avon nodded without hesitation and continued. Mr. A, who infiltrated Red Rose Manor, discovered that the demoness next to Edsac Augustus actually had the aura of an evil god and had become the vessel for the primordial demoness's descent. Saying that, Avon raised his chin, signaling Robert to look in Edsac Augustus's direction. The beauty standing beside him was Triss, who had just been incited by Natasha, sent by Avon. Robert looked at Triss in shock, scrutinized her, and then looked back at Avon, hoping for reconfirmation. Avon nodded solemnly, indicating that he wasn't talking nonsense, forcing Robert to accept this fact. Robert swallowed, his hand holding the wine glass trembling slightly. It was no wonder he reacted this way. After all, the appearance of an evil god's vessel here held too much significance. When a high-sequence Beander gains divinity, their significance becomes extraordinary, let alone a deity standing at the pinnacle of the Beander world. And the primordial demoness symbolizes disaster and doomsday. Previously, Robert was already uneasy about the active presence of the demoness sect and Theosophy Order in Backland, precisely because the symbolism of the assassin pathway was truly unsettling and worrisome. Now, even the primordial demoness's vessel had appeared in Backland. Robert was already very composed for not losing emotional control. But Robert was not an ordinary person after all. He was a man whom Bernadette, an angel of the mystery prior, had personally admitted she couldn't see through. So he quickly calmed his emotions and continued to ask Avon, "Does this mean my previous conjecture that the demonist sect was targeting the Augustus family's sealed artifact, which might have been formed from a Hunter pathway sequence 1 Beander characteristic, was wrong? Instead, the Augustus family allied with the demonist sect using this powerful sealed artifact as a condition. Yes, what George III wants to do is too big. Before the 7 deities' attitudes are clear, he can only try his best to conceal it, so he needs a black glove or a scapegoat to do his bidding. No other faction is more suitable or less suspicious for this role than the demonist sect. It's almost tailor-made." Having clarified the relationship between the Augustus family and the demonist sect, Robert now had a clear understanding of the current situation in Backland. Many things that he couldn't figure out before now had explanations. Why was the royal family so nervous after Mr. A infiltrated Red Rose Manor? Why did Theosophy Order fight so fiercely with the demonist sect in Backland? Why was the demonist sect so nervous about Mr. A's existence? The source of all these doubts lay in that evil god vessel. But even if they were to cooperate with the demonist sect, did the Augustus family really need to place an evil god's descent vessel in Backland? Wasn't the risk of doing so too great? Because Triss was involved with the primordial demoness, even if Robert was confident, he didn't dare to investigate casually. According to the intelligence I've gathered, Triss, this evil god's descent vessel, hasn't been fully cultivated yet. They want to use their previous schemes to complete the cultivation of this vessel. This was a decision made by the demonist sect without prior notification to the Augustus family, so when the Red Rose Manor incident broke out, the Augustus family was also caught off guard and could only use the strongest means to seal off the news. Avon further explained the current situation to Robert, preventing Robert from making misjudgments and wrong choices. What were their previous schemes? Robert instinctively felt that this scheme was not a good thing and couldn't help but frown. This was also the natural aversion of Order side Beyonders to disaster. I don't know. Too many things have happened recently, too many accidents. Perhaps their plan has changed. Their top priority now should be to resolve the issue, otherwise, with a king of angels watching, nothing will be easy. As he spoke, Avon extended his index finger and drew a circle in the air. Robert immediately understood that he was referring to the Ouroboros, and nodded in agreement. The kingdom and the Intis Republic had a bit of an unpleasant dispute over the ambassador, so I took the opportunity to bring up the Rosal the Great Memorial Exhibition. The Intis Republic has already sent a telegram agreeing to it, and the date is set for the week after next. Avon also nodded in understanding. He and Robert had previously guessed that the Loan Kingdom might reach an agreement with the Steam and Machinery Church to jointly expel Ouroboros, believing that the situation in Backland would become much clearer by then. What's your situation in the Aurora Order? Such a big deal as the primordial demoness's vessel, and Mr. A would actually share it with you. Because Robert had always thought that Avon's infiltration of the Aurora Order was a task from the Evernight Goddess, he had never asked much about such matters, and thus did not know the specific situation. Even the matter of Triss was brought up by Avon, not actively inquired by him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mr. B, the head of the Backland branch of the Aurora Order. Please guide me in the future. Avon exaggeratedly placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Robert. This news challenged Robert's nerves even more than Triss's existence. He almost couldn't resist the urge to subdue Avon and see if he could save his misguided brother. But he immediately remembered that infiltrating the Aurora Order was a task from the Evernight Goddess, and the Evernight Goddess shouldn't harm her favored ones, so he ultimately didn't act. You are now not only the highest-ranking member of the largest official Beander organization, but also a core member of the largest secret organization in the Loan Kingdom. You've truly made your way in both the black and white worlds. Regarding Robert's teasing, Avon scratched his head and gave a simple, honest smile, but he didn't refute it. Robert didn't delve too deeply into the matter either. It was still the same. Anything concerning the Evernight Goddess, if Avon didn't speak of it, he couldn't ask further, or it would be disrespectful to the deity. This was also why Avon always used the Evernight goddess as a shield in front of Robert. Otherwise, if Robert kept digging, he wouldn't be able to keep any secrets. Having learned about the cooperation between the Augustus family and the Demonist sect, Robert had a clear understanding of the situation in Backland and fully grasped George III's intentions. His previously anxious heart calmed down. Although George III encountered an unexpected situation and was forced to suspend the meeting, he is, after all, the king and possesses an inherent advantage. I believe he can adjust very quickly. Tonight's high-level meeting is crucial. If Edsac Augustus can make up his mind to become the vanguard before tonight, George III and I still have a good chance of turning the situation around. Do you think he can make up his mind? Robert pulled his thoughts back from Avon and looked at the actively networking Edsac Augustus, asking Avon with some uncertainty. I think it's not a big problem. After all, this is his only way out. When people face a desperate situation, they often burst out with extraordinary energy. Avon believed that with the help of Triss, the divine vessel, even if Edsac Augustus had some hesitation, he would ultimately have no choice but to step onto the battlefield Avon had set for him. Robert received Avon's affirmative answer, finally nodded, and decided. Then tonight, I will fully support Edsac Augustus's comeback and lend a hand to his path of survival. By the way, you previously asked me to delay the nomination of the Defense Department minister, citing that Duke Nigan might have an accident. Do you still have confidence in that judgment now? Avon looked at Robert upon hearing this, but only saw Robert's profile. As he was looking at the spirited Duke Nigan, his expression cold and stern. It was clear that Duke Nigan had truly angered Robert this time. One should know that he used to be most opposed to solving political rivals through physical elimination. I still adhere to my previous view. Someone will continue to push for the assassination of Duke Nigan, because from the current perspective, Duke Nigan is still blocking many people's paths, or rather, blocking even more people's paths. Avon saw that Robert already had thoughts of physically eliminating Duke Nigan, and quickly stated his position. Robert didn't even need to act. Adam would take the initiative, because last week Avon had already seen the first prostitute murder case in the newspaper. In just one short week, 3 consecutive cases had already occurred. If it weren't for the Backland curfew incident a couple of days ago, it's likely a 4th murder would have happened by now. The police station has now classified it as a serial murder investigation but has not yet detected the meander factors behind it. Avon had no interest in the serial murders, he only knew that the Desire Apostle, who was something of a neighbor to him, had already begun to act. His actions also meant that the Twilight Hermit Order had acted again. The security situation in Backland was much more severe than in the original work at the same time. So Avon was very curious how a Sequence 5 meander would successfully assassinate Duke Nigan under such circumstances. Robert withdrew his gaze and pondered deeply, understanding Avon's advice, but he had an instinctive aversion to things he couldn't control, especially when he was in a hurry. However, he also knew that impatience would not help matters, so he took a deep breath and said, "I'll wait another 2 months. If the person behind Keelangos doesn't act within 2 months, then I'll have to do it myself." After speaking, Robert left his seat, smiled, and went to find Earl Hall with a wine glass. Avon watched Robert leave but didn't try to persuade him further, because in his eyes, Duke Nigan was already a dead man. His survival until now was even partly due to Avon. He advised Robert not to act simply because he didn't want Robert to expose any flaws or make a thankless effort. Looking at Duke Nigan, who was completely unaware of his predicament, Avon pursed his lips, but he didn't feel any contempt for him. In his eyes, Duke Nigan was quite courageous, like a knight facing a steam train, challenging an impossible goal. Advancing against the tide of history. But since that was the case, being crushed to pieces by the steam train, by the tide of history, was a fate he should accept calmly. That night, a grand ball was held at the royal family's manor. Many people were immersed in the splendid banquet, unaware that in the large conference room just a wall away, a fierce conflict erupted between the anti-military reform faction led by Duke Nigan and the pro-military reform faction led by Robert. The sharpness of the conflict exceeded previous years. If Earl Hall hadn't mediated, it would have almost left everyone in an awkward position. Just then, Third Prince Edsac Augustus, who had not appeared in public for 2 months, unexpectedly stood up and supported Earl Robert's view, catching Duke Nigan and others off guard. Because, on the surface, Third Prince Edsac Augustus was still King George III's most beloved son and the most likely heir to the kingdom, almost everyone present thought his appearance was at King George III's instruction, representing His Majesty's true inclination. This new development suddenly changed the entire situation again. The army, which had originally cooperated with Duke Nigan, became hesitant, and the neutral fence-sitters also changed their stance. With the protagonist not appearing at the entire birthday banquet, after more than 7 hours of intense discussion, the final draft of the military reform was barely reached in the early morning. After this battle, Duke Nigan's prestige greatly diminished, and Earl Robert's prestige surged, but it also made their conflict public again. Both sides now firmly believed they could not coexist, and the conflict between the old and new factions within the Conservative Party, which had only been reconciled for less than 3 months, erupted again. Only this time, the gap between the two sides was no longer as obvious as it was a few months ago. On one hand, Robert had officially become Earl of Horva, inheriting the 1,000-year prestige of the Earl's residence, and had even just married into the royal family. On the other hand, Robert had already established his position as one of the 3 giants within the Conservative Party before this, becoming a recognized giant, and already possessing the qualification to become a flag. Finally, in everyone's eyes, Robert had been kind to Duke Nigan. If it weren't for Robert and Avon's intervention, Duke Nigan might have died at Keelangos's hands last time. Avon's decision to rescue Duke Nigan from Keelangos at that time was a very risky act, but this act received its due reward at this moment. No one thought Robert was at fault for breaking ties with Duke Nigan. They would only think Duke Nigan was ungrateful, which placed a huge moral burden on him, forever putting him on the wrong side, making him feel constrained when facing Robert. In short, due to the Loan Kingdom's military reform, the unexpected incidents involving 2 Intis ambassadors, the instability of the Sirivs county border, and a series of other events, the situation in the Loan Kingdom in September became confusing and dazzling. And Avon also received his long-awaited order. He would, as the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9, assist Edsac Augustus in forming the Loan Kingdom's Strategic Support Force. It was foreseeable that once this force was officially formed, he could naturally join it. Because it was about forming a force out of nothing, various matters were complex and chaotic. But no matter how many things there were, they couldn't delay the Tarot Club every Monday at 3 p.m. Avon, who had just returned from accompanying Edsac Augustus to choose a military base outside Backland, specifically took an afternoon off to return to Backland, just to avoid others and attend the Tarot Club. In his detached apartment in Sherwood Borough, Avon sat at a large, antique desk, writing the Rosel's diary entries he was about to provide to Mr. Fool. In 2 days, the Rosel the Great exhibition team, convened to ease the tension between the Loan Kingdom and the Intis Republic caused by the ambassador incident, would arrive in Backland with the new Intis ambassador. Robert and Bernadette, who had already returned to Backland, were also poised, ready to seize the Black Emperor blasphemy slate that would arrive with them. Because the current situation in Backland was far more severe than in the original work at the same time, Robert did not intend to let Avon interfere in this matter. And Avon also knew his own limits, so he didn't try to be strong. However, it was impossible for him to stand by and do nothing, so he decided to try everything he could, adding another layer of insurance to prevent Robert from failing. Avon planned to inform Klein about the relevant information to see if Klein could also get involved. This matter seemed very dangerous, but Avon wasn't worried at all. After all, he was the protagonist. If Klein could acquire this blasphemy slate, he could exchange the magic potion formula of the Hunter pathway for the magic potion formula of the Black Emperor pathway. Robert would no longer be constrained by others regarding the magic potion formula, which would greatly help them take the initiative in their upcoming cooperation with Bernadette. After all, if this slate fell into Bernadette's hands, Robert and Avon would not even have the confidence to speak when facing her, let alone talk about taking the lead. In fact, from Avon's selfish perspective, he hoped Klein would obtain the Black Emperor pathway blasphemy slate. Because according to the plot development, Klein's biggest enemy, Aemon, was about to appear, and in a very terrifying way. In the original work, if Klein hadn't used the high Beander characteristic of this Black Emperor pathway blasphemy slate to mobilize the power of the Grey Fog to the greatest extent, the trap Aemon had set for over 100 years might have hit its mark, and Klein would have been directly defeated. Avon didn't want to attend the Tarot Club and find Mr. Fool, sitting at the head, smiling, crossing his legs, and suddenly pulling out a monocle and putting it on. Just thinking about that scene made him feel terrified. So, even if Klein couldn't get the blasphemy slate that rightfully belonged to him this time, Avon would have to find a reason to lend him the Hunter pathway blasphemy slate he possessed. The blasphemy slate has two main values. One is the complete magic potion formula of a Beander pathway recorded on it. The other is its inherent strong aggregation effect on Beyonders of that pathway and related materials. The magic potion formula was already in Avon's mind, and as for its own aggregation effect, it was expendable for Avon, because Avon himself was the embodiment of the City of Calamity, the largest source of aggregation for the Hunter and Assassin pathways in this world. Therefore, this blasphemy slate was expendable for Avon, and he wouldn't feel bad about using it for a transaction. Avon wrote furiously, filling 2 full pages, barely finishing before his pen ran out of ink. He checked it once, felt there were no errors, and then contentedly capped his pen. In fact, submitting diaries on the Grey Fog didn't require writing them down in reality. Avon did this just to prevent any mistakes or omissions. He glanced at the large grandfather clock in the corner and saw it was 2:50 p.m., leaving only 10 minutes until the meeting. Avon quickly burned the 2 sheets of paper he had just written, then lay on his bed, waiting for Mr. Fool's summons. At 3 p.m., rays of light rose within the palace, which resembled a giant's abode. Miss Justice, who usually took the lead in guiding everyone to salute Mr. Fool, remained silent and stunned in place this time. In fact, not only was she stunned, but even Mr. Hanged Man, who was always deep in thought, and Mr. Sun, who was always simple in nature, were frozen in place. Because this Tarot Club, after welcoming Miss Magician as a new member last time, once again had new members, not just 1, but 2. At this rate, will all 22 seats of the future Tarot Club be filled? Mr. Fool's recovery speed has clearly accelerated. Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, who was experienced and good at imagining things, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Because in his eyes, the rapid expansion of the Tarot Club was not just an expansion of this gathering channel and scale, but a symbol of Mr. Fool's further escape from his predicament and the progression of his descent into the world. Will Mr. Fool return to his peak when all 22 seats of the Tarot Club are filled? Because Miss Justice and the others were all stunned by the addition of new members, an awkward silence filled the Grey Fog. Therefore, only Mr. The Strength, Avon, who had anticipated the Tarot Club's new additions, stood up and bowed to Mr. Fool, who was sitting at the head, currently very awkward and at a loss. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Seeing Avon's action, Audrey, Alger, Derek, Furs, Zio, and the World, who was sitting at the other end of the bronze table, facing Mr. Fool, seemed to awaken from a dream and stood up to bow to Mr. Fool. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Klein breathed a sigh of relief and raised his hand, signaling everyone to rise. He had almost had to let the world break the uncomfortable atmosphere. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Under Avon's lead, the members of the Tarot Club completed their routine greetings. "Mr. Fool, who are these 2? It was Miss Audrey, the most cheerful and kind member of the Tarot Club, who spoke straightforwardly. After the greetings, she excitedly asked Mr. Fool. She was genuinely happy for the Tarot Club's expansion. The woman next to Furs, her height, this must be Zio Derecha. The person sitting at the end of the bronze table, wearing a hooded black robe, should be a male. He is emotionally reserved, with very few body movements, and appears very mysterious. He should be a very serious, experienced Beander. Furs and Zio both joined the Tarot Club through my introduction. I wonder how he joined. Was he introduced by Hanged Man or Mr. Power, or was he personally invited by Mr. Fool? Avon has been secretly observing that mysterious member. Did they know each other in reality? Because Audrey had read too many secrets at His Majesty's birthday banquet, and even subtly pushed for the military reform, she finally finished digesting the telepathos potion. So, yesterday, she used the formula and materials obtained from Sun to successfully concoct the potion and complete her advancement, officially becoming a Sequence 7 psychiatrist of the spectator pathway. It was precisely because she became a psychiatrist that Audrey became more sensitive to the psychological activities of the Tarot Club members. This is Miss Judgment, and this is Mr. World. Zio and Mr. World, who was controlled by Klein, stood up again and nodded in greeting to everyone after Mr. Fool's introduction. The other members of the Tarot Club also nodded in response and announced their respective codenames. Klein also noticed Avon's attention to World and was secretly pleased, as this was what he wanted. Because Avon knew too much about Mr. Fool and had too deep a relationship with Klein in reality, he was very worried that Avon would one day equate Mr. Fool with Klein. Having Avon equate World with Klein would help him protect the identity of Mr. Fool. This was also one of his original intentions for creating World with the marionettist Beander characteristic of Rosago. So, upon discovering that Avon wanted to investigate World's true identity, Klein immediately controlled World to nod slightly towards Mr. Power. And Avon, like a child who had received the desired answer, withdrew his investigative gaze with satisfaction. This also made the other members understand that Mr. Power truly knew Mr. World in reality. Perhaps Mr. World was even introduced to Mr. Fool by Mr. Power. And the eye contact between Miss Magician and Miss Judgment was keenly captured by Alger. Miss Justice and Mr. Power know each other in reality. Miss Magician was introduced by Miss Justice and also knows her in reality. And now Miss Magician knows Miss Judgment in reality. Does this mean that the Strength, Justice, Magician, Judgment, and World all know each other in reality? Are they all fellow Backland residents, or even close friends? If so, besides Sun who is in the forsaken land of the gods, wouldn't I be the only outsider? This discovery instantly reminded Alger of the dozen or so families within the Storm Church that monopolized power. They were intermarried, classmates, supported each other, and relied on each other. It was very difficult for outsiders to break into their circle, so much so that to compete for the extremely narrow path of promotion, ambitious individuals could only actively apply to venture out. Alger's decision to actively apply to patrol the seas for the Storm God and venture out was due to this reason. From Mr. Fool's demeanor, he clearly doesn't care about the private relationships among the Tarot Club members. So, I cannot be excluded from this small circle. Instead, I should actively join in. I can no longer stand by idly as before. I should actively interact with other members, and preparations for the transaction with Mr. Power should begin. Except for Sun, everyone else is from Backland. Should I also buy a house in Backland and become a Backland resident? But I don't have much money left after advancing to Wind Blessed. It seems I should quickly go to that island with many Beander materials this weekend. Harvester, a wave. Hanged Man Alger, upon discovering the interaction between World and the Strength, and the eye contact between Magician and Judgment, felt a great sense of urgency. His thoughts even drifted to buying a house, so much so that Klein, who had been waiting for him to proactively submit Rosal's diary, was somewhat dumbfounded. What's wrong today? Why is Hanged Man spaced out again? The other members also noticed Mr. Fool looking at Hanged Man, so they all looked at Alger as well, startling the awakened Alger. He then remembered that he still owed Mr. Fool Rosal the Great's diary and quickly said, Sorry, Mr. Fool, I accidentally zoned out. I'm still submitting 6 pages of the diary this time. This is the limit of my memory. The last page will be submitted to you next time. Klein naturally wouldn't punish Alger for this, but he was curious why he had spaced out at this moment. I also collected 2 pages of Rosal the Great's diary this time. After Alger spoke, Avon also indicated that he had never forgotten Mr. Fool's needs and had actively collected 2 pages of the diary for him. Hearing Alger's words, Klein was naturally delighted, as these diaries were owed to him by Alger, so he naturally didn't need to pay any extra price. However, Avon's diaries were not so easy to obtain. Avon did indeed owe Klein a considerable sum of cash, but he owed nothing to Mr. Fool. On the contrary, Mr. Fool owed Avon payment for several pages of the diary. Mr. Fool wouldn't have the face to use Klein's debt to cancel his own, as that would instantly shatter Mr. Fool's prestige. Moreover, the crucial point was that Avon was not short of money, or even formulas and materials. So, what he was most worried about now was that Avon would propose conditions he couldn't meet. He could only hope that Avon would once again let him owe it, as before. After receiving Mr. Fool's permission, Alger and Avon simultaneously focused their minds, recalled the diary content, and expressed a strong desire to write. They quickly wrote down the content and sent it into Mr. Fool's hand. Furs, attending the Tarot Club for the second time, and Zio, attending for the first time, watched the diary appear in Mr. Fool's hand with envious eyes, almost drooling. At the same time, they were extremely annoyed with themselves for having ignored Rosal's diary at previous Beander gatherings. Even though they now knew the value of Rosal the Great's diary, there was no way to salvage the situation, because the diaries circulating on the market in Backland had long since been swept away by Miss Justice Audrey, who had introduced them to the Beander pathway. They believed they had already been submitted to Mr. Fool, and it was too late for them to collect any more now. Thinking of this, Furs and Zio couldn't help but look at Miss Justice Audrey with a resentful gaze. As a psychiatrist, Audrey naturally perceived Furs and Zio's emotions, but she could only stick out her tongue in her heart and pretend not to see them. Rosal's diary, a versatile currency that could be exchanged for precious knowledge, intelligence, materials, and assistance from Mr. Fool, was something that even the closest friends could not yield. Klein didn't pay attention to the little thoughts of the Tarot Club members and lowered his head to read the first page of the diary. February 9th, I had my 3rd child. I named him Bonneva. The 6 pages of diary submitted by Alger contained a great deal of content. Rosal not only detailed his family situation but also mentioned Zeratl's prophecy concerning his 3 children and some information about the Sauron family. Most importantly, Rosal mentioned for the first time a mysterious organization that possessed a blasphemy slate, and explicitly stated his intention to create blasphemy slate to disrupt the world's situation. As for the most shocking news mentioned within, that the pinnacle of each pathway was not the commonly known Sequence 1, but Sequence 0, representing a true god, such as Sequence 0's son. Klein was not surprised by this, because Avon had already mentioned this information in a previous transaction with Alger. Moreover, from Avon's experience, the mysterious city on him was key to his successful dual pathway potion consumption, and it concerned high-level matters of both the hunter and assassin pathways. And this mysterious city was clearly on the same level as the Grey Fog, so Klein had long suspected that the Grey Fog was a common item for the Seer, Marauder, and Apprentice pathways. Klein's sequence was still too low, and he was powerless to explore the Grey Fog, so what he was most concerned about now was the mysterious gathering with the blasphemy slate, and the situation of Rosal's eldest daughter, Bernadette, who Zeratul had prophesied would become a great figure in the Beander world. This mysterious gathering actually possesses a complete blasphemy slate. It's truly enviable. Unlike my tarot club, which is basically an empty shell right now. I wonder who the organizer is. It shouldn't be the 7 Orthodox deities. If it were in the hands of the Orthodox deities, they would certainly hide it to maintain the order they've created, and wouldn't use it to recruit people. Rosal also wouldn't have possibly seen this blasphemy slate with his own eyes. Then it must be an evil god. Who could it be? The dark side of the universe. Primordial demoness. True creator. The end of Rosal's diary feels a bit like being an enemy to the whole world, giving up. Is it because of this mysterious organization? Also, Rosal never wrote down the name of this mysterious organization from beginning to end. Was he afraid to write it? Or unable to write it? Can even Chinese characters not guarantee secrecy? Didn't they say that Chinese characters are a script that even true gods cannot decipher? Is that a rumor? Well, whether deities can decipher it, apart from the angels of the major churches, no one else can know. But if deities can decipher it, then will the secret of the transmigrator not be a secret at all in the eyes of deities? Thinking of this, Klein held his breath. If this wasn't the gray fog and he didn't have a real body, he might have been sweating cold. Because this was his biggest secret, which he believed he had concealed the best. If the secret of transmigration was not a secret at all, then could his existence be hidden from those true gods? For a moment, Klein felt a chill run down his spine, as if pairs of eyes were watching him, and he was like someone stripped naked, only able to shiver. But Klein was Klein after all. After the Tingen incident, after being controlled by 008, the great battle with Migos, and the descent of the true creator, he had become a true warrior. So Klein quickly regained his composure, constantly telling himself that deities were not omniscient and omnipotent. No holy text of any Orthodox deity's church, except for the Aurora Order, stated that deities knew everything and could do anything. Therefore, he shouldn't scare himself. If he became paranoid and suspicious of everything, he wouldn't be able to live his life. It took Klein a while to adjust his mindset, but he had planted a seed in his heart, a seed of doubt about everything. If Zeratul's prophecy was true, then Rosal's eldest daughter, Bernadette, might still be alive. After all, it was reasonable for high-sequence Beyonders to have longer lifespans than ordinary people. Mr. Azek was an ancient being who had lived for at least one epoch. Perhaps if I have the opportunity to become a high-sequence Beyonder in the future, I can proactively seek out Bernadette. I believe she should have quite a few of Rosal's diaries. After all, Rosal's diary, which had no value in others' eyes, was her old father's relics. Zeratul is an angel of the seer pathway, he specializes in his craft, so his prophecy should be credible. The quality of the diary Hanged Man provided today is very high. I wonder what content Avon's diary has. Klein gave Alger a mental thumbs up, then turned his gaze to the diary Avon submitted. Just one look almost made Klein lose his composure. January 16th, the taste of a demoness is truly exquisite. Klein's mouth twitched. He felt that he had still underestimated the breadth of mind and extreme tastes of a great emperor. Such a formidable figure indeed could not be viewed from an ordinary person's perspective. Klein suppressed his urge to complain and continued reading. January 20th, I finished the second blasphemy slate. Let me think, where should I hide it? I plan to disguise it as a bookmark and clip it into a very valuable book. If the recipient isn't someone fated, it will be difficult for them to imagine that in a highly valuable book, the most valuable thing is actually that inconspicuous bookmark. Good, this idea is good. The most valuable thing in the study should be the manuscripts I compiled based on inventions I thought of in my previous life but never created. I'll clip this blasphemy slate in there. Avon's request. Seeing the last entry in the diary, Klein's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. Blasphemy slate. Could it be the blasphemy slate of the seer pathway? Why didn't Rosal make it clear at such a crucial moment? Yesterday's newspaper headline was about easing the tension between Loan and Intis, with news that Intis would send people to hold a memorial exhibition for Emperor Rosal. It was said that everything exhibited was something Rosal used during his lifetime. Would there be the manuscript where Rosal placed the blasphemy slate? Because of Avon, Klein had known about the Beyonder characteristic convergence law very early on. And now it was basically confirmed that the gray fog was a high-level item involving the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways. If there truly was a manuscript of Emperor Rosal in this exhibition, and the bookmark inside was indeed a blasphemy slate, then could this exhibition be due to the gray fog influencing destiny and triggering the Beander characteristic convergence law? Thinking of this, Klein felt his heart pounding so hard he could barely suppress it. Even if this bookmark wasn't from the seer pathway, if it was from the apprentice or marauder pathways, it would still be a huge gain for him. From the attitude and arrangements of the Church of the Night Goddess, Klein already vaguely sensed the Evernight Goddess's extraordinary attention to seers of the seer pathway. A little further thought revealed that the City of Night, in the Hornassus Mountains was annihilated by the Night Church, and the treasure of the Antigonus family, who controlled the seer pathway and possessed half of Mr. Fool, was also in the Hornassus Mountains. This couldn't help but make Klein suspect that the Church of the Night Goddess did this entirely to cut off the spread of the seer pathway magic potion formula. Adding to that the captive mermaids, holding all the faceless who wanted to advance to marionettist, setting up layers of obstacles and blockades. Could it be all for him, the seer who inherited the gray fog? So, although the secret order still existed, Klein actually didn't hold much hope for obtaining high-sequence magic potion formulas for the seer pathway. Klein even suspected that Zeratul, the Sequence 2 angel and founder of the secret order, had already met with misfortune, and it was the doing of the Church of the Night Goddess. Because Zeratul had once entrusted Emperor Rosal, wanting to obtain the Antigonus notebook. And this notebook was the source that triggered his crossing, and had even once contaminated the sealed artifact behind the Chinese gate in Tingan City, leaving him with a mysterious symbol pointing towards the Hornassus Mountains. If Zeratul also went to the Hornassus Mountains after obtaining the notebook, it would be no different from walking into a tiger's den. Klein would never believe that the Evernight Goddess, who annihilated the City of Night, would relax her vigilance over the still mysterious Hornassus Mountains. So, after eliminating Rosago and recognizing reality, Klein already had the intention of switching pathways when advancing to a high sequence. However, he also had a hidden concern. The captain and Daly had once made some guesses about his pathway. That is, the first 5 sequences of the seer pathway do not have obvious progressive relationships, each providing a specific aspect of seer ability. And then a qualitative change occurs at the crucial sequence 4 node. If this conjecture were true, then the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathways might not be interchangeable at sequence 4, but only at sequence 3 for cross-pathway advancement. In any case, Klein's own path to advancement was very narrow in the foreseeable future, so no matter which pathway's magic potion formula this blasphemy slate contained, Klein wanted to take the risk to acquire it. Klein did this not because he had a great desire to advance, but because he knew that if he could not advance to a high sequence, then he would find it very difficult to defeat Ins Zangwil, who possessed 008, and thus would not be able to avenge his original self and the many innocent victims in Tingan. As Mr. Fool gazed at the diary in his hand for a long time, constantly lost in thought, everyone present also noticed that Mr. Fool had been looking at the diary submitted by Mr. Power for too long. They couldn't help but secretly look up at Mr. Fool, and then also secretly look at Avon. Mr. Fool has been looking at this diary for too long. Is the content of the diary very surprising? I really want to know what's written in it. Miss Justice, Audrey, looked enviously at Mr. Power, Avon, who remained completely still. Mr. Fool advocates fair trade. I wonder what request Avon will make to Mr. Fool. Although the others didn't speak, they were generally envious that Avon could submit such a valuable Rosal diary, and at the same time, they speculated in their hearts what reward Mr. Fool would give. Klein finally woke up from his thoughts of obtaining important information and also realized that he had spent too long looking at Avon's diary. He couldn't help but inwardly scold himself, and at the same time, felt an unusual headache. Because his performance was too obvious, justice resides in people's hearts, and he absolutely could not show an attitude of treating this page of the diary lightly. This would tarnish the image of Mr. Fool, who had always cultivated an image of fairness. As the founder of a secret organization without deep roots, Klein relied on the gravitas of Mr. Fool to maintain the normal operation of the Tarot Club. If Mr. Fool lost his gravitas and became low, then the Tarot Club would not be far from falling apart, and this was something Klein absolutely could not tolerate. So, he could only chuckle and say, "Sorry to keep you waiting. The content of the diary submitted by Mr. Power is very important." Saying this, Mr. Fool, without waiting for others to respond, turned to look at Avon and then said, "The diary you submitted records very important content and is of great help to me. I advocate fair trade. What do you wish to obtain? As long as I can do it." After speaking, Klein looked at Avon with extreme nervousness, very worried that he would make a request that he could not fulfill. Hearing Mr. Fool's promise, everyone in the Tarot Club looked at Mr. Power, who hadn't even swayed, with envious gazes. At the same time, they inwardly marveled at Mr. Power's composure, not losing his composure even after receiving such a significant promise from Mr. Fool. Mr. Power, Avon, of course, would not lose his composure because of Mr. Fool's promise, because no one knew Klein's financial situation better than him. What was there to be excited about a promise from a pauper? However, Avon had already decided on his request before attending the Tarot Club, so he spoke without any hesitation. Emperor Rosal saw the legendary blasphemy slate and, based on it, created 22 blasphemy slates, representing 22 Beander pathways. Legend has it that these 22 blasphemy slates contain the ultimate mysteries of the 22 Beander pathways. I hope to obtain one of the blasphemy slates representing the lawyer pathway or the arbiter pathway. Avon's words shocked the entire Tarot Club. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to him, especially Miss Justice Audrey and Mr. Hanged Man Alger, who understood Mr. Power the most, as well as Mr. Fool sitting at the head of the table. Because they all knew that Avon was a Beander of the Hunter pathway, yet the blasphemy slate he hoped to obtain was not of the Hunter pathway, and was not even among the two options he provided. What did this mean? Did this mean that Avon no longer lacked magic potion formulas for future advancements? Thinking back to Mr. Power's previous transactions and requests at the Tarot Club, he had sought the Conspirer and Harvester magic potion formulas, but before anyone could trade with him, he cancelled that request at the last Tarot Club and instead sought corresponding auxiliary materials. At that time, everyone was still guessing that Mr. Power had collected related formulas at other gatherings, but now it seems more likely that he won't have to worry about magic potion formulas in the future. He has already obtained the blasphemy slate of the Hunter pathway. Audrey and Alger were both stunned by their inner conjectures. They were almost 100% certain of their guesses, and then looked at Avon with either envy or jealousy. Mr. Sun, Derek, was very sensitive to the blasphemy slate Avon mentioned, because this item had also been mentioned in their general knowledge class in the City of Silver. It was through this familiar item that he completely confirmed that his world and the world of the other Tarot Club members were deeply connected. So he stared intently at Avon, hoping to get more information from him during their exchange later. Miss Magician, Furs, kept regretting in her heart her previous disregard for Rosal's diary. At the same time, she thought about the difficulty of obtaining magic potion formulas. She had spent several years and still couldn't collect the Sequence 8 Trickmaster formula. If it weren't for Avon's help, she would probably still be an insignificant apprentice. Thinking of this, she felt incredibly disheartened. And Zio Derecha, after Avon publicly called out the blasphemy slate of the Arbiter pathway, immediately looked directly at Mr. Fool sitting at the head of the table, clearly very interested in this blasphemy slate that was most compatible with herself. At the same time, she also wondered if Mr. Power was a Beander of the Arbiter or Lawyer pathway, but after secretly glancing at Mr. Power, she shook her head again, feeling it didn't seem likely. Mr. World, who was attending the Tarot Club for the first time, just like Miss Judgment, seemed like an outsider. He even appeared more composed than Mr. Power, showing no reaction whatsoever from beginning to end, drawing the attention and wild thoughts of other Tarot Club members who were secretly observing him, especially Audrey. As for Klein, he thought even more, because he understood Avon better and knew that Avon was a dual pathway Beander. But now, Avon not only didn't mention the blasphemy slate of the Hunter pathway, but also didn't mention the blasphemy slate of the Demoness pathway. This Could it be that Avon had already acquired the blasphemy slates for both of these pathways? Is this the mysterious city on him, and its attraction to items of these two pathways? Then does this also mean that the blasphemy slate mentioned by Rosal in his diary is indeed the blasphemy slate of the three pathways I hoped for? Because of Avon's example, Klein's confidence in the pathways of the blasphemy slate mentioned in the diary greatly increased, and he was already eager to take action. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. What Avon wanted to exchange for was a blasphemy slate, something that could reasonably maintain Mr. Fool's gravitas and allow him to muddle through. After a brief silence, Mr. Fool chuckled and said, "First, we must confirm a fact. I am not omniscient, nor omnipotent." Mr. Fool's words did not surprise those present, because even deities were not omniscient and omnipotent. This was something even the Orthodox churches admitted. So, Mr. Fool's humility did not make them underestimate him. Instead, it made them lower their heads even further, listening respectfully to what he would say next. The blasphemy slates created by Rosal have strong anti-divination and anti-prophecy functions. Even deities cannot detect them, so I cannot find these two blasphemy slates for you. You can change your request. After hearing Mr. Fool's words, everyone looked at Mr. Power, but Avon remained as composed as before, showing no sign of disappointment. Instead, he calmly said, "Then I have no other requests. I only hope that if Mr. Fool has any relevant clues in the future, he can inform me." Mr. Fool, Klein, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Thankfully, he managed to muddle through. At the same time, he couldn't help but lament how he would muddle through in the future, especially as everyone's sequences became higher and higher, and the requests they made became increasingly difficult to fulfill. This made Klein, who was originally somewhat complacent about his advancement speed, feel a sense of urgency again. So, after Avon stated his request, he quickly signaled that others could begin trading. Alger had just completed a transaction with Avon regarding the ghost ship, obtaining the wind-blessed magic potion formula and the Dragon Eye Sea Eagle's eyeball, and also knew where the Blue Shadow Falcon's tracks were, preparing to hunt it. So, he had no trading needs and simply shook his head to indicate he had no requests. And Audrey, who was equally senior, seeing that Mr. Hanged Man had no needs, eagerly spoke. Seeking the Spectator Pathway Sequence 6 Hypnotist Magic Potion Formula. Miss Justice has advanced to Sequence 7 Psychiatrist. Almost everyone had this thought flash through their minds and felt surprised, including Avon. Because when Avon saw Audrey 2 days ago, she hadn't advanced yet. Everyone present, except for the son, was startled by Audrey's advancement speed. Alger was very clear about when Miss Justice became a Beander. He was the one who sold the Spectator Magic Potion formula to Miss Justice. And Furs and Zio, who knew Audrey's identity, were even more astonished, because in their eyes, Audrey entered the Beander world even later. Is Miss Audrey preparing for a rainy day, collecting formulas in advance? Avon's influence. The Tarot Club fell into a temporary silence, with no one responding to Audrey's request for a transaction. Even the son, Derek, who had provided Audrey with the psychiatrist magic potion formula, remained silent, because the City of Silver's formulas only went up to sequence 7. This left Audrey, who had been hopeful, feeling somewhat disappointed and determined to accelerate her contact with Psychology Alchemist's members. Previously, Avon had given her some information about Psychology Alchemist's members, and she had been consistently using various banquets to subtly convey her strong interest in the spectator pathway to these individuals, with very significant results. Audrey also sensed the Psychology Alchemist's interest in her, but she herself had not yet made up her mind. Today's failed transaction, however, solidified her final decision. As soon as the Tarot Club ended, she would establish substantive contact with them. I have no other transaction requests. I also have nothing I need to trade. Given Avon's status and resources, the current Tarot Club was clearly unable to satisfy him, so he spoke directly. This was originally a very ordinary statement, but in the ears of the Tarot Club members, who had speculated that Mr. Power might possess a hunter Pathway Blasphemy Slate, it felt like a very subtle challenge. Besides Mr. Fool, you are all small fries at this gathering. You don't even have the qualifications to hear what I need or what I want to trade. The reason for this is not that I look down on you, but simply that you are too weak and your level is too low. The key was that they couldn't refute it, because compared to transactions involving things like blasphemy slates, the so-called low and mid-sequence formulas and materials were simply too childish. Even Mr. Fool, sitting at the very top, felt the same way, because he himself knew very well how much power Mr. Fool actually possessed. Only the simple-minded son, Derek, did not have these subtle emotions. Instead, seeing that Avon had nothing to trade, he spoke directly. I need a weapon that suits me and can enhance my combat power. Because of Avon's unexpected involvement, Derek had collected magic potion formulas and corresponding materials much earlier, so his magic potion digestion speed was also faster than in the original work. In a few days, he would be able to advance to Sequence 8, Light Supplicant. According to the City of Silver's regulations, once he advanced to Sequence 8, he would have to join an explorer team, not to mention that he was currently the only Beyander of the Sun pathway in the City of Silver. In the harsh environment of the City of Silver, what was most needed were Beyanders of the Sun pathway. I can help you search for such Beyander weapons. No sooner had Derek made his request than Mr. World, who had been very quiet on the gray fog, suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. This startled many people, who then realized there was such a person at the Tarot Club. However, Klein also had his difficulties, because his channel for finding Beyander weapons, the Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes' Gathering, was introduced to him by Avon. He was worried that Avon would snatch this deal, as he was now eager to transact with the Sun, which was related to his advancement. Then, Mr. World, what do you require of me? Derek asked without hesitation. The pituitary gland of a mutated thousand-faced hunter, or the characteristic of a human-skinned shadow. After the battle with Rosago, Klein felt that he would be able to digest the magician magic potion in less than a week, so he needed to start preparing proactively. To be honest, his magic potion digestion speed also far exceeded expectations, and starting to collect the main materials for the faceless magic potion now was already quite late. At the same time, Klein also knew that these two items were very rare and had only been seen in the Nighthawks' data, so he had always placed his greatest hope on the City of Silver channel represented by Derek. The two materials you mentioned are both worth at least £2,000, and it wouldn't be surprising if someone offered £3,000 for them on the market. Alger, as if worried that the Sun was inexperienced and would be deceived by the seemingly seasoned World, spoke up righteously. Having already decided to actively integrate into the Tarot Club members' circle, Alger would never let go of such a good opportunity to stand out. Although he might offend Mr. World, he could gain the favor of the three more emotional ladies. Indeed, after he spoke up for the Sun, both Miss Justice, Miss Magician, and Miss Judgment showed expressions of appreciation for his righteous words. I understand. Thank you. Derek also heard Alger's goodwill. He turned his head and nodded to him in thanks, then said to Mr. World. I'm sorry, Mr. World, I haven't heard of the two materials you mentioned. Can you suggest something else? For example, the blood crystal of a demonic wolf and the fangs of a jungle hunter. Klein was naturally very disappointed with this result, as it meant that the difficulty of collecting the main materials for the Faceless was far beyond his imagination. But hearing the latter half of the Sun's words, his heart stirred, because these were the auxiliary materials that Avon's superior had sought at the Tarot Club. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly changed his tone and said, "What good are these two things to me?" The reason Klein changed his words so urgently was that he suddenly realized that Mr. World, who had just joined the Tarot Club, could not possibly know Avon's needs from the previous Tarot Club meeting. Avon, seeing through the situation, found it amusing but did not expose him. Instead, he smoothed things over by saying, I need the two items Mr. Sun mentioned. These are what I sought at the last Tarot Club meeting. I can offer 600 gold pounds for both materials. As for the human-skinned shadow characteristic that Mr. World needs, I know where to find it. We can do a three-way transaction, provided you make up the difference in price. As soon as Avon said this, it once again drew everyone's attention, because everyone present had a rough idea of the rarity of the two materials Mr. World mentioned. They hadn't expected that even with such rare materials, Mr. Power could produce them. This couldn't help but make everyone re-evaluate the value of the channels behind him. And the Hanged Man, Alger, further solidified his previous judgment. Mr. Power was definitely a direct descendant of the Augustus family. Only Klein smiled bitterly in his heart, because he was certain that Avon had equated World with Klein, although he didn't know where he had revealed a flaw. Because Avon, with clues to the human-skinned shadow characteristic and the old gentleman Wisdom Eyes' channel, could have completely transacted with him and the Sun separately, but he still chose a three-way transaction. This was clearly him looking out for Klein. At the same time, Avon was also pressuring him to contact him proactively after the Tarot Club. Others didn't know that Avon could also provide Beander weapons, so they thought the three-way transaction was natural, but Klein clearly knew this. So, knowing that he was being looked after, Klein, if he had any sense of decency, should proactively express his gratitude afterward. Of course, Klein could also pretend not to know or understand Avon's hints, but he truly regarded Avon as a friend in his heart, so he couldn't feign ignorance. I agree. Mr. Sun and Mr. World successively congratulated Avon on the three-way transaction he proposed. Then, World feigned ignorance and asked how to conduct the transaction, and Miss Justice, Audrey, the active member of the Tarot Club, provided a free explanation. After Avon's three-way transaction was completed, Miss Magician, Furs, then spoke with some apprehension. I need the blood crystal of a ravaging octopus and a meteorite crystal. I can offer 800 gold pounds for each material. When Furs said this, she was actually a bit apprehensive, because she had previously squandered a lot of money due to not having hope for her future life, and coupled with her disinterest in the various tasks issued by Military Intelligence Section 9, she was a bit short on cash. She had spent 1,000 gold pounds to acquire the astrologer magic potion formula from Mr. Power last time, and she had to secretly borrow 300 gold pounds from Avon to make up the amount. So, she wasn't penniless now, but she was certainly impoverished. Whether she should feel fortunate or sad, no one had ever seen the two materials she mentioned, so the transaction naturally couldn't even be discussed. Furs naturally didn't have to worry about the problem of having goods but no money. After Furs came Misjudgment, Zio, who had also just joined the Tarot Club today. Zio was attending the Tarot Club for the first time today, so she was determined to speak less and observe more. However, when it was her turn, she didn't hesitate and spoke directly. I'm seeking the magic potion formula for Sequence 6 Feet Judge, of the Arbiter Pathway, for 2,000 gold pounds. As she spoke, Zio focused on observing Mr. Power's reaction, because according to his previous request to Mr. Fool, he should have a Beander of the Arbiter Pathway or Lawyer Pathway behind him, and their sequence should not be low. Therefore, Mr. Power was more likely to obtain the Judge Magic Potion formula. Indeed, Mr. Power spoke directly to Zio Derecha. I can help you search, but don't hold too much hope. Zio Derecha nodded knowingly. As a middle-level cadre of Military Intelligence Section 9, she understood very well the control over the related formulas and materials for these two pathways. This was not merely an artificial scarcity, but rather an influence of orderly forces. At the same time, her transaction request also served as a certain probe. To have the confidence to engage in such a transaction with her, one must have an official background. Could Mr. Power be a colleague from Military Intelligence Section 9? Zio Derecha looked at Mr. Power with some suspicion, but due to the double concealment of Mr. Fool and Avon, she couldn't discern anything. Because the sequences of the Tarot Club members were all higher than in the original work during the same period, the frequency of successful transactions had also decreased. These were all influences brought about by Avon's appearance. Seeing that no one had any transaction requests, Mr. Fool spoke again. You may now engage in free communication. After speaking, he sat upright and looked at the other members with a smile. After receiving permission from Mr. Fool, Miss Justice, Audrey, eagerly asked Avon. Mr. Power, you once said that there's a big conspiracy behind Backland, involving the Demonist sect, Theosophy Order, Aurora Order, and the Lewin Kingdom. Duke Nigan's assassination and the sea slave trade are very likely related to this. Are the assassinations of 2 Intis ambassadors in the Lewin Kingdom last week related to the great disaster you mentioned? Audrey had long suspected this, and it was one of the reasons she entrusted the task of investigating Alice to Avon. The reason she was now asking at the Tarot Club was to bring it up in front of the other members to see if she could expand her sources of information and gain some intelligence. Audrey's words quickly piqued the interest of almost everyone present, as this could be said to be the biggest event in the world, involving 2 powerful North Continent nations. Furthermore, most of those present were Lonis, so they naturally showed strong interest in this question. Everyone then turned their gaze to Mr. Power, who knew a great deal. Avon understood Audrey's intentions with a slight thought, but he found it somewhat amusing, because no one understood the inside story better than him. The assassinations of the 2 Intis ambassadors had nothing to do with the Backland conspiracy, they just happened to coincide, which aroused Audrey's suspicion. The assassinations of the 2 ambassadors have nothing to do with the Backland conspiracy. The death of the former ambassador was related to the Fasak Empire, and the attack on the new ambassador was related to the Lewin Kingdom's recent military reforms. Strictly speaking, it was the Lewin Kingdom's internal affairs that cost him his life. These 2 incidents just happened to coincide. Avon naturally couldn't explain the whole matter clearly, so he could only give the most reasonable explanation, not the most accurate one. Avon's answer gave everyone some conjectures, and at the same time, it reconfirmed the Tarot Club members' conjectures about Avon. If Avon wasn't an official related person from the Lewin Kingdom, he couldn't have understood such complex inside information in such a short time. Especially Furs and Zio, they knew that Military Intelligence Section 9's internal communication actually didn't have a comprehensive announcement about the entire matter. The external announcement was only issued for political needs, and there was no truth to it whatsoever. Furs and Zio exchanged glances, understanding each other's conjectures, and both planned to secretly pay attention. After the last Tarot Club, I also paid attention to the situation at sea, and indeed found that many tribal islands had disappeared, and the slave trade was indeed very prosperous, with prices doubling compared to last year. Last time, Avon had issued a request for clues, and Alger indeed wanted to learn more about the inside story of Backland from Avon, so he specifically conducted an investigation. Moreover, I also found that Disease Admiral Tracy, who replaced Keelangos, seems to be deeply involved, which has caused dissatisfaction among Deep Sea Admiral and Twilight Admiral, who almost monopolized the large-scale slave trade. Because the King of the Five Seas Nast had established the Order of the Sea, the 4 kings and 7 generals all had their traditional spheres of influence. Disease Admiral, who inherited Keelangos's position, should have inherited Hurricane Admiral's plundering trade routes, and should not have dabbled in the large-scale slave trade. But she did so now, which naturally caused dissatisfaction among Deep Sea Admiral and Twilight Admiral. Coupled with their desire to test the newcomer, a major battle among the pirate generals seemed inevitable. The pirate gathering and Avon's warning. Hearing the intelligence Alger shared, Avon's heart stirred. This was information not mentioned in the original work, but after a moment's thought, he found it quite reasonable. This was the aftermath of Keelangos's unexpected death. So, was there anything here that could be exploited? Avon combined the Military Intelligence Section 9 had gathered during this period with the events that occurred in the original timeline, falling into deep thought. But then he immediately stated firmly. They won't fight. Five Seas King Nast wouldn't let them fight to the death. Why won't they fight? From what I know, these pirates are all extremely vicious. Normally, they might consider Nasty's reputation, but once it involves their personal interests, they won't care as much. The first to refute Avon was surprisingly not Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, who had always been at odds with him, but Miss Judgment, who was attending the tarot club for the first time today. Zio Derecha had been paying close attention to Avon since the blasphemy slate incident. And she was no longer the same. She had become a genuine mid-sequence Beander, a promising mid-level cadre in Military Intelligence Section 9, and understood many things about the Beander world. She knew that none of the 7 pirate generals on the ocean were simple. They all had powerful forces supporting them, which allowed them to evade the pursuit of various navies. Normally, they might respect 5 Seas King Nasty's demigod strength and abide by certain rules. But once it came to concrete, tangible interests, those audacious pirate generals might not be so easy to deal with. Therefore, she strongly disagreed with Avon's conclusion. Coupled with her desire to test Avon, she couldn't help but speak up in refutation. Avon chuckled softly, immediately seeing through Zio's thoughts but not caring. Because he viewed Zio and Furs as key members of his future team, he didn't mind them seeing through his identity. In fact, because he wanted to bring all members of the Tarot Club, including Klein, under his influence, he didn't care at all if others saw through his identity. The reason he didn't reveal his cards during his last meeting with Alger was because Alger was being dishonest at the time, and he didn't want to expose his identity so easily, lest he be underestimated. On the contrary, Avon had misled him. This way, when Alger discovered he had been played in the future, he would be more compliant. This was also a form of discipline. So, facing Zio Derecha's open refutation, Avon patiently explained. Orderly Beyonders, once they reach the demigod stage, whether it's digesting potions or preparing for the next stage of the promotion ritual, cannot do without the order they create. The Ocean Order of the 4 Kings and 7 Generals and the formulation of the Pirate Code, or Nasty's foundation. He cannot let them go unchecked. Battles often occur between pirate generals and even between pirate kings when they meet, but their battles rarely break through these orders. However, this current situation is not simple. Disease General Tracis' rash intervention in the slave trade clearly has strong backing from a hidden force. The clash between the two sides can no longer be seen as a common conflict of interests. It is very likely to bring uncontrollable risks. And this is not what 5 Seas King Nast wants to see, so he will definitely intervene personally to mediate. Avon explained very thoroughly, and everyone at the Tarot Club, including Mr. Fool, nodded in agreement. This is only one reason why I believe this major battle won't happen. Another reason is the Loan Kingdom itself. This July, the world's first ironclad was launched in Loan Kingdom's Pritz Harbor, marking the advent of the ironclad era. Weapon construction always has clear objectives, and the Prime Minister made it very clear in his speech at the launching ceremony. From that day on, the 7 pirates who call themselves generals, and the 4 pirates who claim to be kings, can only tremble and await their doom. No one would believe that the Loan Kingdom built ironclads without targeting other countries, but using the 4 kings and 7 pirates as a stepping stone for the ironclads is a consensus among the Loan Kingdom's high-ranking officials. Under these circumstances, Nast needs to concentrate on the upcoming challenges, and it's not just him. The other 3 pirate kings might also become targets of the Loan Kingdom, so they should also support Nasty's actions. At this point, everyone was convinced by Avon's judgment. Moreover, Furs and Zio both reaffirmed that Mr. Power was definitely a high-ranking figure in the Loan Kingdom. Otherwise, how could he possess such a high-level perspective? If I'm not mistaken, Nast will soon convene a pirate gathering to mediate the relevant conflicts. This will be a grand event, and at the same time, it might be an opportunity for us. At that time, pirates from all over the world will gather, and things rarely seen normally will surely appear. As he spoke, Avon looked at Alger with a meaningful gaze, and his words also reminded the members of the Tarot Club, who also looked at Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, with sparkling eyes. Alger looked around and then solemnly said, "If it's truly as Mr. Power said, I will help everyone keep an eye out for relevant matters." Everyone thanked Alger, as there were quite a few unfulfilled transactions at today's Tarot Club. Mr. Hanged Man's intelligence regarding Disease General is very useful. I'm prepared to pay £150. What do you think? After everyone quieted down, Avon decided to fulfill his promise from the last gathering, offering a high price for Alger's information. Alger was silent for a moment upon hearing this. He revealed this information primarily to gain more insight into Backland from Avon, and he hadn't expected Mr. Power to be so generous. He couldn't help but sigh enviously in his heart, so rich. Then, still feigning modesty, he said indifferently, "All right." Avon's generosity also stirred the hearts of Furs and Zio. After all, both of them were currently penniless, even in debt. Such a generous trading partner naturally made their hearts pound. Not to mention them, even the seemingly most unfathomable Mr. Fool couldn't help but feel his heart pound. Although he held many claims, they were only paper money, not cash. Because he had been preparing to hunt Rosago during this period, his detective business hadn't made much progress, and he didn't have much cash left, living a tight life. If someone had the two materials he needed this time, to acquire them and complete the payment, he would only be able to press Avon for debt. Moreover, to enlist Miss Sharon and Marich, he had promised to help them hunt down members of some evil god organizations in the future. Although he didn't know the specific information yet, Klein believed that Miss Sharon and Marich's enemies would definitely not be simple. Therefore, he also wanted to customize powerful sealed artifacts through Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes' gathering during this period, which would be another large sum of money, so Klein was truly very poor now. Seeing that Audrey didn't speak again, Avon thought for a moment and then said, "I mentioned at a previous tarot club that the Life School of Thought was attacked by the Aurora Order, and the Life Counselor fled to Backland, triggering the largest angel battle since the assassination of Emperor Rosal, which then led to the True Creator's descent." Avon hadn't even finished speaking when Miss Judgment, Zio Derecha, widened her eyes and looked at Miss Magician, Furs, sitting beside her, scolding her for not telling her this news. And Miss Magician, Furs, gave Zio a 100-eyed stare. "Do you dare tell me this in reality? This involves several grade 0 sealed artifacts, angels, and even deities. If it weren't for Mr. Fool's domain, I wouldn't dare speak of these things rashly, to prevent any accidents." Zio was, after all, an experienced Beander. After a brief thought, she understood Furs's predicament and immediately retracted her gaze, staring intently at Avon, wanting to learn more information. After this incident, the True Creator's King of Angels, Ouroboros, did not give up and has been lingering around Backland, attempting to re-enter Backland. Neither the Augustus royal family nor the three great churches will allow this situation to persist for long. According to the information I've received, they will take action this week. If any of you are in Backland during this time, it's best to be careful. Too many major events have happened in Backland these past few months. Everyone has to live cautiously, but still, thank you for the reminder." Mr. World, who had been silent, suddenly complained about Backland's public safety but still thanked Avon for the reminder. And Mr. World's complaint resonated with almost everyone present. If it weren't for their confidence in the three great churches and the royal family, they would all want to move out of Backland for a while. During this period, either important figures were assassinated, or angels invaded the city. A few days ago, there was also the embassy bloodbath and the army entering the city for a curfew, and in a few days, another angel battle was about to happen. Ordinary Beyonders really couldn't handle being tossed around like this. Living in Backland truly required a strong heart. Watching everyone looking sympathetic, Avon only found it amusing. With his arms crossed, he said playfully, "Looking at you all, perhaps I shouldn't share this news with you in the future, to save you from worrying like this." "No. X5. Good thing I didn't shout it out." Klein secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had braked in time and hadn't shouted along with the others, otherwise, Mr. Fool's true nature would have been exposed. "Although your news makes us a bit uneasy, we would rather live a bit harder than remain ignorant." Audrey, though not having much social experience, could still distinguish between the truth and falsehood. She knew how precious and useful the information Avon shared at the Tarot Club was. The others also gradually nodded. They would rather be a painful, knowing person than be an ordinary person who doesn't know why they live or by whom they die, only wishing to grasp the false beauty before their eyes. Just kidding, you actually took it seriously. Avon shrugged, spread his hands, smiled, and then said. The members of the Tarot Club breathed a sigh of relief, but then immediately realized their previous gaffe. Seeing Avon's expression, they suspected that Mr. Power was teasing them and couldn't help but feel annoyed. However, on second thought, since he was willing to share information that couldn't be bought with money, what right did they have to criticize him? So, even if they knew they were being teased, they could only endure it. Seeing that Mr. Power was no longer speaking, Derek eagerly opened his mouth. Can you tell me who the so-called 7 deities are? As soon as he spoke, it immediately shifted everyone's attention, because in most people's perception, this was basic common knowledge. The members of the Tarot Club exchanged glances, especially Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice, who realized that the City of Silver, where Mr. Sun resided, seemed to be outside their conjectured scope. We can tell you the information you want to know, but in exchange, you should also tell us about the City of Silver. Alger was extremely interested in the City of Silver now, so he spoke directly. Derek bit his lip, lowered his head in thought, clenching and unclenching his fists, but ultimately, he said with great resolve. Okay, with Mr. Fool as witness. Of course. Do you have any objections? Alger nodded, agreeing to Mr. Sun's proposal, and asked for others' opinions. Of course, the others had no objections. They were also very curious about the City of Silver, so everyone collectively asked Mr. Fool to be the witness. Mr. Fool had no objections. Although he already knew the basic situation of the City of Silver, he also wanted to know more. After receiving Mr. Fool's nod, everyone spoke one after another, describing the basic situation of the North Continent, which left Derek wide-eyed. And after Derek finished describing the City of Silver, it challenged everyone's perception even more, especially the description of the eternal darkness, which triggered the deepest fears in everyone's hearts, and they looked at Mr. Sun with even more sympathy. Forsaken land of the gods. You are in the forsaken land of the gods. Just as everyone was digesting Derek's description, Avon, as if losing his composure for the first time, shouted excitedly. Forsaken land of the gods. This term seemed to trigger a switch, activating memories in everyone's minds, and they all looked at Mr. Sun with shock, then at Mr. Fool, who had always been calm and composed. Mr. Fool can find the legendary Forsaken land of the gods. Klein looked at everyone's questioning gazes, secretly feeling bitter, because he also had this speculation about the City of Silver's location, but it had never been confirmed. And no one could confirm it. This should be a secret only deities, or at least angels, would know. But not answering was also not an option, because in everyone's eyes, Mr. Fool, who could bring Mr. Sun into the Tarot Club, understood the relevant details. Klein thought for a moment, then didn't answer directly. Instead, he prepared to deflect, smiling as he asked Avon. You seem to know something. Yes, Mr. Fool, because from what I know, the Forsaken land of the gods is the divine kingdom of the fallen creator, so I am very surprised by the existence of the City of Silver. Avon spoke every word of the absolute truth. The great value of the City of Silver. Is the Forsaken land of the gods the true creator's divine kingdom? Everyone in the Tarot Club was startled, then looked at the sun with sympathetic eyes. There was nothing more tragic than being adjacent to an evil god's divine kingdom. From this perspective, the City of Silver's more than 1,000 years of steadfast resistance was meaningless. No matter how hard they tried, they could not escape the fate of destruction. Derek, the son, only felt his lips and throat dry, and his entire spirit was somewhat dazed, although he was not physically present at the Tarot Club. Immense despair and sorrow enveloped him, so much so that when the other Tarot Club members called out to him, he did not even snap out of it. Has our many years of steadfastness been in vain? We endure darkness, endure curses, endure bloody massacres among relatives for a slim, illusory possibility, only to accept this hopeless fate in the end. Everyone in the Tarot Club felt the despair and pain spreading from Derek. Actually, the City of Silver is not without a chance. Avon exposed the truth of the forsaken land of the gods not to shatter Derek's hope. So, when he noticed Derek beginning to fall into despair, he immediately spoke to comfort him. Is what you said true, Mr. Power? Does our city of silver really still have hope? Upon hearing Avon's words, Derek was so excited that he desperately wanted to grasp Avon, just like someone desperately grasping at a sliver of hope. It was just that both Derek and Avon were participating in the meeting in the form of astral bodies, so of course, he couldn't grasp Avon. Derek reached out and grabbed twice, realizing he couldn't grasp Avon, but he didn't care. He continued to look at Avon with expectant, eager eyes. As I said before, due to the angel battle in Backland a while ago, the true creator descended into the world in the form of a clone, so his energy should now be focused on that clone. Moreover, your city of silver has existed in the forsaken land of the gods for over 1,000 years, it's impossible to hide from him. This indicates that he has other plans for you, so you shouldn't have to worry about him attacking you. You are still safe. After Avon's analysis, Derek's restless heart finally calmed down. If it were before, I wouldn't have thought the city of silver had a chance, but now the North Continent has entered a delicate period. Whether it's the true creator descending into the world, the angel battle in Backland, the subtle atmosphere between various countries and major churches, or the awakening of Mr. Fool, all indicate some changes. Under these circumstances, the city of silver actually has a chance to escape its predicament. Hearing Avon mention Mr. Fool, everyone involuntarily looked at Mr. Fool, who was always calm and always smiled at them. And Klein, who was also listening intently to Avon's analysis, couldn't help but curse inwardly when he heard Avon bring the topic back to him. However, he dared not give any response, only maintaining his previous posture to prevent giving the Tarot Club members a wrong response or information. Seeing that Mr. Fool did not respond to Mr. Power's words, the Tarot Club members all felt that Mr. Fool had tacitly agreed to what Avon said, and then turned their heads back, looking at Avon with burning eyes, hoping for more information. Unfortunately, Avon could not provide any more information, otherwise, it might arouse suspicion. So you don't have to despair about the future of the City of Silver. What you should do now is to seize the opportunity that Mr. Fool has given you by bringing you into the Tarot Club, strive to advance, improve your strength, and your position in the City of Silver, and wait for the right moment. Although Derek was young and inexperienced, it didn't mean he wasn't intelligent or lacked a strong will. His previous gaffe was only because he saw no path forward, which led to despair. Now that he felt hope, he was the most resolute warrior, quickly composing himself and earnestly asking Avon for guidance. Do you have any suggestions for me? Avon nodded slightly, feeling that Derek was a teachable child, and that he hadn't wasted so much breath just now. Although the true creator will not pose a threat to the City of Silver now, he will certainly not turn a blind eye to the existence of the City of Silver, he will definitely leave a handle. I think this handle should be the shepherd you mentioned last time, Elder Luvia. You should know that the true creator is the evil god at the top of this pathway. And I speculate that the situations of both you and Elder Luvia are known to the high-ranking officials of the City of Silver. At this point, everyone in the Tarot Club was startled, because if Mr. Power's guess was true, then the high-ranking officials of the City of Silver might have discovered the existence of the Tarot Club through the sun. However, when they looked at Mr. Fool, who sat at the very top, they found that Mr. Fool remained as profound and inscrutable as ever, saying nothing, as if everything was under his control. They then successively put their hearts at ease, and inwardly cursed themselves for worrying unnecessarily. Mr. Fool is an existence who can pull the sun into the Tarot Club right under the true creator's nose. How could he be detected by the City of Silver, which has no angels? Thinking of this, everyone in the Tarot Club felt amused by their previous worries, that they actually doubted Mr. Fool's power, and then they turned their attention back to Avon's words. That Elder Luvia was able to become an elder of the City of Silver, besides her having herded a demigod evil spirit and meeting the hard power requirements, there must also have been the City of Silver's high-ranking officials pushing for it behind the scenes. The reason is simple. the City of Silver, in its predicament, needs and craves variables. So, while they guard against this shepherd, they also allow her to do as she pleases. And you are now also the only Beander of the Sun pathway in the City of Silver, as special as this shepherd, perhaps even more special, because the creator you worship holds the authority of the sun. Although you may not feel it, I bet there are people sent by the high-ranking officials to monitor you around you. This brings an opportunity for the high-ranking officials of the City of Silver to fully support you. What opportunity? Derek, who had been listening intently, asked impatiently. At the same time, he also recalled various unreasonable things about himself. For example, he said he obtained the Bard magic potion formula from his parents' belongings. The City of Silver's high-ranking officials merely conducted a routine investigation and did not delve deeper. For example, he handed over the magic potion formula he obtained, and the City of Silver did not lack Sequence 9 magic potion ingredients, but he had never heard of a second Sun Pathway Beander. And for example, it was too easy for him to collect Spectator Pathway magic potion formulas and materials for Miss Justice. These doubts had previously been overlooked by Derek, but after Avon pointed them out, they resurfaced in his mind, making him feel a chill all over. Although the appearance of Elder Luvia has brought new variables, I believe the high-ranking officials of your City of Silver are also uneasy. Your appearance not only represents a new variable but also gives the high-ranking officials of your City of Silver an opportunity to counterbalance her. In order to allow you to counterbalance her better, the City of Silver will spare no effort in cultivating you. Son, do you have the courage to bear all of this? At this point, everyone present understood Avon's plan, but whether it was the shrewd Alger, or Klein sitting at the top, or the others, they all inwardly acknowledged the feasibility of the plan. At the same time, everyone couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that Mr. Power had taken the wrong path. He shouldn't be a hunter, but rather a lawyer, or a politician. This style of seizing every opportunity to seek benefits for oneself truly resembles those lawyers and politicians. And Derek, whose mind was not foolish, quickly understood the feasibility of Mr. Power's plan, but he hesitated because he understood that this path was very lonely, and might even lead to misunderstanding, disdain, and abandonment from others in the City of Silver. Although people in the City of Silver generally matured early, Derek was still a teenager after all, and it was difficult for him to make such a major decision immediately. The Tarot Club fell into silence for a moment, with only Derek's heavy breathing echoing. Just as the son, Derek, was at a loss as to how to choose, the world, who had always been cautious with his words, suddenly spoke to Avon. I want to know why you are so deeply involved in the affairs of the City of Silver. What good does this do you? In Klein's eyes, the City of Silver actually didn't have much value to Avon. After all, the City of Silver didn't have high-level hunter pathway items. Even if it had the materials he needed, he could exchange for them with Derek using other things, so there was no need to get deeply involved. And although Avon was his good friend, he also knew that someone who could become the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9 within 3 months could not possibly be a kind person. He was also a little worried that the little son would be taken advantage of by Avon, so he couldn't help but speak up as the world, Klein. Avon naturally knew Klein's doubts and concerns, but his plan was nothing to hide, so he smiled and said, helping the City of Silver may not bring me immediate benefits, but what about the future? You should know that the City of Silver is a huge power with tens of thousands of high-quality people, hundreds of Beyonders, several demigods, plus 2 sealed artifacts of Sequence 0, and a number of sealed artifacts of Sequence 1. This force can almost be considered half a true God Church. If I help the sun now, and help the City of Silver, then after they escape their predicament, won't they also be able to help me? So, this is a good investment for me that doesn't require too much effort, but if successful, it can yield great returns. Why wouldn't I be happy to do it? Surely, the people of the City of Silver aren't all ungrateful ingrates who will turn their backs on me afterwards, right? As he spoke, Avon looked again at the very conflicted Derek. Derek quickly shook his head upon hearing this, and hastily said, Our city of silver will definitely not be ungrateful ingrates, we will certainly repay our friends who help us. Although Derek was young, it didn't mean he didn't understand the principle of, a just cause attracts much support, while an unjust one finds little. Therefore, he tried his best to explain to everyone. You are just an ordinary member of the City of Silver, not even a captain of an exploration team, let alone an elder or chief. How can you represent the City of Silver? Avon, with a very sharp tongue, pointed out that the sun could not represent the City of Silver, leaving Derek at a loss for how to retort. Finally, he gritted his teeth and sincerely said to everyone present, I will definitely advance as quickly as possible, join an exploration team as soon as possible, strive to become a captain, strive to become an elder, become a chief, become someone who can represent the City of Silver. I hope Mr. Power and everyone will do their best to help me and help the City of Silver. Everyone in the Tarot Club was also moved by Avon's analysis and the prospects he described, especially the description of half a true God church, which made them realize the value of the City of Silver again. They all expressed their support for the City of Silver and offered advice. Since Derek had already decided to become a tool for the City of Silver's high-ranking officials to balance Elder Luvia, everyone also offered him ideas in that direction. Many hands make light work. In a short while, a complete plan targeting Elder Luvia, pretending to have a powerful backer who hated the true creator, was devised. Avon didn't even need to add fuel to the fire or look for loopholes. After Derek received the plan discussed by everyone, his morale was very high, and he only felt a bright future beckoning to him. And the other members of the Tarot Club also had a feeling of being investors, and both sides had a bright future. In fact, Avon had always placed the City of Silver in a very important position, not just because of its formidable strength. It was also because Avon realized, after repeatedly rereading Lord of the Mysteries, in his mind, that the City of Silver might become Klein's anchor of faith in the future. Klein is the protagonist of Lord of the Mysteries, and is almost certain to reach the pinnacle in the future, but his sequence style is clearly very cautious, making it impossible for him to appear and preach on a large scale. So, where would Klein's faith come from in the future? As soon as Avon realized this problem, he easily came to the conclusion that the City of Silver, trapped in the forsaken land of the gods for over 1,000 years, would definitely become loyal believers of Mr. Fool, who would help them escape their predicament. Faith is so important to true gods, it is the balancer that maintains their humanity. If true gods go to war and intend to destroy each other, the first step is definitely to launch a secular faith war to shake the opponent's anchor of faith. With this discovery, Avon was very interested in interfering with Klein's future anchor of faith. Moreover, the value of the City of Silver is not just in this point. According to the classification of human races in the North Continent, people influenced by the Beander characteristic of the warrior pathway are what everyone considers Faceac people, tall and mighty. If viewed by this standard, then the people of the City of Silver are authentic Forsac people, and even because they are the remnants of the legendary giant kingdom, the Silver Kingdom, possessing the bloodline of giants, they are even the true orthodox. The two core powers of the Faceac Empire are the War God Church and the Einhorn family. The legitimate branch of the Einhorn family is in the Loan Kingdom, and the legitimate branch of the War God Church is in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. The only obstacle here is the god of combat, the legendary ancient giant. So, as long as the god of combat ceases to exist, wouldn't it be natural and proper for the Horn family, with the support of the City of Silver, to take control of the Faceac Empire? Identity exposed. Ever since learning the history of the Horn family, both Robert and Avon had developed ambitions towards the Faceac Empire. Although they didn't say it aloud, their actions were all aimed at striking a fatal blow to the Faceac Empire, rather than merely self-preservation. Because they shared the same bloodline as the Einhorn family, targeting the Einhorn family was incredibly easy for them, offering many conveniences and methods. For example, Petrov Andrei, a high-ranking Faceac Empire intelligence officer who had been turned by Intis, immediately and decisively defected upon hearing that Mr. Hope was backed by Robert, a true-blooded Einhorn. While this was also due to him being cornered, the orthodox ideology still played a significant role. Even the Augustus family's decision to shelter the Horn family was based on this consideration. Currently, Robert and Avon's actions against the Faesac Empire are twofold. First, to establish a network of connections and gather intelligence within its borders for future use. And second, to continue the old Earl's old strategy of isolating the Faesac Empire diplomatically while inciting conflict between it and the Loan Kingdom. This was also one of the reasons Robert ultimately endured the pressure and married Princess Oriana. Princess Oriana's mother, Her Majesty the Queen, hailed from the Castile family of the Fenapaughter Kingdom. Robert could indirectly influence the Fenaport Kingdom through this connection. And the Fenapaughter Kingdom and the Faesac Empire had a special relationship due to the three great churches. For the past century, the fundamental national policy of both the Intis Republic and the Loan Kingdom has been to dismantle the relationship between these two countries. For this purpose, Emperor Rosal sent the arbiter blasphemy slate to a branch of the Castile family, and successive kings of the Loan Kingdom tirelessly pursued women from the Castile family. After many years of undermining, it appears on the surface that internal chaos is beginning to emerge in the Fenapaughter Kingdom, and its relationship with the Faesac Empire has also experienced setbacks. Targeting the Faesac Empire's ruling core, the Einhorn family, is simple. There are even existing historical examples to reference. However, targeting the Faesac Empire's other pillar, the War God Church, is not so easy. The War God Church not only has the god of combat as its patron deity but is also the most powerful among the seven great churches. At least, according to the intelligence compiled by Military Intelligence Section 9 and the information Avon obtained from within the Night Church due to his convenience is a blessed of the Evernight goddess. The War God Church is the church with the most angels, the most 0 feet in 1 foot grade sealed artifacts, and the strongest combat power among the seven great churches. Furthermore, because Faesac people in the War God Church have excellent compatibility, the worship of the god of combat is deeply ingrained, becoming not just a simple faith but a national totem. It can be said that even if the Einhorn family were to suddenly perish now, the Horn family's attempt to take power would be futile without the War God Church's approval. It simply wouldn't succeed. Therefore, Robert and Avon have always been troubled by the issue of the War God Church, especially with him being a blessed of the Evernight goddess. How to dismantle the War God Church and how to reduce its impact on their plans were questions Robert and Avon had no clear answers for. As for groveling to the War God Church and defecting to the god of combat, Robert and Avon never even considered it. Robert's stance was due to the influence of his parents from a young age, as well as the impossibility of abandoning the fruits of the Horn family's thousand-year deep cultivation in the Loan Kingdom. Avon, on the other hand, was certain that the Evernight goddess was the first investor of Klein, the protagonist of Lord of the Mysteries, and would definitely be the victor in the future. Why stand with the loser when you can stand with the winner? Moreover, the Evernight goddess was not only Klein's first investor but also his most important one. Regardless of the Evernight goddess's intentions, Avon had always received her protection and the Night Church's support. Although he considered himself not a good person, he wouldn't stab someone who had been kind to him in the back. At this moment, the appearance of the City of Silver presented Avon with another possibility, a chance to brand the War God Church as heretical and replace it. In short, it's still too early to discuss these matters. At least, it's only possible after the City of Silver is out of trouble, but that doesn't stop him from starting to exert effort on the City of Silver now. After Derek, it was magician Furza's turn. Because she had been busy bringing Zio Derecha into the Tarot Club for the past week, she hadn't paid attention to other matters, so she had no information to exchange and simply shook her head. As for Zio Derecha, she directly looked at Avon and asked, "Mr. Power, you mentioned before that the death of Beckerlang, the former Intis ambassador, was related to the Faesac Empire. Could you elaborate a bit more? And I can pay a certain reward for it." Zio Derecha was Avon's direct subordinate, and Avon was specifically responsible for work related to the Faesac Empire, so she was very sensitive to intelligence concerning the Faesac Empire. Military Intelligence Section 9 had never truly identified the culprit, only able to pin the blame on the demonist sect, but at the same time, internal investigations had not stopped. It was just that this matter had always been handled by those responsible for Intis affairs, so Zio had not participated in the investigation. Now, hearing that the death of this ambassador was actually linked to the Faesac Empire, this immediately stimulated Zio, who had always been actively seeking meritorious deeds. If she could uncover the true mastermind, then promotion to Sequence 6 Feet Judge would be within reach. Avon chuckled, then looked at Miss Justice Audrey, who was also stunned. Audrey hadn't expected Zio to be interested in this matter, but considering her identity in Military Intelligence Section 9, she felt it was only natural. However, there was a reason why Audrey hadn't entrusted this matter to Furs and Zio in the first place. In her eyes, Princess Alice was very dangerous, not someone they could handle, and entrusting this matter to them might instead harm them. But now that Avon was looking at her, it was clear he was seeking her opinion. This also indicated that, in Avon's judgment, their investigation into this matter was not dangerous, and he could back Furs and Zio. Since there was no danger, Audrey didn't mind giving them this credit, so she directly said, "Regarding this matter, I will contact you after the Tarot Club ends." Anyway, everyone in the Tarot Club knew that Miss Magician was brought in by her, so Audrey simply didn't hide the fact that they knew each other in reality. Contacting them privately was just to avoid taking up the Tarot Club members' time. But to Furs and Zio, this carried another meaning. They both knew the identity of Miss Justice Audrey, but they didn't know that Mr. Power's clues came from Miss Justice. And because of Mr. Power's information and methods, they both believed that Mr. Power was a high-ranking official in the Loan Kingdom's intelligence system. Familiar with Miss Audrey, and a high-ranking official in the intelligence system. The image of their old superior, Avon, suddenly surfaced, and upon closer inspection, he looked more and more like him. Could it be that Mr. Power is Avon? Furs and Zio exchanged glances, both feeling it was incredibly absurd. This Tarot Club was almost turning into an internal meeting of Military Intelligence Section 9. If Mr. Power really was Avon, they didn't know who else could sanction them, members of a secret organization. The three great churches, for reasons of avoiding suspicion and various complex factors, would not easily interfere in the affairs of other official Beyonder organizations. And their direct superior, being a member of a secret organization himself, could shield and protect them. Before Avon fell from power, Furs and Zio had no idea how they could be discovered. Avon saw the shock of Furs and Zio but merely smiled calmly, not caring. The reason he decided at the last minute to signal Audrey to hand over the investigation of Alice to them was that he suddenly realized this was an opportunity to solidify Alice's identity. Military Intelligence Section 9 agents, through meticulous investigation, gradually uncover the truth behind Beckerlang's Intis embassy bloodbath, proving that it was all orchestrated by Princess Alice of the Faesac Empire, ultimately proving that the Faesac Empire is secretly cultivating a team primarily composed of assassin pathway beyonders. What an exciting and terrifying fact that is. Once this result is confirmed as fact, on one hand, the existence of Alice will be completely established. On the other hand, it can also increase the vigilance of the Loan Kingdom, the Demonist sect, and Theosophy order towards the Faesac Empire. At a critical moment, Avon could even leak the news he got from Bernadette, that the Demonist pathway blasphemy slate is in the hands of the Faesac Empire. He didn't believe they wouldn't be anxious. After all, the Hunter pathway and the Assassin pathway are adjacent and interchangeable sequences. In fact, Avon had already had doubts after learning the whereabouts of the Demonist blasphemy slate from Bernadette. Rosal had sent this blasphemy slate to the Faesac Empire 100 years ago, yet there hadn't been a single ripple. Look at the Fainapotter kingdom next door, it had split due to this blasphemy slate, but the Faesac Empire had managed to digest it internally. Something felt off, no matter how he looked at it. Therefore, the appearance of Alice was also a test of this matter, Avon wanted to use this opportunity to see the reactions of all parties. Klein's persona for the world was an old-fashioned meander, gloomy and cautious, so he didn't plan for the world to speak much during his first tarot club meeting. Seeing that no one continued to speak, he announced the end of the tarot club. After leaving the gray fog, Klein woke up on the large bed in his bedroom, rubbing his temples to relieve his mental fatigue. The duration of this tarot club meeting exceeded his previous estimates. Coupled with the addition of a new member and his need to manipulate the world's actions, all of this greatly consumed his spirituality, no less than experiencing a major battle. After a while, Klein recovered through meditation, got out of bed, sat at his desk, and pondered the information he had gained from the tarot club. The most valuable thing for him, of course, was knowing the location of a blasphemy slate, and coincidentally, he might have a chance to obtain it. The biggest uncertainty now was whether the manuscript mentioned by Rosal in his diary would appear in this memorial exhibition. As long as it was confirmed that this manuscript would appear in the exhibition and was the original, Klein planned to act and steal this blasphemy slate. This matter still requires intelligence support. It would be best to get the security arrangements for the memorial exhibition. It seems I still have to find a way through Avon, Klein said, tapping the table with his fingers after deep thought. And he really should meet with Avon. Whether it was the human-skinned shadow characteristic or the conspiracy behind Backlund, there was too much to talk about. Thinking of this, Klein got up and put on his coat, preparing to go to the pre-arranged location to leave a meeting mark for Avon, planning to meet him in the evening. Sherwood Borough, an apartment. Furs and Zio both got up from their beds at the same time. The first thing Zio did after getting up was to touch various parts of her body, checking for any abnormalities. Don't worry. Mr. Fool is so powerful, if he really wanted your life, he wouldn't act in the dark. Furs rolled her eyes, unable to help herself, and said in a chiding tone. Hidden existences are not, grandpas, from novels, they won't do anything superfluous. It's always good to be careful. Zio had seen too many archived files of people tempted by evil gods. Although she was already on the pirate ship, she instinctively maintained a certain level of vigilance. It's quite unexpected that you didn't directly ask Mr. Fool about your father this time. Furs was noncommittal about Zio's words, and at the same time, felt very puzzled that Zio hadn't mentioned her father's matter, because that was why she had decided to join the tarot club. From beginning to end, Zio had never let go of her father's death, although she seemed to be doing quite well now. Avon said before that my father's matter is very troublesome and involves very high levels. And Mr. Fool also said that he advocates fair trade. Of course, I can ask Mr. Fool about these things, but I'm also worried that I won't be able to pay the corresponding price. Furs thought for a moment, nodded in agreement with Zio's idea, and seeing Zio become a bit dejected again after mentioning her father, she quickly changed the subject. Did you feel the same way I did just now? Mr. Power is actually Ewan Horn. I think so too. If Mr. Power really is Avon, then a lot of things we couldn't figure out before now have an explanation. For example, our relationship with Miss Audrey isn't deep, yet she chose to develop us. Before, we were completely baffled, but now it seems Avon might have known about the Abraham family curse on you, which is why he had Miss Audrey do this. Exactly, and Avon had also been encouraging me not to give up, saying there was always a way. It's clear that he was already preparing to at least get me into the tarot club then. However, all of this is just our speculation. To confirm it, we still need to go see Miss Audrey. Let's go, I believe she's waiting for us to contact her now. With that, Zio got out of bed, put on her coat, and prepared to leave. Alger sat at his desk, looking out the window at the blue ocean and the white seagulls constantly diving for food, but his thoughts were on the tarot club meeting he had just attended. The tarot club has become increasingly high level, reaching the point where blasphemy slates can be traded. And Mr. Power, if I'm not mistaken, should have a blasphemy slate from the Hunter pathway in his possession. Coupled with his mastery of the role-playing method and the support of the Augustus family. He'll probably be able to advance to a demigod in a few years, or even a king of angels. It's truly enviable and jealous. Alger never hid his jealousy and admiration for the second generation, and at the same time, he couldn't help but despise some of them, feeling that they just had good parents. However, no second generation had ever brought him such a sense of frustration as Mr. Power. Not only did he have the top-tier background, even his conduct and role-playing talent were stronger than his. More importantly, even his luck was better. He thought he was lucky enough to find a small, unknown island with many extinct magical creatures. But he never expected that Mr. Power might possess the legendary blasphemy slate, and it happened to be exactly what he needed. This was just like the male protagonist in the epic fantasy novels written by Rosal the Great, making his mentality unbalanced. I also need to hurry to that small island. Not only do I need to hunt blue shadow falcons, but I also need to collect as many resources as possible to prepare for future advancements. A man fights for his breath, a Buddha for a stick of incense. Avon's appearance ignited a long-dormant desire to win in Alger's heart, invigorating him. Thinking of this, Alger stood up, walked out of his private captain's cabin, and urged his sailors to hoist the sails and speed up. Relying on his seafarer's sensitivity to ocean weather, Alger knew a strong wind was coming. He wanted to use this wind to accelerate his journey and advance to Wind Blessed as soon as possible. Avon, who had just finished the Tarot Club meeting, did not rush to leave the apartment. Instead, he sat on the living room sofa and unfolded the newspaper he had picked up from the mailbox when he arrived at the apartment. This apartment had always been Avon's most frequently used safe house, so to maintain a thorough disguise, the related newspaper delivery service had never been cancelled. Avon first looked at the Daily Observer, where he was listed as a contributor, and found that the headline was indeed the military reform that had just passed through Parliament. The newspaper highly praised the establishment of the Strategic Support Force, stating that it would be a landmark event for LotM Kingdom to defeat its old enemy, the Fasak Empire, in the future. In addition, the newspaper also mentioned the appearance of an epic-making aircraft at the king's birthday banquet, an invention no less significant than the ironclad, and claimed that this aircraft would break the Fasak Empire's air supremacy. Compared to the establishment of the Strategic Support Force, the establishment and funding of the Air Force went much smoother. After all, if one wanted to defeat the Fasak Empire in the air, no one would truly obstruct the establishment of a new Air Force. It was just that both the Army and the Navy wanted to incorporate this new army into their own structures, but George III placed more emphasis on the Air Force's disruption of the power dynamic between the Army and the Navy, firmly demanding that the Air Force be an independent army. And this point also received Robert's firm support. Therefore, although the military expenses for Air Force construction were approved by Parliament, the related competition intensified, and it was even slower than the formation speed of the Strategic Support Force. At least Edsac Augustus and Avon had already begun preliminary work. Avon's energy was limited, and he was still a junior. He couldn't exert any effort on the Air Force matter, so he could only leave it to Robert to handle, and he focused on the formation of the Strategic Support Force. After paying attention to the newspaper's comments on the military reform, Avon also saw a report on the Intis embassy in the newspaper and found that related reports had begun to be reported in small blocks, which also indicated that LotM Kingdom had already discussed it with the Intis high-level officials, and this matter would ultimately be downplayed. However, although it was superficially being downplayed, the far-reaching impact was slowly emerging. The first point was that the newspaper reported on the unclear accounts of the Third Army's military expenses in Sirivs County. Even the highly publicized Defense Department corruption case a few months ago, which involved several fleets and legions stationed in Backland, had no impact on the border army. But this time, the newspaper actually reported on implied corruption in the border army, and the profound meaning behind it was thought-provoking. Avon pondered for a while, but did not continue to delve into this matter. He turned 2 more pages before finally finding the content he wanted to read. 2 consecutive household murders in East Borough, Silivice police station confirms serial killer. The headquarters of the Backland Police Department is located on Silevice Street, on the edge of Empress Borough, so they are nicknamed Silevice Police Station. Operating for 2 consecutive days, it seems that the Desire Apostle is also dissatisfied with the police's slowness, and his actions are becoming bolder. However, his goal is not to attract the attention of the police station. He wants to attract the attention of the 3 great churches, especially Archbishop Snake of the Storm Church. When he realizes that the police's incompetence prevents him from attracting the attention of the 3 great churches, he may commit more obvious crimes. If I didn't know, I could stand by and do nothing, but since I do know, and what he wants to do is also beneficial to my plan, then I should push it. This would both save the lives of some prostitutes and help that devil, and also give Klein something to do. Avon folded the newspaper and placed it on the coffee table, making a decision secretly. At this moment, the large clock in the corner chimed. Avon looked over and saw that it was 5 p.m. It wouldn't be 2 hours before it got dark, so he picked up his trench coat from the hanger and left the apartment. Avon took a carriage and circled some public places, easily discovering the meeting signal Klein had left for him. However, he didn't rush to find Klein. Instead, he went to several other places and met some people, completing his daily intelligence gathering. When he reached the last dead letter box, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Dayquil had contacted him. Ever since Dayquil came to Backland and got an outer member status of Military Intelligence Section 9 from him, he had never actively arranged to meet him, let alone provide him with any valuable intelligence. Their meetings were usually at Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes' gatherings. At their last meeting, Avon gave Dayquil a mission, to actively participate in various Beander gatherings in Backland, make a name for himself, actively recruit disciples, and leave more unique traces of himself. The purpose of doing this was to utilize Ouroboros, who was still paying attention to Backland, to force Life Counselor to express his stance and ask if he was willing to invest in Avon. Later, Dayquil was indeed incredibly lucky, unexpectedly obtaining the vampire magic potion formula one after another, and meeting a dying vampire to obtain the Sanguine's bloodline essence. However, he had never expressed his stance on Avon's matter, and Avon gradually lost patience. But he didn't expect that just as the Augustus family was preparing to take action against Ouroboros, he received a meeting request from Dayquil. How could this not surprise him? But Avon quickly suppressed the joy in his heart and pondered why this Sequence 1 King of Angels contacted him at this critical moment. Is it for the Augustus family's operation? It shouldn't be. Although the Augustus family's operation is very beneficial, he will definitely not make a move in this operation. Because all parties are well aware that Life Counselor is hidden in Backland. Since that's the case, they also need to be wary of whether someone will attack him after Ouroboros is driven away. This is very possible. If they can't kill Ouroboros, a King of Angels, can't they kill a heavily injured Sequence 1? Anyway, if Avon were Augustus I, if he had the chance to kill Life Counselor and add to his family's foundation, he would never be soft-hearted. Life Counselor has lived for countless years, and he certainly understands this principle. Therefore, Avon never thought of cooperating with him on the condition of targeting Ouroboros. Could it be because Klein has arrived in Backland and has already met Klein, so he wants to invest in Klein through me? Avon looked at the original work of Lord of the Mysteries, and suddenly thought of a possibility, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Thinking of this, Avon couldn't help but feel a little sour in his mouth. He had always actively expressed goodwill to Life Counselor through Dayquil, but Life Counselor had always been indifferent. Now that Klein had arrived in Backland, Life Counselor suddenly became active. This really hurt his self-esteem. Avon looked indignant, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that this was the Protagonist treatment, and he couldn't envy it. It was already very good to be a matchmaker between the two parties and get some benefits from it. Moreover, this contact was also a breakthrough. As long as there was a first time, the second time would not be far away. Isn't that how relationships work? Since things had come to this, Avon could only comfort himself in his heart that all this effort was not without gain. Looking at the completely dark sky outside the window, Avon instructed the coachman to go to the Bravehearts bar in Backland Bridge district, which was where he and Klein had agreed to meet. Because Avon had been here many times, and had also appeared with the behind-the-scenes boss, Marich, a few times, the bartenders all knew that Avon was not a simple person. So, without waiting for Avon to order a drink, the bartender directly poured a glass of the best beer and asked in a flattering whisper, "Mr. Sherlock has already arrived and is waiting for you in private room 3. Avon glanced at the bartender, not afraid of him poisoning it, and took a direct sip of the iced beer to relieve the heat on his body. Then he nodded to the bartender and walked towards private room 3. Opening the private room door, Avon found that not only Klein was inside, but Sharon and Marich were also there. So he walked in and casually asked, "What are you talking about? You're not trying to overthrow me as the boss, are you?" Hearing Avon's words, Klein couldn't help but roll his eyes, and Marich took the initiative to say, "We were talking about Cap'n. You told us last time that we could expand our influence and asked us to start with Cap'n. It just so happened that when Sherlock was visiting the East Borough, he found evidence of Cap'n's human trafficking. We were discussing how to proceed." Avon slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about this matter. Before, he wanted to expose Cap'n's human trafficking business and reveal the secret human trade in the underground, to cause some trouble for George III and incidentally integrate the Backland underworld. But now, Miss Sharon and the others couldn't do it, because the task of igniting the Backland unrest was now in his hands. If Cap'n were killed by the Warren Brotherhood, and the Augustus family investigated and found out that Avon was secretly supporting it, then it would be a bad thing. If it were before, even if Cap'n was killed, Avon could still use the excuse of ignorance, but now this reason was useless. "Stop all actions for now. We can't do this." Avon quickly called a halt to their actions. "Why? Didn't you order us to do this?" Miss Sharon, who had been quiet, couldn't help but frown and retort. "Times have changed. You've heard about Lowen Kingdom's military reform, right? My brother and I are deeply involved in it, and many eyes are watching. Cap'n's background is very deep. I might not be able to protect you then." Everyone present frowned. They understood Avon's meaning, but they had also made many preliminary preparations. If they backed out now, the losses would not be small. Moreover, through their understanding during this period, they also clearly knew how many evils Cap'n had committed, and they were truly unwilling to let him go just like that. "Then are we just letting him go?" Finally, Klein, who had the best relationship with Avon, couldn't help but ask. "I didn't say let Cap'n go, just that you can't act in the name of the Warren Brotherhood, and bring trouble upon yourselves." Avon was unwilling to ruin his image in Klein's heart, so he immediately expressed his support for continuing to sanction Cap'n. And upon hearing Avon's words, everyone present immediately understood and stopped talking. "By the way, why did you look for me today?" Avon certainly knew why Klein contacted him, but he couldn't mention the tarot club in front of Sharon and Marich, so he could only deliberately say so. And Klein naturally understood and said, "I've been looking for two materials recently, the human-skinned shadow characteristic and the mutated pituitary gland of the thousand-faced hunter. Do you have any clues about these two characteristics?" Klein had just asked Sharon and Marich about these two materials, so he didn't need to avoid them. "I know where there are clues about the human-skinned shadow characteristic, but I'm not very sure. I'll give you news in a few days. I also have something to ask you." Saying that, Avon looked at Sharon and Marich, and they immediately understood that Avon had something to say to Klein, and they very tactfully left the private room, assigning a task to Klein in his plans. "What do you need me for?" Seeing Miss Sharon disappear and Marich exit the private room, Klein asked curiously. "Because the situation in Backland has been a bit tense lately, coupled with the rollout of various reforms, political conflicts have expanded. To alleviate this situation, His Majesty intends to pardon a group of dissidents, and I want to ask you to help monitor them." Avon plopped down on the billiard table, one hand propped on it, one leg dangling in the air, looking a bit flippant. Hearing Avon's request, Klein instinctively frowned. He, of course, knew who these so-called dissidents actually were. Generally speaking, although these people were a mixed bag, with good and bad among them, Klein basically agreed with their stance. Especially in this era, whether good or bad, the demands of these dissidents even had a progressive anti-feudal aspect, which aligned well with his values. Therefore, Klein did not want to be a monitor or a pawn for the Loan king. Seeing Klein remain silent, Avon naturally understood his concerns and began to speak. I know that some of those people's demands are reasonable, but for now, they are not realistic. The expansion of the southern continent colonies is not going smoothly, and the entire world is transitioning from an era of growth to an era of existing resources. At this critical moment, there can only be one organizational core within the kingdom, and that is the royal family. If there is a problem with this, others might take advantage of the weakness. So, for now, we can only suppress these dissidents. Moreover, my asking you to monitor them is not to frame and arrest them again. On the contrary, I am protecting them. The higher-ups assigned me the task of monitoring them, and I cannot do nothing. I thought, rather than giving it to someone else, I'd give it to you. I know you are kind-hearted, so only by having you monitor them can they be protected to the greatest extent possible. If others were to monitor them, things would truly become uncontrollable. Avon, who had read Lord of the Mysteries, clearly understood Klein's character, and as a conspirer, he knew what was meant by, a gentleman can be deceived by a square. So, he sought reasons from both the larger picture and the smaller details to persuade Klein. And clearly, Klein was once again swayed by Avon. Since these dissidents were destined to be monitored, it was better for him to do it, as this would actually be a layer of protection. Seeing Klein nod in agreement, Avon secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Klein, saying, "Although many people have been released, only these two are the most important. Their residences are not far from where you currently live. You can try to befriend him." Klein took the slip of paper, glanced at it, then with a flick of his hand, turned it to ash. Avon's purpose in having Klein contact these dissidents was not simple. He was preparing for the future Backland riot. After Avon proposed the urban riot population reduction plan, the Augustus family evaluated it and found it highly feasible. They then began to use the Intis embassy case as an opportunity to prepare for the special pardon of dissidents in prison. Because a large portion of these dissidents were secretly funded by Intis, it was reasonable and unassailable to use the Intis embassy case to ease relations with the Intis Republic by releasing these dissidents. Any large-scale urban riot requires organizers and key figures. These people would be secretly influenced by the Augustus family using the 0-feet level sealed artifact, Bloody Crown, and their thoughts would gradually become radicalized. A specter combining iron and fire, blood and tears, was about to take shape over Backland. Avon intended to involve Klein in this, solely to distance himself from the matter. Since Avon only proposed the plan and would not get his hands dirty with the specifics, Klein naturally had no reason to suspect him. At the same time, he also wanted Klein to understand that revolution had no future for now, and that in the future, he must consider the bigger picture and never easily oppose the ruling class without confidence. Class struggle must always consider the actual situation. And as long as Klein considered the bigger picture and was overly cautious, he would be constrained and always have a weakness that could be exploited. Good people should be held at gunpoint. And be exploited by bad people. Oh, by the way, congratulations on joining the Tarot Club. From now on, our communication will be more secretive and convenient. Avon jumped off the billiard table, then took a bottle of wine from the private room's liquor cabinet. He poured himself and Klein a glass, clinked them together, and took a sip to celebrate. Klein also took a sip of wine, and at the same time said somewhat guiltily, "This is all due to Mr. Fool's high regard." Avon secretly chuckled, took another sip of red wine, and then casually asked, "I already told you in the Tarot Club to wait 2 days for news about the human-skinned shadow Beander characteristic. Are you in such a hurry to find me for something? There are a few things I'd like to ask you about. What is it? One is about the Rosal the Great Memorial Exhibition in a few days. This is an official event, so Military Intelligence Section 9 should be involved in the security, right? Klein looked at Avon somewhat cautiously, worried that he might notice something amiss. Avon understood that Klein was truly interested in the blasphemy slate, and that the diary he provided had not been in vain. He was secretly pleased. But at the same time, he said casually, most of Rosal the Great's belongings during his lifetime are kept by the Steam and Machinery Church, so this exhibition is also hosted by them. The related security work is naturally led by Machinery Hivemind, and Military Intelligence Section 9 only handles the peripheral work. Why do you ask? Are you trying to find Rosal the Great's diary among them? At this point, Avon looked at Klein playfully, then said somewhat provocatively, I am also a member of the Tarot Club, and I also want to collect Rosal the Great's diary for Mr. Fool and accumulate merits to exchange for some secret information or high-sequence items from Mr. Fool. Although you and I are both classmates and from the same hometown, there's no giving way in such matters. In a sense, we are competitors. So, I won't help you with this. Klein couldn't help but groan when he saw this. He had been focusing on the blasphemy slate and had forgotten that Rosal's diary might appear at this memorial exhibition. This made his inquiry a reminder to Avon, which in turn made Avon wary and flatly refused to help him. So, Klein, in desperation, could only promise, I can refrain from obtaining the relevant diary from this exhibition. Those diaries will all be yours, but you also have to help me with something. In short, as long as I don't let the world submit the diary to the Fool, you'll submit the diary anyway, so I'm sure to profit. Klein muttered to himself, what help? Avon's eyes lit up, as if he was surprised that Klein would not compete with him for Rosal's diary. Arrange for me to be part of the outer security for this memorial exhibition. Klein planned to thoroughly understand the security measures of this memorial exhibition as a security personnel. All right, it's a deal. I'll arrange it for you tomorrow. However, as a seer of Mr. Fool, how could you give up collecting diaries for Mr. Fool? Did you get Mr. Fool's approval beforehand? Are you performing a task for Mr. Fool? Avon looked Klein up and down, his eyes darting around, and asked tentatively. Klein, however, was startled and cursed himself for being careless. How could a seer easily give up pursuing something for a deity? At the same time, he was amazed by Avon's keenness. Just a slight oversight, and he was almost caught out. You just need to understand it in your heart. As for the Fool's specific instructions, you don't need to ask. To avoid Avon's further probing, Klein could only use the Fool as a shield, and Avon said with a look of apprehension. I won't ask, and you can pretend I didn't ask. Do you have anything else you needed to see me about today? My current military rank isn't high, so there's a lot I don't know. You, however, are already the Deputy Director of Military Intelligence Section 9. I wanted to ask if Military Intelligence Section 9 has two main materials, Ancient Wraith Dust and Six-Winged Gargoyle Core Crystals. Klein's military rank was Captain, so he could only see the material list for Sequence 6. The two materials he mentioned were the main materials for a marionettist, so he could only ask Avon. A few days ago, Klein, with the help of Miss Sharon and her companions, eliminated the marionettist Rosago and also obtained the marionettist's Beander characteristic. Logically, he no longer needed to collect the relevant main materials, he only needed to collect the auxiliary materials on the formula. But Klein knew in his heart that Rosago's remaining Beander characteristic also included all characteristics from Sequence 9 Seer to Sequence 6 Faceless. Once the potion was concocted with Rosago's Beander characteristic, then after his promotion, he would have to repeat the previous digestion process, which would be very time-consuming. If the potion Rosago consumed also contained a potion prepared with a Beander characteristic, then the time to digest the potion would be prolonged. Therefore, if he could collect the corresponding materials, Klein could use Rosago's Beander characteristic as corresponding nourishment. Avon immediately understood Klein's thinking. After a moment of thought, he smiled and said to Klein. I thought it was something else. These must be the main materials for a marionettist. You're lucky. Military Intelligence Section 9 has ancient wraith dust, but to get this material, you need contributions. You are a newcomer after all. Although your sequence level isn't low, even with my care, you'll need to work for at least 2 years. Accumulating the necessary contributions, to be eligible to exchange for this material. 2 years. Why so long? Klein blurted out when he heard Avon's words, but then immediately fell silent, because this was the expected behavior of a mature organization. Without long-term observation and testing, how could they easily give you rare materials? Avon, you are now a high-ranking official in Military Intelligence Section 9, so you should be able to exchange for this material. The market price of a Sequence 5 material is probably around £5,000. Of course, these types of materials generally have a premium, but a 50% premium is usually enough, which means £7,000 or £8,000. If you can help me exchange for this material, then the money you owed me for the Sun Flame charm can be written off. At that time, Klein sold 2 of them to Avon for £10,000 each. Later, when Klein died, Avon went to his house to mourn and gave Benson and Melissa £10,000. Later, when Klein was coming to Backland, Avon gave him another £2,000, so Avon now owes Klein probably less than £8,000. To be honest, I still think that Death Knell was too cheap. Buying a Sequence 5 material for £8,000 is not expensive at all. Considering that Avon needs to exchange it with internal contributions, it's even cheaper. Avon smiled and nodded, without bargaining. After all, helping Klein advance and making Klein owe him a favor was something he was happy to see happen. Klein breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Avon agree to his request, but then immediately thought that Avon might have news about the human-skinned shadow Beander characteristic in a couple of days. How would he pay then? Thinking of this, Klein felt his head ache again. If it really doesn't work, I can only ask the fool to relay the message to Miss Justice and have her take some first. After all, Miss Justice still owes him the bounty for Kilangos. As his sequence increased, Klein's horizons expanded, but money also became less and less durable. By the way, what's behind Cap'n that makes you so wary? Having settled the material transaction, Klein asked casually. Cap'n is involved with the Augustus family. Do you think this is a big deal or not? The Augustus family, the royal family. Is it related to the royal family's collusion with the demonist sect, and the conspiracy behind Backland? Klein almost spat out the red wine he had in his mouth, but then immediately realized the meaning of Avon's words and, recalling Avon's previous instructions, quickly connected them into a single line. I only found out recently. Cap'n almost monopolizes the underground human trafficking in Backland. This is a demand from the royal family and the demonist sect, so he has a Beander of the Arbiter pathway, Sequence 7 or Sequence 6, protecting him. When you and Miss Sharon act, you must be extremely cautious and absolutely must not expose your identities, because once your identities are exposed, not only will I not be able to protect you, but I might also be suspected by the Augustus family. Klein fully understood the importance of this matter and nodded heavily. Is this also why you knew that Cap'n was involved in something significant, but didn't stop us from continuing the operation? Can eliminating Cap'n disrupt the grand conspiracy behind these people? Avon also nodded with a heavy expression, then said helplessly. This can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. At most, we can only delay their conspiracy, but we cannot truly break it. Let's take it one step at a time. The serial murders, and Avon's killing intent. Oh, by the way, besides Cap'n's matter, you can also pay attention to this. Avon put down his wine glass, walked to the newspaper rack connected to the private room, took out a latest newspaper from it, casually flipped through it, found the relevant report, and pointed it out to Klein. Klein tilted his head, looking at the newspaper Avon pointed to, and found that it was also the newspaper of the press agency he was currently working for. He softly read, 2 consecutive days of dismemberment murders in East Borough, Civilis confirmed to be the work of a serial killer. Is there some hidden truth behind this serial murder case? In Klein's impression, Avon always acted cleanly and efficiently, quickly finding the key points and not focusing on minor matters. Everything he got involved with was significant. From Tingen to Backlund, too many things had confirmed his view. So, although this matter seemed like an ordinary secular murder case, Klein dared not be negligent in the slightest. Instead, he had to treat it with solemnity. Don't be so nervous. Although this murder case has other hidden truths, it won't involve major events like the one in Tingen, so you don't need to take it too seriously. Listening to Avon's comfort, Klein didn't relax at all. Instead, he rolled his eyes inwardly. Because in his heart, Avon was like a messenger of misfortune. Every piece of news he brought revealed a bit of the truth but also brought him immense pain. Of course, Klein wouldn't say it so directly out loud. Instead, he followed up by asking, "What is the secret behind it?" "This is a ritual." "A ritual? What ritual?" "A sequence 6 to sequence 5 promotion ritual." Klein, who had just obtained the marionettist formula, immediately connected it to promotion rituals. Yes, this is a criminal pathway sequence 6 feet devil, promoting to sequence 5 feet desire apostle ritual. The minimum number of people for this ritual is 13, and the maximum is 49. The more people there are, the more complete the ritual, and the more hope there is for promotion. There must be at least a 3-day interval between 2 killings, otherwise, it's easy to lose control, but the interval also cannot exceed 9 days, or the ritual will have to be reset. Hearing this, Klein moved his eyes from the newspaper report and suddenly interrupted Avon, saying, "You said the interval must be at least 3 days, but it says here that murders happened on consecutive days. That's even more terrifying. Either there are 2 devils preparing for promotion simultaneously, or Military Intelligence Section 9's information is outdated. The devils now have found a way to circumvent the ritual's restrictions, allowing them to complete the ritual at the fastest frequency. When devils perform the ritual, each time they kill someone, they eat the victim's internal organs and then enter a state of berserk bloodlust, which is very difficult to stop. Then why don't you report this to Military Intelligence Section 9 and the Beander teams of the other 3 great churches? Backlund is a large city with a population of millions. Without enough manpower and resources, it's very difficult to accurately locate the killer." After listening to Avon's words, Klein's first reaction was to inform all official organizations so they could search for the devil together. Although killing and eating corpses is a promotion ritual for devils, as I just said, this devil ritual is different from before and is very difficult to make people believe. Due to Backlund's strict defenses, no devil has dared to commit crimes here for many years. After all, devils, though crazy, are not foolish at all. Moreover, even if they are not beyonders of the criminal pathway, there are many bloodthirsty devils among ordinary people, so it's very difficult for me to convince others now that a devil is at work. Avon spread his hands, looking helpless, which also disheartened Klein, but he understood Avon's helplessness, which reminded him of the story of Bian K treating illness in his previous life. Before the facts are laid out, people find it difficult to believe others' warnings, especially regarding things that make them uncomfortable. Then why don't you personally investigate the mastermind? You are a hunter, or an assassin, you should be very good at this kind of thing. In Klein's mind, Avon was very powerful and also a man with a cheat. If Avon personally caught the devil, it would surely be a sure thing. This matter looks significant, but for me, it's actually not big at all. The things I have to deal with every day involve several lives, and even determine strategic competition between nations. The fact that I can tell you about this and let you handle it already means I take it very seriously. Klein was silent because Avon never put on airs in front of him. He had almost forgotten the importance of Avon's current position. To say it concerned national interests was not an exaggeration at all. Moreover, judging from the front page of the newspaper, Avon and his brother had even begun to participate in matters like LotM Kingdom's military reform. Things like the deaths of a few prostitutes were not even taken seriously by the police station, let alone compared to such major national affairs. The fact that Avon could spare the time to tell him and let him handle it was indeed an act of kindness. For some reason, Klein suddenly felt a lump in his throat, feeling sad for these brutally murdered prostitutes who were only reported in a small, square-sized section of the newspaper. Their deaths didn't even cause a ripple. If Avon hadn't coincidentally noticed something amiss, who knows how many more people would have had to die before the police station paid attention. Thinking of this, Klein decided to take on this matter. For no other reason, he just wanted to protect the weak. All right, I'll handle this matter. For no other reason, it's good to save a few lives. Seeing Klein nod and agree to this matter, Avon also felt complicated. An ordinary person, if they could get such information in advance, would definitely investigate in secret, then wait for the matter to escalate, and then come out to provide valuable clues, maximizing their own interests. However, Klein didn't think that way. The reason he took on this matter was simply to save a few people who had no relation to him. He was indeed a pure good person. This further highlighted the impurity of Avon's motives. That's right, Avon's purpose in telling Klein about this matter was not simple. Avon knew that the appearance of this desire apostle and the serial murders were the result of Adam's pushing. He originally had no intention of interfering, but circumstances change. Before, Duke Nigan and Robert's political conflict had not intensified, instead, they were in a honeymoon period. So, when he died was not important to Avon, as long as he was prepared in advance and collected the corresponding fruits after his death, which was also Robert's plan. However, last week, due to the military reform, Robert and Duke Nigan completely fell out, and a strong killing intent arose, making Avon find Duke Nigan exceptionally irritating. And even if the military reform plan was barely passed in Parliament, it didn't mean that the conflict between the two sides had eased. Instead, it became more intense. Getting the military reform plan passed in Parliament was only the first step. Ensuring the plan wasn't distorted afterward was the top priority, so now both sides wanted to gain control of the military reform. Avon had previously heard rumors that Duke Nigan had already begun actively networking, preparing to challenge Robert and Edsac Augustus. The two of them were, respectively, the editor and main supporter of the military reform plan, and a member of the royal family and the leader at the executive level. Taking down Robert would grant the right to interpret the military reform plan. Taking down Edsac Augustus would allow them to interfere at the executive level. Although Duke Nigan didn't intend to achieve everything in one go, his desire to gain relevant discourse power was already very clear. But this was absolutely unacceptable to Avon, because he already regarded the newly established army as his future foundation, so how could he tolerate anyone meddling? So, in this situation, Avon decided to indirectly push for the elimination of Duke Nigan. That desire apostle, entrusted by the Twilight Hermit Order, wanted to attract the attention of all official forces in Backland through his promotion of Devil Hounds, creating a diversion. But Avon no longer had the patience to wait 2 or 3 months for him. So he decided to reveal this matter to Klein, allowing Klein to threaten this desire apostle's plan, forcing him to act prematurely. He believed that Adam, who also had killing intent towards Duke Nigan, would be happy to see this happen. "Even I want you dead this time, can you still escape?" Avon snorted, having already sentenced Duke Nigan to death in his heart. "You don't need to worry too much. In a while, it will be old gentleman Wisdom Eyes' gathering. I will introduce you to them and have them assist you in jointly solving this lurking devil." Seeing Klein's solemn expression, clearly not very confident, Avon smiled and revealed his plan to Klein. "What is the relationship between old gentleman Wisdom Eyes and you?" Klein's eyes lit up. He knew very well the weight of Eye of Wisdom among Wild Beyonders. If he could get his help, it would be equivalent to getting the help of all Wild Beyonders in Backland. His identity as an outer member of Military Intelligence Section 9 was also arranged by me, so nominally, he is also my subordinate. Strictly speaking, you are still colleagues. Ah, so that's how it is. Klein secretly clicked his tongue. As far as he knew, Avon had never been to Backland before graduating from university. His first time in Backland was in July of this year. But he didn't expect that in just a few months, he had become so successful. Not only had he become one of the principal figures in Backland's official Beander forces, but he also partially controlled a considerable underground force. Now, even Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes, who enjoyed a high reputation among wild Beyonders, was his subordinate. In places he couldn't see, who knew how many secrets Avon was still hiding. Klein suddenly thought of something, then quickly asked. Then, the lady who can bring out many Beander items at Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes' gathering, is she also your person? That lady who dared to openly sell Beander items at the gathering clearly had an unusual relationship with Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes, otherwise, she would be joking with her own life. If Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes was Avon's subordinate, then it would be difficult for this lady to have no connection with Avon. That's right, she is also your colleague. You can find her to customize Beander weapons, and you can also enjoy a 10% discount. Since he decided to introduce Klein to them, Avon would not hide anything. Is that lady a sequence 6 feet craftsman? That shouldn't be right. If she really is a craftsman, how could she become your subordinate? Such a valuable talent would be protected by the entire Military Intelligence Section 9. Klein's heart was surging, but he immediately sensed that something was wrong. This is the secret I want to tell you. She herself is not a Beander of the Savon pathway, but behind her, there is a very powerful craftsman. This is also why I brought her under my command. And let me tell you one more thing, you also know this lady. I know her too. Besides you and Miss Daly, I shouldn't have any acquaintances in Backland, right? It wouldn't be Miss Kathleen, who secretly delivered things for you before, would it? Klein's thoughts raced like lightning, recalling his short few months of experience, and immediately pinpointed Catherine Gry as the target. It's her. When I introduce companions, I usually reveal their true identities. Are you willing to reveal your identity to her? As for whether she will expose your identity, you don't need to worry. The secrets behind her are no smaller than yours, you don't need to worry about this point. This was Avon's attempt to truly draw Klein into his fold. The more Klein cooperated with Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes and the others as colleagues, and the more he understood, the more easily Klein would become a part of Avon's future army in mysticism. This mystical connection would allow Avon in the future to conveniently borrow Klein's future power. Klein, however, fell into a struggle. Logically speaking, he found it difficult to trust others. If Avon hadn't guessed that he would resurrect and stomped on his coffin lid, he wouldn't have told Avon about his resurrection. But he also understood that if he couldn't treat them with sincerity, he wouldn't be able to gain the recognition of Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes and the others, and it would be difficult for him to make them believe him and help him deal with the lurking devil. So, he was now in a dilemma and couldn't help but think to himself. If I were already a faceless now, it would be great, I wouldn't have this problem. The current difficulty was that Catherine Gry had seen him, making it impossible for him to hide his identity in front of her. After a while, Klein finally said to Avon, I can show my true face, but I will use the name Sherlock Moriarty. Smart, truly smart, Avon exclaimed in his heart. When the Church of the Night Goddess notified other organizations about the Tingen incident, they would only mention that the sacrificed Nighthawk was named Klein Moretti, without attaching relevant photos. This way, Isengard Stanton and Dacquell would not connect Sherlock Moriarty with Klein Moretti. Ultimately, only Catherine Gry would know Klein's identity, maximizing control over the scope of people who knew his identity. I can also inform Catherine Gry of my identity as a favored one of the Evernight Goddess to vouch for you, so she won't doubt your identity. Avon further helped Klein refine his plan. Arranging, Klein. Thank you. Wait, what did you say? You're a favored one of the goddess. Klein was about to thank Avon for perfecting his plan, but then immediately reacted to what Avon had just said. His eyes widened, his voice rose, and he asked excitedly. Because this news was simply too shocking for him. Klein had once used the blood of the eternal blazing sun to divine the eternal blazing sun, and was immediately discovered by him. This also made Avon believe that the gray fog, at the very least, could not completely shield a true god. And Avon was now a member of the Tarot Club, yet he was also a favored one of the Evernight goddess. Did this mean that everything about the Tarot Club was falling into the Evernight goddess's eyes, with no secrets to speak of? For a moment, Klein only felt a chill deep in his heart and body, and he froze there, unmoving. Didn't Mr. Fool tell you? That was my slip of the tongue. I'm sorry. Avon seemed to have only just realized that Klein didn't know he was a favored one of the goddess, and he apologized repeatedly. You mean Mr. Fool knows your identity as a favored one of the goddess? Klein's frozen brain began to work because of Avon's words, hoping to discern and extract key information from what Avon said. He must know. They are all beings at the pinnacle of their sequences. Who can hide from whom? So Mr. Fool must know that I am a favored one of the goddess. Perhaps these two wish to achieve some cooperation through me. In any case, I am just a favored one and cannot peer into the thoughts of deities. Avon spoke with unusual ease, as if he hadn't noticed Klein's expression. Klein, on the other hand, was stumped by Avon's words, because what Avon said made sense. If Mr. Fool truly was in existence at the pinnacle of a sequence, then he indeed had no reason not to discover Avon's identity as a favored one of the Evernight goddess, especially within his divine kingdom. But the problem was that Mr. Fool was only a Beyander of sequence 7, a mid-sequence Beyander, and according to the classification of the fourth epoch, he was merely a low-sequence Beyander. How could he discern the Evernight goddess's favor towards Avon? Moreover, by the same logic, if Mr. Fool should be able to discern the Evernight goddess's methods, then relatively, Mr. Fool's methods, which is to say the power of the gray fog, would also not be able to hide from the Evernight goddess. Klein swallowed with difficulty, pulling at the corners of his mouth, revealing an ugly smile, and said with difficulty. Avon, when did you become a favored one of the goddess? Actually, it was the night you fought in Zangwil in Tingen. I had a dream and felt a gaze from a place, higher, than reality and the spirit world. That was when I knew I had become a favored one of the goddess. Avon once again told Klein a lie with a straight face. He couldn't tell Klein the truth, otherwise Klein might immediately guess that the Tingen incident had been in the goddess's eyes from beginning to end. Although Avon guessed that the goddess most likely wouldn't mind Klein knowing these things, Avon didn't intend to interfere, because Adam was also involved. And Avon's words immediately made Klein think of something. When he publicly used the role-playing method and applied for advancement, the Holy Cathedral once sent 2 high-ranking deacons to conduct an inspection. The high-ranking deacon named Sesama once made him hold a bone sword and swear not to leak the role-playing method. After he swore, he had the same feeling as Avon of being watched by a higher existence. At that time, he felt extremely guilty, but nothing happened afterward, and he passed the test smoothly, so he gradually forgot about it. Hearing Avon's account today reawakened Klein's memory, and only then did he realize that it was a direct gaze from the Evernight goddess. So I was already exposed then. I've been living cautiously, keeping my tail tucked in. It seems the secret of the gray fog also couldn't hide from the goddess. But what exactly is the goddess's purpose? She didn't give me any hints. No, it should be said that the goddess has already given me some hints, and that is Avon. Avon became a favored one of the goddess later than I was discovered by the goddess. Could this be the goddess releasing goodwill towards me through this method? No, it's not necessarily just releasing goodwill towards me. I'm not the only one with secrets, Avon is also a person with secrets. The mysterious city phantom on him is also not simple, it even allowed him to become a dual pathway Beyander. Moreover, from the collision between this phantom and the gray fog back then, the mysterious city's status is very high. From this perspective, taking Avon as a favored one is a double-edged sword for the Evernight goddess. In a sense, am I also considered a favored one of the Evernight goddess? Thinking of this, Klein's gaze towards Avon became a bit strange, and at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. Because if it was truly during the bone sword oath that the goddess noticed him, then he could accept it. This at least indicated that his identity as a transmigrator had not been exposed. Moreover, if the Evernight goddess truly held goodwill towards him, then his current somewhat lonely and difficult situation could be greatly improved. At least the ritual for advancing to marionettist would be much easier to handle. Perhaps one day he could even be resurrected openly and return to that warm home. Thinking of this, Klein even felt a little fortunate that he had been discovered by the goddess. "Hey, what are you thinking about?" So engrossed, Klein's thoughts were interrupted by Avon, bringing him back to his senses. And when Klein recovered from the fear of being watched by the Evernight goddess, he then noticed something he hadn't before. Avon had been secretly watching his reaction. Having understood everything, Klein immediately realized that Avon was using himself to show his loyalty to Mr. Fool. After all, having suddenly and inexplicably become a favored one of the Evernight goddess, Avon must have been very worried about Mr. Fool's thoughts. Klein naturally wouldn't take advantage of Avon in such a matter, as he too had been unknowingly marked by the Evernight goddess. So, he spoke in a gentle tone to comfort him. "I also think this should be the Evernight goddess showing goodwill to Mr. Fool. Only they themselves know what's going on with divine matters, it's useless for us to think too much. But it seems that your ability to become one of the Military Intelligence Section 9's principals in such a short time also had the Night Church pushing from behind, didn't it?" Avon nodded frankly, and at the same time, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Many people knew that Avon was a favored one of the Evernight goddess, and Klein was very likely to know the truth in the future, so Avon had no intention of hiding this from him from the start. Moreover, to facilitate the upcoming city riot, Avon planned to use the power of the Aurora Order, as the Aurora Order had now become the biggest protector of the working class. Although Avon had successfully pressured the royal family to rescue the dissenters, it was considered finding the catalyst for the riot. But these people were once arrogant and out of touch with the common people, so no one was sure how far the riot could develop. Therefore, the Aurora Order, which had now become inseparable from the common people, was an indispensable and important link. The Augustus family would also discover this sooner or later and would come seeking cooperation. Thus, the convergence of the Augustus family, the Demonist sect, and the Aurora Order was inevitable. After all the twists and turns, the Backland population reduction plan still had to be completed under the cooperation of these three parties. Since Klein had accepted the task and was willing to monitor those dissenters, he would also discover the Aurora Order's involvement sooner or later. At that time, he would also discover that the organization cooperating with Miss Sharon and Marich to form the Warren Brotherhood and expand their influence was the famous evil god organization, the Aurora Order. Then Avon, the true boss behind the Warren Brotherhood, would also be suspected by Klein, which was not in Avon's interest. Therefore, Avon wanted to immediately reveal his identity as a favored one of the Evernight goddess after Klein accepted the task of monitoring the dissenters. By then, even if Klein discovered his relationship with the Aurora Order, he could push all of it onto the Evernight goddess, letting the Evernight goddess take the blame. Of course, it couldn't be considered taking the blame. After all, Avon had reported to the goddess about his infiltration into the Aurora Order. Avon even had some faint ideas, which was to make Klein realize that the Aurora Order was the organization most aligned with his values, speaking out for the poor at the bottom. So that when Klein faced the true creator and the Aurora Order in the future, he wouldn't be so reactive as to immediately shout for their destruction. Avon's feelings towards the true creator were somewhat complex. He was wary of the true creator's occasional madness, but he also welcomed the true creator's breaking of the Seven Gods' blockade and the order they had established. Currently, whether it was Robert and Avon wanting to overthrow the Fasak Empire, or their shared desire for sequence advancement, these were all challenges to the stable order that had existed since the Fifth Epoch, opposing the alliance of the Seven Gods. In other words, Robert and Avon were both somewhat delighted by chaos, at the moment, people who feared nothing more than peace. From this perspective, Adam and the true creator were their natural allies, because to achieve their goals, they both had to overthrow the Seven Gods Alliance. Since it was confirmed that Klein was the future protagonist, Avon naturally didn't want him to stand on his opposite side, hinder his affairs, or disrupt his plans. Therefore, it was very necessary to give Klein a heads-up starting now. He had to make him understand that the Seven Gods' so-called stable order was built upon the tragic lives of countless impoverished people. Feudalism is very exploitative, and capitalism is even more efficient in exploitation. The worst part is when both coexist, like Korea, and the current Lord of the Mysteries is the same. Evil gods are the ones who can speak for the poor at the bottom. This is not because they are kind-hearted, but because they also have their own demands. Evil gods need the resentment of the lower classes to grow stronger and, through a bottom-up approach, overthrow the order established by the Seven Gods and shake their anchors. Both sides can use each other. This is very realistic, very objective, and very cruel. Avon doing this now wasn't helping the true creator out of his own pocket, but because in the future he foresaw, their interests might be related. Avon had always felt that the ancient sun god recorded in the City of Silver was a very great existence. He not only ended the chaotic Second Epoch, making humans the masters of the world, but he also standardized and discovered the function of anchors, creating a strong connection between the lofty true gods and angels and the lower classes. He won a glimmer of breathing room for the people at the bottom. At least it gave them the value of being exploited, whether by righteous gods or evil gods. It's just a pity that this world is chaotic and fragmented. The ancient sun god was great, but his demise was a destined outcome. By the way, Avon, Military Intelligence Section 9's main opponent in Intis is the 8th Bureau, and many members of the Secret Order are part of the 8th Bureau. Do you know what the Sequence 4 of the Seer Pathway is called? Now that he knew he was under the Evernight Goddess's observation and that the Evernight Goddess was currently benevolent towards him, Klein basically confirmed that his path to advancing to marionettist had become smooth. Naturally, he began to covet the Sequence 4 demigod position. After all, he still wanted to take revenge with his own hands. Oh, your confidence has increased since joining the Tarot Club. You haven't even seen a shadow of advancing to Sequence 6, and you're already eyeing the Sequence 4 position. Avon teased Klein, making Klein blush slightly, and he couldn't help but retort. You really are a full man who knows not the hunger of a starving one. If I'm not mistaken, have you already obtained the magic potion formula for the Hunter Pathway Sequence 4, and perhaps even the corresponding blasphemy slate? Earlier in the Tarot Club, Klein had secretly sighed to himself that Avon's luck was truly good, he got whatever he wanted. However, he was now somewhat suspicious. Could this blasphemy slate have been bestowed by the Evernight Goddess? If the blasphemy slate in Avon's hand was truly bestowed by the Evernight Goddess, then Klein would have to consider whether he should also pray at the church and try to please the Evernight Goddess. There was no reason for the goddess to treat two favored ones differently. If he was lucky enough to obtain the corresponding blasphemy slate, he wouldn't have to risk stealing things under the noses of the Steam and Machinery Church and Military Intelligence Section 9. Moreover, Klein had always suspected that the Evernight Goddess's destruction of the Night Kingdom, her special cultivation of nighthawks on the Beander Pathway, and even her raising of mermaids, were all for his arrival, to block the advancement path of Seer Beyonders. If this conjecture was true, then the blasphemy slate of the Seer Pathway was also very likely to have fallen into the Evernight Goddess's hands. Avon chuckled, neither refuting nor admitting, leaving Klein itching to hit him. All right, it's 8 now. Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes' gathering has probably started. We're already late, let's go now. Avon ignored Klein's frustration, pulled a pocket watch from his chest pocket, lightly pressed a button, checked the time, and then pulled Klein out of the private room. Face-to-face meeting. The Sequence 4 of the Seer Pathway is called Bizarro Sorcerer. According to Internal Military Intelligence Section 9 data, the late director of the 8th Bureau was a Bizarro Sorcerer. I misspoke, it was the former director. Avon accidentally let it slip, forgetting that Gabriel, the director of Intis 8th Bureau, had already been killed by the assassination plot set up by Robert on the night of the Intis embassy bloodbath a few days prior. This matter was still being strictly kept secret by Intis, and Military Intelligence Section 9 did not know about it, so Avon, the deputy director responsible for Fasak Empire intelligence, should not have known either. Bizarro Sorcerer. The sequence 4 of the Seer pathway is called Bizarro Sorcerer. The characteristics of the Seer pathway revolve around trickery, cunning, pranks, and strangeness, or perhaps it can be directly summarized as bizarre. Clown, magician, faceless, and marionettist certainly give that impression, so Zeratul said that fate isn't the main domain of the Seer pathway. Klein didn't notice Avon's slip of the tongue. Instead, he was lost in thought about the name. Bizarro Sorcerer, as the name of a sequence magic potion was crucial for future acting in magic potion digestion. But perhaps because he had no guard against Avon in his heart, or because he instinctively wanted to gather more information from Avon, he directly spoke Zeratul's name. And Avon naturally couldn't pretend not to hear, because whether Klein was consciously testing him by saying it in front of him, or if a friend truly had something difficult to say, he couldn't feign ignorance. Klein, you know Zeratul. Where did you learn about him? I just learned some information about the secret order from some seer gatherings. After all, I am also a Beander of the Beander pathway. I heard that the secret order was founded by the Zeratul family, and the Zeratul family, like the Augustus family, is also an angel family from the 4th epoch. The legendary Zeratul family is indeed as famous as the Augustus family, and they did indeed found the secret order. Legend has it that the rise of Emperor Rosal was propelled by the secret order. This is also the main reason why the secret order, despite being a secretive organization, can still secretly control the Intis Republic's intelligence system. Avon told Klein all the information he could disclose. Klein merely nodded silently upon hearing this and said nothing more, as they had already arrived at the location where Eye of Wisdom held his gathering. After knocking a few times according to the information published in today's newspaper, Avon and Klein smoothly entered the house. They exchanged glances and then each put on the masks they carried with them. Upon entering, they each found a seat. The others didn't notice Avon and Klein's arrival, but Isengard Stanton, sitting in the middle, recognized both of them at a glance. At the same time, he was a little puzzled. Why were all the members of their small group present today? Avon hadn't informed him that there would be a meeting today. At the same time, Isengard Stanton raised the level of importance he placed on Klein. He had long been prepared for Klein joining their small team. After all, Avon's intention in introducing him was already very clear. He had originally thought that Avon would observe Klein for a period, and even conduct some vetting, before bringing him in. But their arrival together today made him feel a subtle hint. He felt their relationship was closer than he had imagined. After waiting for less than a minute, Isengard Stanton, who had been secretly lost in thought, spoke. Time's up. Everyone is familiar with the process, so I won't say much. Let's start with the friend on the far right. After wave of purges by the Backland official organizations, the surviving Beander gatherings were few and far between, which further highlighted the safety of this gathering. This also caused the reputation of Eye of Wisdom to spread among the wild Beyonders of Backland. Coupled with his fair dealings and honesty, his prestige grew daily. This had made Isengard Stanton's Place de facto the largest Beander item trading market in Backland, and at the same time, it also put more and more pressure on him. As Isengard Stanton announced the start of the gathering, everyone present began to conduct their transactions in an orderly manner. During this process, Avon frequently made moves, acquiring many materials, which drew envious glances from many people. Some even stared at Avon with greedy eyes, but Avon ignored them, continuing to act as he pleased. The strategic support force was about to be established, and its station had already been chosen. Recruitment would begin in a few days. If Avon wanted to control this army, then the desire and channels for his subordinates to advance could not be left to others. So he had been collecting relevant materials through Miss Sharon and Isengard Stanton's channels. However, Isengard Stanton, constrained by the smooth operation of the gathering and to maintain his impartial image, and also to prevent attracting the attention of punishers, informants among the participants, had always acted subtly, unable to meet Avon's demands. Therefore, Avon could only personally step in today and make large-scale acquisitions. Klein was envious of Avon's grand gestures, but at the same time, he had a question in his heart. What was the reason for Avon's massive acquisition of Beander materials? Was a war about to break out? Due to Avon's intervention, the trading segment of the gathering quickly passed, moving into the exchange segment. Because there were many participants, there was a lot of true and false information, but none of it caught Avon's attention. This was the intuition of a conspirer. So Avon, who had been very active during the trading segment, appeared very quiet at this time. Klein, on the other hand, hoped to quickly reveal the news of a devil appearing in Backland, so he directly offered a reward of up to 100 gold pounds for the serial murder case. A reward of such a large amount should tempt many people. The power that so many Beyonders can mobilize is not small. I imagine it should be able to scare the devil for a while, curb his desire to kill for a period, and perhaps even genuinely find some clues. Klein was always very generous when it came to saving lives, even though he didn't have much money now and it pained him terribly. At the same time, Klein also somewhat understood Avon's reasons for forming the Warren Brotherhood and supporting Old Gentleman Wisdom Eyes in holding this gathering. Having these platforms and organizations often allows one to obtain a lot of useful intelligence and mobilize a lot of power to achieve one's goals efficiently. Strictly speaking, Wild Beyonders were not poor people, but 100 gold pounds reward still tempted many. After all, this case on the surface was just an ordinary murder case. Although many also suspected that there were other hidden reasons behind it, more people were misled by the money and, instead, imagined Klein to be a young, wealthy newcomer to the circle. Soon, everyone had no more information to exchange and gradually quieted down. Seeing this, Isengard Stanton announced the end of the gathering and arranged for people to leave in batches, as per previous custom. Many people, as they left, discreetly glanced at the composed Avon, their eyes harboring a hint of ruthlessness. Soon, Isengard Stanton had arranged for everyone from the gathering to leave, leaving only those who were to hold a small meeting. At this moment, Avon stopped pretending and directly sat next to Isengard Stanton, taking the main seat, while Isengard Stanton shifted his bottom to sit to one side. Catherine Gray, Dacquell, and Klein also consciously gathered around the sofa where Avon sat, finding a place to sit. At the same time, Dacquell and the others tacitly took off their masks and curiously observed Klein, who seemed a bit constrained but had not removed his mask. "This is Mr. Sherlock Moriarty, a magician of the Seer Pathway. Mr. Sherlock, please take off your mask and say hello to everyone." Klein no longer hesitated upon hearing this. He took off his mask, then stood up, looked around at Isengard Stanton and the others, bowed slightly, and greeted them, while giving Catherine Gray a meaningful glance. "Hello everyone, my name is Sherlock Moriarty, and I am a trainee reporter for the Daily Observer." Catherine Gray naturally recognized Klein, but she was no longer a rookie who had just entered the Beander world. Now, Catherine Gray was a junior prosecutor for Military Intelligence Section 9's Court of Anomalous Affairs, having handled several cases, read many past files, and received personal guidance from a demigod. She already knew how to hide her thoughts. So, although she was very surprised as to why Klein had died and revived, and why he dared to use a false name in front of her. But after she noticed Avon subtly nodding to her, she still didn't show her surprise. Instead, like Isengard Stanton and Dacquell, she smiled and nodded at Klein, expressing welcome to the new member. "You all introduce yourselves to Mr. Sherlock too." Seeing Klein receded, Avon then gestured for the others to introduce themselves. Isengard Stanton, a somewhat well-known detective, Sequence 6 polymath of the Reader Pathway. Isengard Stanton digested the polymath magic potion very easily, but the magic potion formula for Sequence 5 was very difficult to find, with no clues yet. Dacquell, a Sequence 7 vampire of the Apothecary Pathway. I run a herb shop on White Rose Street in Sherwood Borough. If you're injured, you can come to me." Saying this, Dayquil looked Klein up and down again, licked his lips, and said, "Not just injuries, if you want to be more impressive in bed, you can also come to me. The medicine I prepare is honest and fair, everyone who has used it says it's good." Ever since Dayquil received the blessing of the life counselor, his luck had been incredibly good. Not only did he cultivate an owl of the spectator pathway, digesting the beast tamer magic potion. He even met a dying wild vampire and inherited all of his legacy, which made Isengard Stanton feel a bit sour when he found out. After all, when he was young, his luck wasn't very good, and he took many detours. Isengard Stanton and the others were used to Dayquil's behavior and didn't react at all. Instead, it was Klein, the CN, who felt a bit embarrassed and his ears turned red. Catherine Gray, Sequence 8 Barbarian of the Lawyer Pathway, Junior Prosecutor for Military Intelligence Section 9's Court of Heretical Affairs. In fact, Catherine Gray had already digested the Barbarian Magic Potion and had collected all the materials for the Briber Magic Potion. However, she was different from Isengard Stanton and Dayquil. She had already deeply integrated into an official organization and held a certain position within it. If she advanced too much, it was very likely to attract the attention of others, and then she would only be able to sign relevant contracts, enter the royal family's view, and her actions would be greatly restricted. Klein had just known that there was a female Beander at the Eye of Wisdom's gathering who could sell Beander items, but he hadn't expected this lady to be Catherine Gray. "Perhaps I can ask her to customize powerful weapons for Mr. Sun later." Klein thought to himself. All right, everyone has introduced themselves. Besides introducing Mr. Sherlock to everyone today, there's one more thing to inform you all. Seeing that everyone had finished their introductions, Avon went straight to the point. "What is it? If you read the newspapers, you should know that the Loan Kingdom is going to establish a strategic support force, and this task has fallen to 3rd Prince Edsac Augustus and me. You all have at least the identity of an outer member of Military Intelligence Section 9, and Sherlock even has the rank of Captain, Catherine has the rank of Lieutenant. This time, I plan to have Mr. Isinger and Dayquil both transfer to military service, and then they will all be incorporated into this army. I mentioned this to you before, you should all be prepared, right?" Among those present, only Klein had not heard about this from Avon, so everyone else had already considered the pros and cons in advance and had already made their decisions, agreeing one after another. And Klein would not undermine his friend at this moment by saying he needed to consider it. Moreover, he didn't feel there was any difference in transferring his affiliation from Military Intelligence Section 9 to the Army, so he also readily agreed. Seeing Klein agree, Avon secretly breathed a sigh of relief, because the new army would be built by him personally, so if Klein was transferred into it, it could further strengthen the mystical connection between the two parties. Avon believed that with this layer of relationship, his ritual to advance to demigod might proceed more smoothly, especially since the honorable name of the fool contained good luck. At the same time, Klein's importance was clearly very significant. On this point, Avon referred to Adam's example of acting as tens of thousands of spectators alone. "All right, since there's no problem with this matter, let's talk about something else. Dayquil, you contacted me today. Is there news about the life counselor? First team building." Avon's words immediately drew the attention of everyone present, including Klein. They had all learned from Avon about the Angel War that had occurred in Backland some time ago, and they also knew the true reason why Backland was still in a tense situation. Moreover, Avon had long since confessed that he wanted to use Dayquil's identity to establish contact with the hidden life counselor. At first, no one had any hope for this plan. Even Isinger Stanton and the others were worried that Avon's actions would anger this Sequence 1 Archangel, as Avon's methods could be described as insidious to some extent. Later, Dayquil became very lucky, but he had not received any related words for a long time. They all thought Avon's plan had failed. But unexpectedly, today they received news of the life counselor again, which naturally made them excited. After all, that was one of the highest-ranking angels in this world, besides true gods. Klein was once again shocked by Avon's connections and boldness. He never expected that he would dare to get involved in matters concerning angels. However, when he thought about how Avon had attended Beyonder gatherings everywhere and dared to deal with the lunatic of the Aurora Order even before becoming a Beyonder, and how he had dared to risk contacting the Mr. Patient, whose good and evil were unknown, upon discovering that Ince Zangwill and 008 were stirring up trouble in Tingen, Klein felt that Avon's involvement in angelic matters was nothing extraordinary. Avon had always been so bold and courageous. At the same time, Isinger Stanton also noticed the change in Klein's expression and immediately realized that Klein had prior knowledge of the life counselor's information. This further confirmed their suspicion that Klein and Avon had a close relationship. Dacquel hesitated, glanced around, but seeing that Avon had no intention of asking the other three to leave, he cleared his throat, hummed twice, and said with a stern and gloomy expression, "Give this paper crane to Avon Horn, and have him give it to his brother, and tell Robert Horn that I am willing to help him with his upcoming actions. Then, relay Avon Horn the exact words, do you really have no idea about the specialness within you? Don't look for me again, or you'll be killed by you sooner or later." After Dacquel finished relaying the life counselor's message and took out a paper crane from his pocket to hand to Avon, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's so special about you? How can it make the life counselor, this archangel, so apprehensive?" Isinger Stanton, Catherine Gray, and Klein all stared intently at the paper crane Dacquel took out. After all, this was an item from an angel, only existing in legends, and they really wanted to know what was special about it. And upon hearing Dacquel's question, they shifted their gaze from the paper crane in Avon's hand to Avon's face. It was clear they were also very interested in this topic. Klein immediately thought of the mysterious city phantom on Avon's body, believing that the specialness the life counselor mentioned through Dacquel referred to this. Since the life counselor can see the specialness on Avon's body, can he also see the specialness on mine? Thinking of this, Klein felt a bit restless. After all, they might currently be in the sight of an archangel. However, upon remembering that the Evernight goddess was also watching them, Klein immediately calmed down. "I need to quickly ascertain the Evernight goddess's true attitude, otherwise this world is too dangerous." Klein felt as if his cheat also followed some kind of mystical law, always getting him involved in matters that were clearly beyond his level of participation. By the way, the life counselor is so reluctant to interact with Avon, could it also be because of that phantom on his body? Considering the two pathways Avon is currently on, one represents war, and the other, calamity, they are indeed not good omens. Thinking of this, Klein couldn't help but look sympathetically at Avon, whose face was dark and who looked very embarrassed. And Avon, seeing Klein's sympathetic expression, could only curse silently, but had no reason to explain or refute. What Klein could think of, Avon naturally could also, and even more so. He had previously thought that the life counselor believed they were not on the same path, or that the matters concerning the Horn family were too significant and not suitable for investment, which was why he hadn't responded to him. But he never expected it was because the City of Calamity could already influence him in the mystical domain. The witches acting rule brings misfortune to people, and the hunter pathway is entirely created for war and destruction. These two pathways perfectly fit the description of fearing nothing but peace. Inferring from this, the high-level authorities of these two pathways are very likely to passively influence everything around them to develop in a negative direction. Avon, who possessed the blasphemy slate of the hunter pathway, gradually solidified his conjecture, and then felt very speechless. But at the same time, Avon also noticed one thing. Although the life counselor was very unwilling to establish contact with him, he was very willing to cooperate with his brother. Some time ago, Dacquel suddenly became incredibly lucky, which made Avon ecstatic, thinking that he and the life counselor were moving towards each other. After all, exposing himself so rashly and giving Dacquel good luck came with risks. But then there was no further response, which left Avon very disappointed. He even couldn't help but guess that this was the life counselor giving hope, then disappointment, as a way to get back at him for his calculations. But now, seeing the life counselor's interest in Robert, Avon had a new guess. The life counselor indeed didn't want too much contact with Avon because of the City of Calamity, or rather, given his current terrible situation, contact with Avon would cause things to develop for the worse. But he saw Robert in fate and desperately wanted to establish contact with him, which led to the contradictory behavior of both keeping Dayquil as a contact to prove his existence and not contacting Avon. This discovery immediately piqued Avon's interest. What was so special about Robert that it made the life counselor so hesitant? Even risking being affected by the City of Calamity, he still wanted to establish contact with Robert. This reminded Avon of Adam's special regard for Robert. In the Tingen incident, Adam could be said to have gone to great lengths to prevent Robert from getting involved. After learning that Robert had already advanced to demigod last year and possessed a 0-level sealed artifact, Avon thought he had found the reason. But thinking about it now, this reason actually doesn't hold water at all. Because a demigod, to Adam, was essentially no different from an ordinary person. Even if Robert had received Avon's message and decided to go to Tingen to cause trouble, Adam could have changed Robert's mind with just a slight thought, with no difficulty at all. My previous analysis of Robert was tampered with by Adam, and now it's only because of a great angel's reminder that I've realized this again. Avon took a deep breath, but there was no anger in his heart as he had imagined. Weakness was the root of all sin, and losing his temper would be useless. The secret about Robert must be very significant, otherwise Adam and the life counselor wouldn't both attach so much importance to him. What could it be? Avon actually had some guesses in his heart, but he had no evidence. For now, he could only put them aside and deal with the present. You saw that speaker with your own eyes. Avon did not satisfy Catherine Gray and their curiosity, avoiding discussing the specialness about himself. Instead, he began to inquire Dayquil about the relevant details. I saw him, well, not exactly with my own eyes. I saw him in a dream during my nap this afternoon. Dayquil recalled today's experience with a look of awe. Can you tell me the specific details? Avon urged immediately. At the same time, Catherine Gray and Klein also looked at Dayquil with expectant eyes, which greatly satisfied his vanity, and he began to recall seriously, saying, I was sleeping when I suddenly woke up in my dream, finding myself in a vast wasteland, with nothing but dark stones beneath my feet. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. In the center of the plain stood a towering black tower, around which a huge silver-white snake of fate coiled, watching me coldly, its mouth blood-red. After I walked up to him, he told me the message he wanted me to relay, and as soon as he finished, I woke up. I initially thought it was a nightmare, but after finding the paper crane nearby, I realized it was all real, and then I immediately contacted Avon. Dayquil's description captivated Catherine Gray and Isinger Stanton. They never imagined they would one day be so close to a myth. Klein, on the other hand, thought of a term from a Rosal diary he had read, the Snake of Fate, also known as the Snake of Fate. Rosal's diary and Dayquil's words essentially confirmed that Avon and their attempt to contact the life counselor was real. If you can see the life counselor again, please tell him that I understand his meaning. Avon compared Dayquil's words with the content in Lord of the Mysteries, and basically confirmed the other party's identity, assuming no one was using this to set a trap for him. After Avon explained the matter of the life counselor to Dayquil, he continued. I have one more thing I need your help with today. Saying this, Avon nodded to Klein. Seeing this, Klein took a deep breath, then took over, repeating what Avon had just said at the Bravehearts bar. In short, an unknown number of devils have appeared in Backland, and I hope to get everyone's help to find him. Capture him. Backland has only been peaceful for a few days. We absolutely cannot let this devil cause panic again, otherwise it will be bad for everyone. Klein didn't have much money left, and what little he had was needed to buy faceless materials. Moreover, Everyone present was probably richer than him, so he simply didn't mention compensation. Instead, he directly linked the situation in Backland to this matter. Facts proved that Klein's approach was very successful. Whether it was Isinger Stanton's mysticism gatherings, Catherine Gray's Beander weapon trade, or Dayquel's potion sales, all were greatly linked to the overall environment of Backland. The continuous blockades and purges by official Beander organizations over the past 2 months had drastically reduced the number of wild Beyonders in Backland, which also affected their income. Therefore, they all developed a great interest in capturing the devil who could potentially cause unrest in Backland. So Mr. Roberts spending a fortune investigating these murders has this purpose: to make that devil wary and reduce crime, and also to collect clues to the greatest extent. Isinger Stanton had been somewhat puzzled by Klein's intentions before, because with his wisdom, he could tell at a glance that there was something behind this commission, but he never expected it would involve a devil. Moreover, he immediately developed a good impression of Klein, feeling that Klein was not only intelligent and broad-minded, but also very good at leveraging the power of various parties, using minimal effort to achieve maximum results, a style he greatly admired. At the same time, he also felt Klein's goodwill towards the common people. "Don't worry, I will mobilize my connections and investigate this matter as much as possible." Isinger Stanton made a solemn promise to Klein. Klein immediately expressed his gratitude upon hearing this. Although Isinger Stanton also had the typical, stupid phobia, of a god of knowledge and wisdom believer and disliked ignorant and foolish common people. But that didn't mean he disliked making friends with smart people who sympathized with the common people. After all, a person who has sympathy and compassion for common people is absolutely trustworthy in character. And absolutely a friend worth getting to know deeply. Catherine Gray, who was beside him, didn't think as much as Isinger Stanton, but she also felt Klein's kindness. Klein was still that Klein, the open-minded and kind-hearted Klein. She just didn't know why he ended up on the Nighthawks, announced, martyr, list. What was the secret behind his resurrection from the dead? Did Melissa know Klein was still alive? If not, how sad must she be? Wait a moment, I must find an opportunity to ask clearly. Question after question popped up in Catherine Gray's mind, but she didn't ask any of them out loud. Instead, she actively responded to Klein's request. "I will also pay attention to this matter. If you need anything, you can just ask." Klein felt Catherine Gray's goodwill and nodded gratefully. They had known each other before, so there was no need to be too polite. I'll pass on this one. There are many sanguine in Backland, and if they discover my existence, they will definitely hunt me down. If you need potions for capturing that devil, I can provide them for free." Dayquel was a bit reluctant to deal with devils, as the legendary devils were all incredibly powerful and difficult to get along with. But in the current situation, it was considered a group activity for their small team, and it wouldn't look good if he didn't participate, so he could only reluctantly offer to be in charge of everyone's logistics. Colin's gratitude. Klein glanced at the plump Dayquel, and then recalled his lewd act of hawking aphrodisiacs. Although he had no intention of discriminating against fat people, Klein instinctively felt that sending him to the front line was unreliable, so he agreed with Dayquel's proposal and nodded to him gratefully. However, as he nodded to Dayquel, he instinctively felt that the owl perched on his shoulder seemed to be scrutinizing him. Klein, as if possessed, also nodded to the owl with bulging eyes, greeting it. And that owl, with surprising composure, placed a wing on its chest, bowed to him, and said, "You can call me Mr. Harry. I agree with your assessment of my master. I also feel he is not suited for frontline combat." It can talk. Klein was startled. Although his original worldview had been shattered since his transmigration, and he had accepted the existence of races like dragons and giants with intelligence not inferior to humans. In this era where mysticism was not apparent and Beyonders were rare, knowing was one thing, but it was his first time seeing a living, Beyonder creature, that could also speak human language. "It can see what I'm thinking. Is it a Beyonder creature from the spectator pathway? Right, the sequence 8 of the apothecary pathway seems to be beast tamer. Is this owl a Beander creature Dayquil tamed to digest his magic potion? Klein tried hard to control himself from thinking about other things, using analysis to cover up his secret, lest the owl see through him. Hello, Mr. Harry, it's a pleasure to meet you. Although Harry was just an owl, since it could speak human language, Klein couldn't ignore it and politely greeted Harry. You're really different from Dayquil, not as vulgar and impolite. All he thinks about all day is finding females to mate with, and he has no ambition even after being blessed by an angel. Why don't you buy me? I'm a telepathist, sequence 8 of the spectator pathway, and I can be very helpful to you. Harry said, glancing sideways at Dayquil, whose face was getting darker and darker, then shook his head helplessly, looking as if he was disappointed with him. Dayquil was speechless, wanting to explode, but seeing Avon and others around him watching their argument with interest, eager for chaos. He could only glare at Harry hatefully, then forced a smile and explained to Klein. You've seen me make a fool of myself. I didn't teach him well, please don't take it to heart. In fact, Klein was very interested in having an owl that could communicate, which stemmed from his memories of movies from his previous life. Unfortunately, he had too many secrets and dared not keep a spectator by his side for long, so he could only say with regret. It's all right, I find Mr. Harry very interesting. If you're free, you can visit me. I live at 15 Minsk Street, Sherwood Borough. A spectator can play an extraordinary role in many situations, Miss Justice is an example. Afterward, Klein further explained his search for the mutated pituitary gland and blood of the thousand-faced hunter. Everyone present expressed that they would help Klein keep an eye out. And Catherine Gray also listed a weapon catalog for Klein to choose from. Klein was instantly dazzled by the weapon catalog Catherine Gray provided, because the weapons on the list were cheap, easy to use, and varied. If not for the circumstances, Klein would have really wanted to shout, I want them all. Finally, according to his wallet's thickness and the discount plan Catherine Gray offered, he bought a Beander pistol and an axe that could conjure lightning. The reason he didn't buy Beander bullets was because Klein could legally obtain the corresponding bullets through Military Intelligence Section 9. Then everyone discussed some matters with Avon regarding their joining the army. After the discussion, Dayquil was the first to leave, and Isengard Stanton also tactfully left the room. Watching Isengard Stanton's back disappear from the room, Catherine Gray directly asked, I saw the Night Church's announcement last week that you had died in the line of duty, and I was sad for a while. But I didn't expect you to still be alive and to have changed your name. What exactly happened? Seeing that Catherine Gray reacted as expected, Avon directly stated the response he and Klein had discussed earlier. He vouched for Klein as a favored one of the Evernight Goddess. So, Klein is currently carrying out a secret mission for the Night Church, and Avon, you are a favored one of the Evernight Goddess. Catherine Gray looked at Avon and Klein with a complicated expression and an unreadable tone. Yes, Avon and Klein said in unison. Is that so? Then Avon, did you report the existence of Grandpa Collins to the Church of the Night Goddess as well? Klein's matter was easy to accept, but Avon's matter caused her concern. After all, Collins was the best person to her besides her parents, and he was also her guide in the Beander world. At the same time, after learning Collins' identity and reviewing relevant information, she knew that Collins would be very difficult for the Orthodox churches to accept. After all, if he hadn't shed blood, how could he have been specially cultivated by a heretical organization, the Moses Ascetic Order? Avon guessed Catherine Gray's thoughts, smiled lightly, and shook his head, saying, I am indeed a favored one of the Evernight Goddess, but I am not a member of the church. In terms of status, I have the same standing as the church's high-ranking officials, answerable only to the goddess, so I have no obligation to report everything to the church. Hearing Avon's words, Catherine Gray breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time felt it was a good thing, because if a favored one of a deity cooperated with Collins, Collins might not be without a chance to clear his name. After all, she really wanted to publicly show off Collins' existence. Can I tell Grandpa Collins about your identity? Catherine Gray asked cautiously. Since I told you, I didn't intend to hide this identity from Mr. Collins. Revealing his identity to Catherine Gray was also the result of Avon's careful consideration. Although he wasn't sure what methods Robert and Amanda used to subdue Collins, it didn't mean Avon couldn't intimidate him by borrowing the prestige of others. Regardless, Avon's identity as a favored one of the Evernight Goddess was officially certified, and it was good to use it to scare people. Collins would conduct a private investigation after knowing Avon's identity, and once confirmed to be true, he would surely attach more importance to Robert and Avon, these two brothers. Catherine Gray was very pleased with Avon's attitude and solemnly promised Avon and Klein. Don't worry, I will absolutely not leak the news that Klein is still alive. I swear on the goddess's name. Oh, by the way, Grandpa Collins asked me to tell you that he has already obtained what he wanted, so he owes you a reward. What do you want? After finishing Klein's matter, Catherine Gray relayed Collins' words. Grandpa Collins said he could help you hunt a demigod from the hunter pathway and use its Beander characteristic as your reward. Or he can give you one of the 2 sealed artifacts of level 1 foot he possesses as your reward. It seems Collins has completed his transaction with Bernadette, but I wonder if Robert successfully brought him into the gathering. Tisk tisk tisk, can it be said that he truly lives up to his reputation as a notorious traitor of the Moses ascetic order? He wants to kill people at the drop of a hat. Lady Ms. Amanda's gathering should have taken place a few days ago, but the anomaly in Backland forced it to be postponed. Although I had anticipated it, I really didn't expect Collins to still possess 2 level 1 foot sealed artifacts. Even Avon couldn't help but be shocked by Collins' wealth. Coupled with the Master of Knowledge, Beander characteristic he possessed, one person was almost equivalent to half of the City of Silver. And Klein was also stimulated by the unreserved exchange between Catherine Gray and Avon, feeling an itch in his heart. What else did Avon do to make a revered demigod-level craftsman offer such a generous reward? Having seen the weapon catalog Catherine Gray just provided, Klein could easily deduce that the craftsman behind her was a demigod. Mr. Collins' enemies have never given up on finding him, so I won't trouble him to make a move. As for my reward, I'll have to consider it. Avon already had the confidence to obtain the magic potion to advance to a demigod, or rather, he had already gathered the relevant materials. Klein and Catherine Gray simultaneously had this thought, but then, considering Avon's identity as a favored one of the Evernight Goddess, they felt it was only natural. This made Klein's desire to pray to the Evernight Goddess and verify his identity even stronger. Catherine Gray was merely a messenger. Upon receiving Avon's reply, she didn't probe further but took out an envelope from her person and handed it to Avon, saying, "Inside are introductions to those 2 sealed artifacts, and also a magic potion formula for Puppet. He said this is Miss Sharon's reward. So please hand it over." When discussing the relevant transaction with Collins, Avon had given the credit for introducing Collins to the gathering to Sharon. And Collins, to ensure Avon would do a good job with Bernadette and to show his generosity, used Miss Sharon as a pawn, promising that if his transaction with Bernadette was successful, he would give Miss Sharon the magic potion formula for Puppet, Sequence 4 of the Prisoner Pathway. Now Collins was fulfilling his promise. Taking the envelope from Catherine Gray, Avon didn't open it immediately. Instead, he patted the envelope in his hand and sighed in his heart, thinking that Collins was truly a master manipulator. And a very generous master manipulator. Collins could have simply given the Puppet magic potion formula directly to Miss Sharon through Catherine Gray, as they were both quite familiar with each other. But Collins, on the contrary, went out of his way to have Avon hand it over. There was only one benefit to doing this: it would make Sharon feel even more indebted to Avon's kindness. After all, without Avon's help, Miss Sharon would not have gotten this opportunity. Helping someone obtain a long-desired demigod formula is no small favor. It's really hard to connect Collins with that Chris in the archived files. He's more like a versatile politician than a killing machine. Avon tore open the envelope, read the information about the 2 sealed artifacts Collins mentioned, then directly burned it with fire from his hand, and then looked at Catherine Gray and Klein, saying, "I will hand it over to Miss Sharon. If there's nothing else, let's disperse for today. You go first, and I'll leave last." Klein heard the unusual tone in Avon's words and couldn't help but frown. "Are you all right alone? Or should we help you?" Clearly, Klein guessed that someone had truly gone mad and was preparing to ambush Avon. Catherine Gray reacted at this point, looking at Avon with a worried expression. Avon chuckled wryly, shaking his head and saying, "Don't worry, they're just a few petty thieves. I have it under control." Klein knew Avon's personality. Since he said it was fine, then it truly was fine. He didn't ask any more questions, put on his mask, and left directly. Seeing this, Catherine Gray also put on her mask and followed closely behind. After Catherine Gray and Klein left, Isengard Stanton walked into the house and said, "There are a total of 7 people, all Beyonders, including 1 Sequence 7, 2 Sequence 8s, and the rest are Sequence 9s. Most importantly, these people are not acting alone, but are organized. Much fewer than I imagined. I thought there would be at least 20 or 30. Avon's high profile tonight wasn't a whim, it had been planned with Isengard Stanton long ago. His high-profile material collection today was, on one hand, to expand his inventory for future plans, and on the other hand, to help Isengard Stanton clean up a batch of the most unruly individuals. As Isengard Stanton's gathering grew larger and attracted more attention, it became a mixed bag and inherently less safe. He had already started preparing to move and find a new location, but before doing so, he had to clear out a group of people to minimize potential risks as much as possible. Isengard Stanton could have done it himself, but it was not as convenient as Avon, a hunter, and assassin, handling such matters. Moreover, Avon had a use for these people, so he proactively took on this task. "Do you really not need my assistance? These people are organized, not scattered individuals, and it might even just be a test. How about we investigate first and act next time?" Avon considered Isengard Stanton's suggestion for a moment, but in the end, he shook his head and said, "If it's truly a test, then it will be difficult for us to ascertain the specific situation in a short period of time. Moreover, you can't guarantee that the intelligence we uncover won't be a new trap. If that's the case, then it's better to strike like lightning and eliminate this group directly. Firstly, it's a deterrent, and secondly, it prevents them from knowing our true strength. And you don't need to worry, I am confident in dealing with these people." Isengard Stanton thought for a moment and felt that Avon's reasoning was correct, so he nodded deeply. Avon put on his mask, bid farewell to Isengard Stanton, and discreetly left the gathering place, quickly exiting the Backland Bridge district and arriving at a safe house in the East Borough. Upon entering the safe house, a tall, burly, yet somewhat slender man emerged from the room and knelt before Avon, saying, "Greetings, my lord." His tone was devout and fervent. Avon nodded, saying nothing more, and directly removed the black robe he had worn to conceal his figure. The burly, tall man was very perceptive. He immediately stood up, quickly took the robe, and hung it on a clothes rack. Avon had purchased this safe house the day after he first arrived in Backland. Due to its nature as a safe house, Avon could not rent out this property. At the same time, because people in the East Borough often shared a single room among several families, as no family could afford to rent an entire house. Avon could not, like the safe house in south of the bridge, rent this house as a tenant and then leave it unoccupied for a long time. Therefore, after much deliberation, Avon eliminated a gang leader who controlled this area, released a prisoner from the City of Calamity, and had him help watch the house. The City of Calamity is essentially like a prison that can bring endless pain, where the prisoners are sentenced to life imprisonment, their lives not their own, everything they possess is the property of the prison's master, Avon. To escape the torment of pain, one can only receive Avon's pardon. Besides this, there is no other way. And the way to receive Avon's special rescue besides Avon opening the connection between the mysterious city that constantly infects the world and the real world, allowing them to parade at night and find hosts themselves. Another way is to be released by Avon and enter the body of a person chosen by Avon. And there are two methods for this. The first is infection. Through connection, Avon allows a prisoner from the mysterious city to enter the host's body via a mystical and realistic passage, and with the power of the mysterious city, cause an infection, turning them into a stitched monster, belonging only to the mysterious city. The meaning of this stitched monster is not just a mental stitched monster, but a stitched monster in every sense. The stitched monster possesses the original person's bloodline, Neander characteristic, and all memories and independent thinking abilities. However, all of the stitched monster's cognition will become abnormally distorted, its thoughts, logic, and emotions will revolve around Avon, completely becoming Avon's captive. The other method is replacement, which is simpler. Anyone killed by Avon, their astral body, mental body, spiritual body, and etheric body will be captured by the mysterious city and become prisoners. At this point, Avon can use his authority as the master of the mysterious city to pardon one of the prisoners, allowing them to be resurrected in the body of the person killed by Avon. However, subordinates obtained this way do not have the memories of the person Avon killed before. They are just empty shells that can move, making it difficult to complete precise tasks, only simple ones, serving merely as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Avon naturally used the first method for Natasha and Helen, directly selecting a female-looking monster from the countless prisoners in the mysterious city to infect them, ultimately creating the current Natasha and Helen. Originally, Avon had intended to use the second method for the burly man before him. Logically speaking, Avon, before becoming a demigod, possessing divinity, and mastering certain authorities, should not have been able to use the first method. But it just so happened that the Augustus family and the demoness sect, in order to control him, used Bonaparte's fortitude, a sealed artifact formed from the iron-blooded knight Neander characteristic, to disturb Avon, hoping to control him through its special connection, authority. However, by some stroke of bad luck, Avon is essentially the embodiment of the City of Calamity, which directly foiled their conspiracy and additionally allowed Avon to prematurely master Bonaparte's fortitude. Avon used the ability of this level sealed artifact to leverage the power of the City of Calamity, enabling him to infect these two demonesses through a connection with them, completely turning them into Avon's captives. This not only allowed Avon to plant two spies within the two major demoness organizations but also perfectly provided false information to the Augustus family through the demoness sect's channels, and through the Augustus family, provided false intelligence to the demoness sect. The information about Avon between the demoness sect and the Augustus family perfectly formed a self-consistent loop, allowing Avon to deceive all of them, manipulating them at his whim without being discovered or suspected. The burly man, Hans, was originally a captive, Avon captured using the second method. After all, Avon could have deep-level communication with demonesses, but could not accept such a deep-level connection with a man. However, after Avon was promoted to a conspirer, he could leverage Bonaparte's fortitude to further tap into the power of the City of Calamity, allowing him to release captives out of thin air. So Avon released the original Hans, who had already been trained in the City of Calamity, and had him replace the original captive, again, becoming a captive with all memories, even though he was cannon fodder created by the second method. Ian Wright has been secretly helping me recruit gang members into the army during this period. How is the situation? Avon casually found a stool in the small room and sat down, looking around as he asked. Hans heard this, and while hanging up Avon's black robe, he said in a booming voice, "Mr. Ian Wright, through coaxing and deception, recruited over 200 homeless people, and they are now undergoing transformation underground." Avon nodded slightly, approving of Ian Wright's initiative, then stood up and said as he walked, "There will be guests coming soon. You will take them downstairs then, understood?" "Understood." Hans bowed in response, not daring to stand up until Avon disappeared from his sight. then stood in place, waiting for the guests Avon mentioned to arrive. Avon walked to another room, found a mechanism, and directly opened the basement entrance. As soon as the heavy basement partition opened, a strong smell of blood immediately assailed him, but Avon showed no surprise at all, walking down the crude steps without changing his expression. Before long, Avon arrived at a large underground hall, much larger than the above-ground building. This hall had no candlelight, but it had an unusually eerie red glow, allowing one to clearly see the scene inside the hall. People in the underground hall were like mad beasts, their eyes red, having lost their minds, all brandishing their weapons, or using their hands, feet, and teeth to tear and bite at everyone around them. The walls were covered with marks from knives and axes. If one looked closely, one could even see some residual scratches and fingernail marks. Blood spread across the floor, forming shocking pools. The injured groaned in pain, but it did not affect the madness of others in the slightest, and even at this point, it did not stop them from embracing anyone they could reach, tearing and biting like wild beasts. They rolled and fought in the blood, as if they had forgotten pain, as if only by doing so could they live. The walls of the hall were stained with blood, the floor was a river of blood, and there were dismembered limbs and scattered human organs everywhere. The air was thick with a nauseating smell of blood, but it did not affect Avon in the slightest. Instead, it gave him an unusually comfortable feeling. He took a deep breath, revealing an intoxicated expression. Soon, the people fighting each other gradually quieted down, and fewer people remained alive, but at the same time, the red light in their eyes grew stronger and stronger, becoming less human and more like devils rushing out of hell. Just as Avon was about to make his move, he suddenly heard the sound of the underground hall's entrance opening. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then with a single stride, he vanished into the shadows of the underground hall. A few seconds later, several people in uniform trench coats entered the underground hall, holding Hans captive, and saw what had happened in the hall. The leader's forehead immediately bulged with thick blue veins, while the other followers turned pale, and one graceful woman even leaned against the wall and vomited, only to immediately realize her hand was stained with fresh blood. Where is the person who just came to this house? Where is he? The leader's eyes flashed with lightning, using beyond her ability to torture Hans. The scene clearly made him unbearable. And even though Hans was subjected to mental penetration, his face was flushed, his head throbbing, and he knelt on the ground, but he stared intently at his captors with wide eyes, even grinning as if mocking them. Is this all you've got? Come on, keep going. Seeing this, the leader was furious and immediately intensified the interrogation. But Hans was just an ordinary person. Even if he was a captive of the City of Calamity, he couldn't get any boost. Moreover, he already understood that his mission was complete and that he would be useless in the future, so he simply gave up resistance, bleeding from his mouth, biting his tongue to commit suicide, and returned to the City of Calamity. The leader hadn't expected someone who looked like a small minion to be so decisive, and for a moment, he was stunned. Just as he came to his senses and was about to instruct his subordinates, who were on guard around, to put the still living, still fighting, seemingly irrational beasts in the hall out of their misery, he suddenly felt a tickle in his throat and couldn't help but cough, then felt as if he couldn't breathe. And the team members around him were even weaker, almost coughing up their lungs. As the team leader of Military Intelligence Section 9, Neo immediately realized what was happening and solemnly made two declarations with a push of his hand. Invisibility is forbidden here. The spread of disease is forbidden here. Because disease is the ability of a sequence 5 demoness of afflictions, Neo knew he might not be able to completely forbid disease. So after making the first declaration, he immediately pulled out a gold coin and threw it at the figure that appeared in the shadows. And after the gold coin was thrown, Neo made the second declaration. Although the illnesses on him and his team members did not disappear, they were indeed greatly alleviated. At the same time, Neo did not become complacent because he had broken the enemy's attack. Instead, after making the two declarations, he immediately shouted, "Quick! Retreat! Get out of here!" Saying that, he grabbed the most severely ill female team member and rushed towards the entrance. Whether it was the events in the underground hall, Hans's decisive suicide, or the presence of a demoness of afflictions, all led Neo to believe he had stumbled into the headquarters of an evil god organization. If not now, when should he run? Avon, who had appeared from the shadows with an unusually delicate and small face, grabbed the thrown gold coin, looked at it in his hand, and let out a charming laugh, stating with abnormal certainty, "Bribery, weakening. Without the Baron of Corruption's unreasonable, weakening, this military intelligence Section 9 team would not be able to stand up and escape now." Watching the military intelligence team about to escape the basement, Avon extended countless spider silks from his body to envelop them. At the same time, he floated in the air with the help of the spider silks, his eyes turning into golden vertical pupils, and an invisible mental wave began to spread. The team members hit by the wave all collapsed, crying bitterly, trembling, as if they had encountered the most terrifying thing. Dragon's might. And Avon's spider silks took this opportunity to entangle all the team members, while a cold, mysterious black flame followed the spider silks and landed on them. Neo, who was running at the front, showed no concern for the team members who had lost their minds. He even used the female subordinate he was dragging as a shield, dodging Avon's spider silk entanglement, and at the same time, his eyes flashed again, shooting out a bolt of lightning, hoping to delay Avon for a moment, then rushed towards the nearby entrance without looking back. But just as Neo was about to step out of the basement entrance, about to escape to safety, his movements suddenly paused, and his entire body stiffened there. Neo painfully lowered his head and found a scorching white spear protruding from his chest, but the area around the spear was charred, with no trace of blood dripping. At the same time, Avon's light, teasing voice came from behind him. "Sorry, I'm actually also a hunter, I can teleport using the power of flames." What did he mean? And why did that voice sound so familiar? A trace of doubt flashed through Neo's mind, but he ultimately received no answer and closed his eyes. After Avon dispelled the spear in his hand, he did not delay, directly using his authority over the City of Calamity to select a prisoner, preparing to turn Neo into his captive, using the special nature of this hall. After becoming a conspirer, Avon could now designate the passage connecting the City of Calamity to reality. And this underground hall in the East Borough was the first passage Avon had set up. The City of Calamity's connection to reality. Because of the City of Calamity's encroachment on the real world, there are several mysterious places around the globe, including Bansi Island in the sea. The City of Calamity often experiences irregular fluctuations, which also affect the real world. And this situation will not improve until Avon completely masters the City of Calamity. Although Avon is currently unable to stop the City of Calamity's own anomalies, as his sequence advances, he has gained more authority over the City of Calamity, and can now open a passage between the City of Calamity and reality as the situation dictates. The underground hall beneath this East Borough house is the result of Avon's diligent work over the past month, spending every night without proper sleep. In this hall, Avon can directly mobilize the power of the City of Calamity to transform anyone who enters, making them his own. However, it's not that easy to create absolutely loyal warriors. Firstly, mortals find it very difficult to withstand the City of Calamity's corruption. It's hard to create stitched monsters that are immune to any investigative methods. The prisoners in the City of Calamity would directly explode their hosts. Beyonders, having undergone the baptism of magic potion, should be more capable of enduring the corresponding corruption and transformation, but success is not guaranteed to be 100%. Once it fails, it means losing both person and resources, which is incredibly heartbreaking. Of course, there is a 100% method, which is the method Avon used to transform Helen and Natasha. However, Avon's psychology is still that of a normal male. His own transformation into a female is already the limit of what he can accept. Forcing him to receive those dirty men in a female body would be too much to ask. Therefore, Avon could only helplessly ask Ian Wright to help him collect vicious and unruly gang members. These gang members disregard the law, ignore others' opinions, act as they please, are morally corrupt, and treat human lives as nothing. This is very similar to the effects the City of Calamity has on people, making them the most likely group to withstand the City of Calamity's corruption. And today's results in the underground hall did not disappoint Avon. Out of over 200 gang members, 6 surprisingly survived, completing the City of Calamity's transformation and becoming true, spiritual stitched monsters. Although they are all ordinary people and do not possess Beyonder characteristics, Avon is still very happy because he can cultivate them into Beyonders. The materials and Beyonder characteristics collected during this period were prepared for this very situation. In fact, this situation is even better, as a blank slate is easier to draw on. Avon can also reasonably configure magic potions from various pathways for them, forming a powerful and complementary team. As for whether these people can withstand the magic potion, Avon didn't even consider it. After all, they are people who could withstand the City of Calamity's transformation. The erosion of low-sequence magic potions is simply child's play for them. Watching the 6 individuals, whose physical injuries were gradually healing under the eerie red light, Avon nodded with satisfaction. Then he glanced at the Military Intelligence Section 9 team members, whose mouths were bound by his spider silk, glaring at him with resentment. He paid them no mind, directly used the authority of the City of Calamity, and began to corrupt these people. Seeing the Military Intelligence Section 9 team members all showing expressions of pain, Avon no longer bothered with them. Instead, he found a corner, opened a secret compartment, placed the items he had collected today from Isinger Stanton's gathering inside, and at the same time took out many materials from it to begin concocting magic potions. Because all those undergoing transformation today were male, Avon separately prepared 4 sailor magic potions and 2 warrior magic potions. These are the 2 most common sequences among wild Beyonders in Loan. On one hand, it's because the Loan Kingdom is the stronghold of the Storm God's Church. On the other hand, it's because the Loan Kingdom and the Faesak Empire have fought the most wars over the years, leading to the widespread circulation of warrior pathway formulas and Beyonder characteristics. Avon does not plan to secretly arrange these transformed individuals. Instead, he wants them to actively join the army as Beyonders. To quickly establish the strategic support force, Avon advised the royal family last week to allow wild Beyonders to join the army. As long as they enlist, they would receive the royal family's endorsement, with all past misdeeds forgiven, and could become official officers. After careful consideration, the royal family agreed to this proposal. Avon intends to use this opportunity to reasonably and legitimately infiltrate the Augustus family right under their noses. Because wild Beyonders have no foundation, as long as they can pass the review, they will naturally be trusted and courted by the Augustus family. The final result is that the people the Augustus family painstakingly courts are essentially Avon's subordinates. Avon can then completely control the newly established army without anyone realizing it. As for secrecy, Avon is even less worried. The City of Calamity is on the same level as Klein's Grey Fog. The old man on Leonard's body, a sequence 1 of the Marauder pathway, did not detect the existence of the Grey Fog. It's even less possible for the Augustus family, who only possess the Conqueror, Beyonder characteristic, to detect the influence of the City of Calamity. This is a suppression of authority. Theoretically, the only one in this world who could detect the influence of the City of Calamity in this regard should be the primordial demoness. This is also why Avon went to such great lengths to eliminate the 3-in-1 angel, because theoretically, it could also detect the existence of the City of Calamity. As long as Medici is alive, Avon will not be at ease. That is, the true creator's avatar, Grisha, promised to let Medici switch to other pathways and no longer dabble in the hunter pathway, otherwise Avon would have long since reported his existence to the storm god, the eternal blazing sun, and the god of knowledge and wisdom. In the struggle of pathways, it's a fight to the death, with no room for compromise. Besides men suitable for combat, Avon also plans to have Ian Wright find some prostitutes whose lives are nearing their end and subject them to transformation here. On this point, Avon firmly upholds gender equality. After all, the prisoners of the City of Calamity are also divided into male and female. If only male prisoners were released, to be honest, that would be a bit too unfair. Avon, as the master of the City of Calamity, should treat everyone equally. As for the women, Avon has prepared for them the Mystical Corpse Collector Pathway Magic Potion, as well as the Healing-Focused Planter Pathway Magic Potion. The former is also common in the Loan Kingdom due to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Moreover, since the southern continent was conquered, Death Pathway Magic Potion formulas and Beyonder characteristics have circulated in large quantities to the North Continent, making it a very common pathway among Wild Beyonders. The Planter Pathway, on the other hand, is purely because this pathway is incredibly useful, especially Sequence 8 Doctor of this pathway is a jack of all trades for any team. The army especially needs it. Avon has already obtained the magic potion formulas for Sequence 9 to Sequence 7 of the Planter Pathway from Princess Oriana through Robert's connections. After all, Princess Oriana's mother, Her Majesty the Queen, hails from the Phaenopotter Kingdom. The mother and daughter are both Beyonders of the Planter Pathway. Princess Oriana took over a hospital gifted to her by George III a few days ago and is actively working on the front lines treating patients. What Avon found coincidental was that the hospital Princess Oriana took over was a direct competitor to the hospital established by the Horn family in cooperation with the Sanguine. And Princess Oriana, with a strong sense of ownership, directly proposed that she could manage this hospital on Robert's behalf to reduce internal friction between them, giving Robert a huge headache. As soon as he transferred the management rights of this hospital, he definitely wouldn't be able to hide it from Madame Amanda, and who knows what kind of trouble would arise then. But Princess Oriana's suggestion was also very reasonable and well-intentioned. Robert had no reason to refuse for a while, so he could only beat around the bush and change the subject. However, he could only avoid it for a while, not forever. He would have to face this problem sooner or later. Avon gloated inwardly as he concocted the magic potions. Meanwhile, the 6 individuals, whose injuries were gradually healing under the City of Calamity's influence, all rose from the ground and knelt around Avon, waiting for instructions. Avon finished concocting the magic potions, then looked up at the captives before him. Although they now appeared docile as sheep, their bodies emanated a strong smell of blood and an astonishing aura from the extremely fierce battle they had just endured. Drink these magic potions. Choose for yourselves. The 6 people kneeling on the ground did not hesitate at all. They chose the corresponding magic potions according to their positions, opened their mouths, and drank them down in one gulp, not even thinking about what was inside. And when they had drunk the magic potions, just as Avon had expected, they merely took a deep breath and endured the backlash of the magic potion, successfully becoming Beyonders. Avon casually pointed to a Beyonder who had taken the warrior magic potion and said, "You will replace the previous Hans and be responsible for guarding this place from now on. Your new name will also be Hans." The big man designated by Avon immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, my lord, for granting me a name." Avon merely waved his hand and then said indifferently, "You all go up and change into the clothes that were prepared earlier. After changing, the others should go find Ian Wright, he will arrange what you need to do next." Avon did not bestow names on the others because it was simply unnecessary. After Hans and the others bowed again and left, Avon stood with his hands behind his back, watching the military intelligence team members shrouded in red light that appeared from nowhere, patiently waiting. It took nearly 2 hours for the military intelligence Section 9 members to be transformed by the City of Calamity, and they all knelt before Avon. But Avon had not moved, his gaze fixed on Neo, whom he had personally killed. Although Neo was killed directly by Avon, fortunately, he was killed in this hall. Neither his spirit body, astral body, mind body, nor etheric body dissipated, so he naturally had the opportunity to be transformed by the City of Calamity. Another hour passed, and Neo, finally woke up, kneeling before Avon. "Greetings, my lord." Avon also breathed a sigh of relief. Neo could be said to be his biggest gain tonight. Because he was Avon's former superior, Director Jonas's direct subordinate, which means he was a direct descendant of the Augustus family in Military Intelligence Section 9. This is not only because Neo is a talent who independently summarized the role-playing method, but also because he is a collateral branch of the Augustus family. Although his blood relationship with the main branch is already very distant, he is still a member of the Augustus family. Under Robert's operation, Military Intelligence Section 9 has been officially divided into two functional departments, internal and external. Military Intelligence Section 8 is responsible for internal affairs, and Military Intelligence Section 9 is responsible for external affairs. However, the history of Military Intelligence Section 9 being all-encompassing is too long. Even with forced functional separation, it's a tangled mess, with overlapping structures, where you have me, and I have you. Deputy Director Jonas has become the Director of Military Intelligence Section 8, specifically responsible for internal counter-espionage work. Logically speaking, Avon, who is responsible for counter-espionage work on the Forsac side, should be his direct subordinate. However, Avon is also responsible for external intelligence work and is even no longer in the same department as him, so he can completely disregard Jonas. The relationship between the head of external intelligence and Avon is similar. At this point, it depends on whose backing is stronger, whose methods are superior, and who can subdue whom. Robert has left ample room for internal strife. The advantage is that Robert can comfortably act as a referee in the future, and the previous tendency of Military Intelligence Section 9 to form a special interest group has also been curbed. The downside is that internal struggles within Military Intelligence Section 9 will intensify, which is unfavorable for competition with other countries' intelligence fronts. If problems arise, Robert might take the blame. However, so far, Robert has handled it quite well, and no major problems have occurred. In this chaotic situation, there are intricate connections between Military Intelligence Section 8 and Military Intelligence Section 9, and Neo is Jonas's tentacle in Military Intelligence Section 9. And after Avon left the location of Isinger Stanton's gathering and recognized Neo, he immediately decided to bring them directly to this secret stronghold and use the power of the City of Calamity to directly control this squad. "Why did you target me? What orders did you receive?" Avon had already guessed the reason behind it, but he still asked to confirm. Jonas Augustus wants to reclaim the Eye of Wisdom and control his gatherings, but he can't find out his backer, so he wants to conduct some probes to see his reaction. Avon revealed a, "just as I thought," smile. Although Neo didn't say it, it's likely they chose Avon as their target because they found him too high profile at the gathering. They just didn't expect to hit a brick wall, losing both a pawn and a queen, and even themselves. "I need you to go back, continue to obey Jonas's orders, and at the same time report to him that the Eye of Wisdom's backer is the demonist sect. To test this out, you also lost 2 people, understand? I obey your divine oracle." Neo bowed his head and accepted Avon's instructions completely, without any discount. Avon smiled and nodded. This way, Isinger Stanton also has the blood of Military Intelligence Section 9 on his hands. Only with such people can Avon truly feel at ease using them. Gustav's siblings meet. Although Isengard Stanton had a background with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, the fact that he only managed to advance after the age of 50 with Avon's help, by comprehending the role-playing method, indicates that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom did not value him that highly. Compared to Dayquel's relationship with the Life Counselor, and Catherine Gray's relationship with Collins, his connection with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was much weaker. Therefore, among the team Avon assembled, only Isengard Stanton had the potential to truly become his person. However, his lack of deep connections also meant that his cooperative relationship with Avon was not intimate. Under normal circumstances, as long as Avon did not fall out with Collins or the Life Counselor, Catherine Gray and Dayquel would be his most loyal subordinates. The relationship between Avon and them was, in essence, Avon's relationship with the powerful figures behind them. Avon and Isengard Stanton, however, had a purely cooperative relationship that did not involve any third parties. At this time and under these circumstances, it was very necessary to strengthen control over Isengard Stanton, especially at the critical juncture of forming an army. There are generally two methods to strengthen a relationship. One is to cater to his preferences. Isengard Stanton currently needs the next sequence's formula and materials. But Avon cannot provide these things right now. So, the other method is to make him owe Avon a favor, or for Avon to owe him a favor. Ever since Avon proposed recruiting Wild Beyonders into the army, intelligent individuals had already thought of recruiting Wild Beyonders in advance to expand their influence within the new army. But as mentioned earlier, after several rounds of purges in Backland, most secret gatherings were broken up, and the Eye of Wisdom, which could gather many Wild Beyonders, naturally fell into the eyes of interested parties, and Jonas was one of them. This new situation was clearly something Isengard Stanton could not handle, and his identity as an outer member of Military Intelligence Section 9 could only serve as a life-saving card, not something he dared to display publicly like Dayquil. After all, the Storm God Church is extremely hostile to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the eternal blazing sun. No one knows if the Storm God Church would secretly kill him after learning about his situation. Therefore, his identity as an outer member of Military Intelligence Section 9 was essentially only known to Avon, who developed him. Avon helping him solve this problem now is making him owe a big favor. At the same time, Avon also planned to use this opportunity to secretly manipulate things, to record a debt for Isengard Stanton with Jonas. The Eye of Wisdom is a tentacle of the Demonist sect, and it has the blood of Military Intelligence Section 9 on its hands. As long as this news gets back, the Augustus family will definitely call off Jonas's attention to Isengard Stanton, because the Augustus family is currently in a cooperative relationship with the Demonist sect. Unless it's a major issue, they won't embarrass the Demonist sect. They might even consider this matter too trivial to verify with the Demonist sect. But the matter of Isengard Stanton being a front for the Demonist sect will also be solidified. If one day Isengard Stanton makes any restless moves, Avon doesn't need to do much. He only needs to deny Isengard Stanton's Military Intelligence Section 9 identity and expose the Eye of Wisdom's Demonist sect identity, which is essentially a cover for Theosophy Order. Then, without Avon having to lift a finger, Jonas will eliminate him. Avon is suspicious. If he decides to put someone in an important position, he must be sure to completely control that person, whether it's Isengard Stanton or Klein. Because of Avon's thorough preparations, the team led by Neo was completely annihilated. All 7 individuals were captured by Avon and subjected to modification. The results of the modification were gratifying. Except for one team member who was too scared and did not succeed, all the others became Avon's captives. Avon had Neo take 5 members back to report, as taking back too many would arouse suspicion, and too few would be too conspicuous. The one remaining team member, like the new Hans, stayed in the East Burrow to guard the house containing the secret. Of course, to avoid trouble, he also had to be completely disfigured, and Avon directly helped him with that. Looking at the once handsome face, now burned beyond recognition and repulsive to behold, Avon brushed away the flames from his hand, gave some instructions, then put on his black robe, left the secret stronghold, and vanished into the night. Backland West Borough, Kings Avenue No. 2, Kingdom Museum. Although it wasn't the weekend, the people of Backland still showed their enthusiasm for the Rosal Memorial Exhibition, forming a long queue at the entrance. This was not only because the governments of Loan and Intis heavily promoted the exhibition, but also due to the Backland people's curiosity and admiration for the most legendary emperor of the 5th epoch, even though Emperor Rosal had repeatedly beaten the Loan kingdom. Humans are creatures who admire strength. They naturally worship the strong. Klein, dressed in a dark suit, wearing a bowler hat with a narrow brim, and holding a camera twice the size of his head, appeared among the crowd. He half squatted and took photos of the long queue. And the people who had been queuing laboriously, upon seeing the camera, immediately composed themselves, tidied their clothes, and struck poses, hoping Klein would take good pictures of them. Especially some ladies, who couldn't help but pull out cosmetics from their handbags to quickly touch up their appearance. And the gentlemen accompanying them, though verbally dismissive, unconsciously straightened their collars and hats, and kept stealing glances. Klein was also very understanding, waiting for everyone to pose before pressing the shutter. After taking a few more photos, Klein bypassed the queuing crowd and went to the channel specially prepared for VIPs, intending to interview some distinguished guests. As he passed the VIP channel, Klein subtly showed his military intelligence Section 9 identification to the police officer in charge of security, and was allowed through without any inspection. After entering the museum, Klein casually interviewed two officials accompanying from the LotM Kingdom in Intis, then directly carried his camera to view the items Rosal used during his lifetime. To avoid drawing attention to himself, Klein, along with over 20 other people, followed behind an attractive Intis guide who spoke fluent LotM, listening to her introduction. He even took out a reporter's notebook and continuously wrote and sketched, appearing very professional. These are Emperor Rosal's daily necessities. Look, this is the velvet quilt he covered himself with during his lifetime, and that is the gold-inlaid glassware he drank wine from. That is the flush toilet he used, the first flush toilet in the modern sense. Even a used toilet was put on display. Klein suddenly felt some sympathy for Rosal, but upon seeing the golden light shimmering on the toilet, he cursed inwardly, with a sour feeling, parvenu. Then Klein no longer felt sympathy for Rosal. After visiting the Daily Exhibition Hall, Klein followed the guide to the Document Exhibition Hall. Not only did he see major documents signed by Rosal, but he also saw Rosal's diary written in Chinese characters, and saw two open pages. From the content, this was Rosal's initial diary written a few days after his transmigration, without much value. Klein openly observed the security measures around him. If the memorial exhibition hadn't found the manuscript containing the blasphemy slate, he would have risked taking this diary. Even if this early diary of Rosal might not yield much information or have much value, he still wanted to acquire it. Because the characters on it represented the most special resonance between him and Rosal, his fellow countryman, touching the softest part of his heart. After a deep look at Rosal's diary, Klein continued to follow the guide to visit other halls. When he arrived at an exhibition hall named Tender Rosal, he noticed a lady over 1.7 meters tall, with waist-length chestnut hair, wearing a yellow layered dress but with an old-fashioned soft hat. She had been staring at the basic education textbooks improved by Emperor Rosal for his children, remaining still for a long time. What's so interesting about this? Why is she staring at this display case? Klein glanced at the display case in front of the lady, feeling a bit puzzled, but said nothing, just followed the others to other exhibition halls. What Klein didn't know was that as he left this sub-exhibition hall, Bernadette, who was mourning her father, frowned and looked in the direction he had left. After visiting a few more exhibition halls, the guide finally led them to Klein's target for this visit, Rosal's study. Upon entering, Klein felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. The entire exhibition hall had almost transformed into a library, with rows of two-story-high bookshelves surrounding them. Below were stairs and movable bookshelves, forming a three-dimensional paradise of books. The luxurious carpet laid in the central open space among the bookshelves, as well as the desk, chairs, brass lamps, and other items, were all covered by glass, preventing contact with the outside world. Because Klein had a clear search target, he immediately scanned the room and locked onto his objective, a stack of yellowed manuscript pages. This stack of manuscripts was not spread open, but that wasn't important. What was important was that a bookmark was tucked inside the manuscript, depicting Rosal dressed in imperial attire. Klein was incredibly excited. He lightly tapped his teeth and scanned the manuscript, but found nothing unusual. Klein was not discouraged. If it were so easy to discover the uniqueness of this bookmark, then this blasphemy slate would have been discovered by the steam and machinery church long ago. But he still wanted to conduct some verification, so he suppressed his inner turmoil and asked, "Are there any other items tucked into the books on the shelves, like this one? For example, a note slipped to Emperor Rosal by a noble lady." This question made many gentlemen smile knowingly. "No, there aren't. Everything here has been inspected. If anything was tucked inside, it would definitely be taken out and displayed. After all, such items can also showcase Emperor Rosal's personal charm. In fact, our last exhibition hall, Rosal's Secrets, has many love letters Emperor Rosal received, erotic items he invented, and even nude paintings and sculptures Emperor Rosal drew for his mistresses. These were all Emperor Rosal's private collections in the White Maple Palace, discovered and organized by the church." The young lady from Intis was truly knowledgeable. She showed no shyness in front of the gentlemen, instead making those who had just laughed feel a bit awkward, each of them silent and embarrassed, yet exchanging glances, eager to visit that exhibit. Klein also felt his old face flush, but his heart was more filled with excitement. He had already confirmed that the bookmark was the blasphemy slate recorded by Rosal in his diary. He immediately decided that speed was of the essence, and he would act tonight. In the time that followed, Klein left the group and, using his reporter identity, wandered around and asked questions, gradually figuring out the basic structure of the entire museum and the security forces. During this period, Klein even secretly revealed his identity as a military intelligence Section 9 member and had friendly exchanges and interactions with the machinery hivemind team members hidden in the shadows, clarifying their methods and defensive measures. After obtaining everything he wanted, Klein did not linger, leaving the museum to prepare for his night operation. Meanwhile, inside the museum, Bernadette, who had been standing in front of the display case, turned her head to look in a certain direction. A tall, handsome man with waist-length chestnut hair, almost feminine in appearance, approached her with a gentle smile. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Bernadette, also looking at the exhibits in the display case. What was surprising was that this man was wearing the robes of an archbishop of the Steam and Machinery Church, yet he did not attract the attention of any visitors or staff present. The people present seemed unable to see this high-ranking archbishop, chatting and laughing as they walked past him. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that neither the sunlight filtering through the museum's glass nor the light emitted by the internal gas lamps could reach the archbishop's body. The area around his form seemed like a black hole of light. "Looking at these things, what are your thoughts, Bana Wa?" Bernadette didn't turn her head or greet him, but asked directly. The person who arrived was Emperor Rosal's youngest son, the leader of the Steam and Machinery Church's ascetics, an earthly angel, Bana Wa Gustav. Bana Wa did not respond to Bernadette's words, but simply drew a triangle on his chest, then said gently, "Congratulations on your promotion to Sage, officially becoming an earthly angel." Seeing that Bana Wa did not directly answer her, Bernadette's expression, hidden behind the fine mesh veil, grew colder. She completely ignored her own brother's congratulations and instead said coldly, "Does an ordinary memorial exhibition require an angel to personally oversee it? Or do you have another purpose for coming to Backland?" Bana Wa was not angered by Bernadette's reaction. Instead, he maintained his warm smile, but said solemnly, "Few things in Backland can be hidden from you, an angel of the mystery prior pathway. Since you already know the purpose of my trip, then I ask you, even if you don't help me, do not easily interfere." Upon hearing this, Bernadette narrowed her eyes and let out a cold laugh, then turned and left. At 7 p.m. in Backland, the sun had already set, and the red moon hung in the sky. Klein, dressed in the uniform of a military intelligence Section 9 captain, with a revolver at his waist, hailed a carriage, preparing to go to the museum for his shift. A few days prior, Klein had joined the list of military intelligence Section 9 members responsible for external protection through Avon's connections, and today was his turn for duty. By the time Klein arrived at the museum, it was already 8 p.m. The sky had completely darkened, and the museum staff had all left for home. Aside from a few uniformed security personnel patrolling the museum, the entire building seemed to be asleep, with no movement whatsoever. Klein did not enter the museum through the main entrance but instead inspected several strongholds set up by Military Intelligence Section 9 in the vicinity. Because Military Intelligence Section 9 was only responsible for external work, and the museum's interior was primarily handled by the machinery hivemind, Military Intelligence Section 9 did not dispatch too many beyonders to the scene. Most members were police officers drawn from surrounding police stations. To prevent accidents, they simply dispatched a Sequence 7 Beyander to monitor the situation at regular intervals, coordinating with the machinery hivemind inside. Since this task seemed to pose no danger and offered little merit, no one was willing to take it. Thus, Military Intelligence Section 9 simply assigned the shifts to several Sequence 7 Beyonders, who only needed to spare 12 hours for their duty. It was precisely because no one valued this work that Avon easily arranged for Klein to be on the list of duty officers. After inspecting several Military Intelligence Section 9 duty locations, Klein took the opportunity to enter the museum through a side door and headed straight for the machinery hivemind's lounge. Since they had already seen Klein during the day, the machinery hivemind team members guarding the side door did not intercept him but allowed him to pass directly. Opening the lounge door, Klein saw several machinery hivemind members gathered around a table, leisurely drinking coffee. He rubbed his hands and said with a smile. It was sunny during the day, but the weather changed at night. Backland's weather is always so unpredictable. I came to beg for a cup of coffee, you don't mind, do you? Max Livermore, the captain of the machinery hivemind team responsible for security today, stood up, shook Klein's hand, and then said with a smile. Of course not, Sherlock. You're not a native of Backland, so you don't know how changeable Backland's weather is. Apart from the notes written by Emperor Rosal in his unique script, there's nothing too valuable in this entire exhibition. Even if there are one or two petty thieves, we can handle them. Military Intelligence Section 9 doesn't really need to send you guys to stand guard outside every day. Saying that, Max personally poured a cup of coffee for Klein and handed it to him. Klein took the coffee, found a seat, and took a sip before speaking. The department also knows that there's no need to specially send people, those police officers outside are already enough. But this memorial exhibition is a large-scale event jointly promoted by the governments of two countries, so Military Intelligence Section 9 has to send people, even if just to show their pay attention to. As he spoke, Klein revealed a look of complaint, clearly expressing dissatisfaction with the bureaucratic behavior of his superiors. After all, when those above speak, those below run themselves ragged. No one wants to do work that yields no benefits and wastes time and energy, unless they have ulterior motives. Max, the captain of the machinery hivemind team, patted Klein's shoulder understandingly. He understood Klein's complaint, because if he were in Klein's shoes, he wouldn't like external work with little merit either. Because there was a miniature library scene made of building blocks in the lounge, which could detect anything entering the library, only one person needed to monitor it to see the whole picture. So, after an hour of chatting, utterly bored, Klein suggested playing Fighting Evil, which was met with an enthusiastic response from the machinery hivemind members, and a card game was set up. At 12 a.m., in Backland, aside from night shift workers, most people had entered sweet dreams. The streets were silent, with only the dim glow of gas lamps on both sides. Suddenly, a massive, silver-white serpent covered in gear-like patterns appeared above Backland, looking in one direction, its mouth wide open, as if letting out a silent roar. It was none other than the Life Counselor, who had been hiding in Backland. And at the very instant the Life Counselor appeared in its mythical creature form above Backland. On the outskirts of Backland, a man with soft features, a beautiful face, and gentle yet indifferent eyes also appeared in midair, coldly gazing at the Life Counselor. He wore a simple and plain linen robe and had beautiful silver hair. Behind him, layers of illusory wings formed by light expanded outwards, almost covering the sky, dazzling with splendor. It was Ouroboros, the true creator's favored one, the Ouroboros. And at the same time Ouroboros appeared, Augustus I, with a square face, black hair, blue eyes, and a high nose bridge, reappeared, directly wearing the bloody crown on his head. He drew the longsword from his waist and slashed at Ouroboros in the void. Ouroboros seemed to be confined within a strange space, unable to escape easily. Seeing this, Ouroboros's expression remained unchanged. The wings behind him expanded, and many mysterious symbols representing fate appeared on the wings, beginning to rotate. As the symbols rotated, the longsword in Augustus I's hand seemed to rewind in time, returning to its scabbard along its original trajectory. Fate restart. Ouroboros restarted fate, hoping to break Augustus I's blockade. And the Life Counselor naturally would not stand by idly. He immediately let out another silent roar, disrupting the long river of fate in the ethereal realm, hindering Ouroboros's actions. The Life Counselor's intervention allowed Augustus I to find a sliver of opportunity. He directly activated the bloody crown on his head to envelop himself, in turn, conquering the influence Ouroboros had exerted. After conquering the power of fate, as the owner of the bloody crown, Augustus I saw a branch of fate he could utilize. At this moment, he could have kept this branch as a card for his upcoming battle, but he did not do so. Instead, he made the bloody crown bloom with a rich red light again, connecting with Bonava Gustav, who had appeared in midair, sharing this, conquered, branch of fate with him. Similarly, with the help of the bloody crown, Bonava Gustav, who also saw Ouroboros's branch of fate, did not hesitate. He directly pulled out a large box from the void, exuding a mysterious and ancient aura. The box had an overall dark tone, as if it carried the accumulation of ages. The surface of the box was covered with dense, intricate patterns of mysterious symbols. At first glance, these symbols seemed like ancient codes, twisted and intertwined, carrying an indescribable sense of fantasy. But upon closer inspection, it felt as if these symbols contained all the rules under heaven, a manifestation of all regulated things, possessing a symmetrical beauty, harmonious and unified. In short, the two feelings intertwined, making one feel exceptionally contradictory and evil. Bonava Gustav directly opened the box, and a soft yet eerie red light bloomed from within. That red light echoed the red moon in the sky, and to some extent, even repelled the bloody crown's encroachment on the surroundings. All the angels present felt their spirituality nourished, and an indescribable joy emanated from their hearts. 007, the steam and machinery church's most powerful, 0 inches grade sealed artifact. And Ouroboros, who had been expressionless, as if nothing could shake his heart, saw this scene and for the first time frowned. Surging illusory rivers appeared in his eyes, enveloping the entire river of fate of Backland, hoping to force Bonava Gustav to stop. Seeing this, the Life Counselor naturally could not stand idly by. He once again connected head to tail and converged with countless illusory rivers of fate, and many future scenes leading in various directions appeared around his body. In an instant, as the silver-white giant wheel trembled, most of the future scenes that had appeared shattered, leaving only one predetermined future, ensuring that Ouroboros's plan to control the fate of all in Backland was doomed to fail. However, the future Ouroboros had delineated was not so easily broken. The Life Counselor, having forcefully used all his power, suffered further injuries. The light on the entire giant serpent's body dimmed considerably, and many of the mysterious symbols forming its patterns also diminished, making it appear as if covered in dust. The struggle between the two fated serpents did not affect Bonava Gustav's actions in the slightest. The moment he opened the box, he aimed its contents at himself, at the branch of fate that Augustus I had shared with him. Under the illumination of the red light, the illusory silver-white branch of fate was nourished and grew, even emitting the sound of flowing water, and gradually manifested in the real world, expanding and extending, finally transforming into a dazzling female figure. She was surrounded by countless brilliant points of light, revolving around her like stars. In almost an instant, the light dissipated, and a beautiful young woman, strikingly similar to Ouroboros, appeared before Bonava Gustav. Moon Pathway, the authority of creation. As long as it possesses a trace of a foundation, this sealed artifact can create a life, an identical life. And at the very instant this young woman appeared, silver-white scales abruptly appeared on Ouroboros's face, the mysterious symbols on his wings became extraordinarily chaotic, and his expression became exceptionally painful. Ouroboros, who had already digested the magic potion, was actually experiencing a loss of control at this moment. As Ouroboros lost control, the young woman before Bonava Gustav became increasingly vivid, and her aura grew stronger and stronger. She seemed to be trying to seize her other half from Ouroboros, including but not limited to Ouroboros's fate, identity, Viander characteristic, and so on. No, it cannot be said to be seizing, because this beautiful young woman is also Ouroboros, both from a mystical and a realistic perspective. She was taking back what belonged to her. This was equivalent to two Ouroboros vying for dominance. Just as Augustus I once again activated the bloody crown, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Ouroboros, Ouroboros suddenly transformed into a silver-white giant serpent, coiling above Backland, and behind him, a faint shadow emerged. In the middle of the shadow, an eye overlooking all beings appeared. The eye behind the shadow, the symbol of the true creator. This was the true creator's blessing upon his favored one. Because of the appearance of this shadow, the light of the red moon in the sky was directly blocked, the entire sky became dark. Without the red moon's assistance, the contents of the box alone were not enough to render Ouroboros helpless. As soon as the red moon's blessing on the item in the box disappeared, the silver-haired young woman broke free from the box's control and instinctively rushed towards Ouroboros. The life counselor and Augustus I both attempted to block her, but under the gaze of that eye in the sky, their efforts were futile. After Ouroboros consumed his other self, he gave a deep look at the life counselor, whose aura was already very weak, and then disappeared into midair. The pair of eyes in the sky, filled with pain, also vanished after Ouroboros left. Ouroboros's departure did not cause Augustus I and Bonava Gustav to feel disheartened. Instead, they both looked towards the life counselor in unison. They had known clearly beforehand that without the assistance of other kings of angels or deities, it would be very difficult for them to keep a king of angels. Therefore, their initial goal was to drive away Ouroboros and eliminate the life counselor. Robert Horn, dressed in knight's attire and holding a pocket watch, stood on the roof of the Kingdom Museum, gazing at Pirate King Bernadette. However, neither side made a move, choosing instead to watch the battle on the other side of Backland. I have successfully advanced to Chaos Hunter. With the blessing of this pocket watch, you can no longer take that blasphemy slate without alarming others. Why don't we call a truce? I can share the magic potion formula of this blasphemy slate with you, so you'll have time to intervene in the battle above. Gazing at the eerie sealed artifact Bonava Gustav had taken out, Robert couldn't help but frown, recalling Military Intelligence Section 9's records regarding this sealed artifact. Bernadette was also somewhat conflicted. She really wanted to intervene in the battle in the sky and disrupt the affairs of the Augustus family and the Steam and Machinery Church, but she was unwilling to give up the blasphemy slate, which was related to her father. She didn't care about the magic potion formula on the blasphemy slate. Instead, she cared more about the symbolic meaning of the slate, because her father had walked the pathway of the Black Emperor. Just as Bernadette was hesitating and finding it difficult to make a decision, she suddenly noticed a strange spirit body appearing inside the museum beneath her feet. Approaching the blasphemy slate step by step. And Bernadette, as a mystery prior angel, immediately discovered the person who had lost their spirit body in the washbasin but had not lost their life. And this person was the one whose fate she couldn't see through today, yet this person was only a Sequence 7 Beander. After becoming an angel, Bernadette had only encountered such a situation once, and that was when she looked at Avon's fate. At that time, Bernadette became curious about this person, but Bonava's appearance prevented her from investigating further. Bernadette never expected to meet this mysterious person again under such circumstances. Thinking of this, Bernadette glanced at Robert, who had clearly also noticed the situation in the museum, then a faint purple light emanated from her eyes. disturbing fate and blocking Robert's surveillance of the museum. Robert's promotion, twists and turns. Is this your person? Noticing Bernadette interfering with his focus on the museum's interior, Robert couldn't help but frown and ask. No, but we can temporarily end this struggle. Let this person take the blasphemy slate first, and then we'll each use our own methods. Bernadette was confident that even though she couldn't see through this person's fate, she could easily find him. Additionally, she wanted to intervene in the battle that was about to change the sky, so she proposed this suggestion, preparing to postpone their contest and at least ensure the blasphemy slate escaped the control of the steam and machinery church. To persuade Robert, Bernadette pointed to the battle in the sky and added, Augustus I's preparations are very thorough. He intended to take down the Life Counselor from start to finish. Once the Life Counselor dies and the Augustus family obtains his Beander characteristic, it will be very unfavorable for our future plans. Ms. Amanda possesses 0 to 14, you should know how troublesome the pathway of fate is. Robert looked at the battle in the sky and fell silent, because Bernadette was right, he indeed couldn't sit idly by and watch Augustus I's conspiracy succeed. Do as you say, but I cannot show my face in this matter anymore, otherwise my identity might be exposed, so be careful on your own. Robert agreed to Bernadette's proposal, but not because he was persuaded by Bernadette, but because this was something he had discussed with the Life Counselor. Ever since he completely broke with Duke Nigan at George III's birthday banquet, becoming the vanguard of military reform and fully taking a side. George III, either to reward him, or because he was already half a member of the Augustus family, or to balance those within the Augustus family who did not submit to him. In any case, George III gave him the magic potion formula for the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 3 Feet Chaos Hunter. Robert had an extraordinary encounter in his early years. He possessed both the Beander characteristic of the Lawyer Pathways Sequence 3 Feet Frenzied Mage, and the Beander characteristic of the Arbiter Pathways Sequence 3 Feet Chaos Hunter. The only reason Robert hadn't been able to advance in the past year was simply because he lacked the relevant magic potion formula. And after obtaining the magic potion formula, Robert only then learned that the ritual for advancing to Chaos Hunter was to set right the rules or order of a chaotic area. The more people involved, the larger the area, and the higher the status of the individuals involved, the better the ritual effect. Just as Robert was thinking about whether to instigate a war between the Loan Kingdom and the 4 kings and 7 generals, these pirates, Avon rushed to Ahova Earl's court overnight, woke him up, handed him a seemingly ordinary paper crane, and said something that left him dumbfounded. This is from the Life Counselor of the Life School of Thought. He said he is willing to assist you in the upcoming operation. Robert knew exactly who the Life Counselor was and what his strength was. If he could get his help, wouldn't everything be a sure thing? Then Robert began a lengthy communication with the Life Counselor using a pencil. After the communication was completed, Robert took the paper crane and went into the palace overnight to tell George III about the Life Counselor's intention to cooperate with the Augustus family to expel Ouroboros through him. The news from Robert made George III overjoyed. The steam and machinery church had already sent people with a sealed artifact to Backland as agreed, under the pretext of Emperor Rosal's memorial exhibition. All preparations were complete, everything was ready except for the final push, but this final push was not so easy to come by. In the Augustus family's plan, conveying their proposal for cooperation to the Life Counselor and gaining his trust was very difficult. After all, if a great angel of the pathway of fate truly wanted to hide, apart from a true god or Ouroboros, who was also of the pathway of fate, other angels would indeed have a hard time finding him. If the Life Counselor decided not to show up and just hid in Backland, the Augustus family would indeed have difficulty finding him. However, the most crucial part of the Augustus family's plan to hunt the Life Counselor was to first find the target. If the target couldn't be found, what plan could there be? Originally, the Augustus family was even prepared, in a desperate situation, to quietly create an opening and force the Life Counselor out using Ouroboros. But at this very moment, the Life Counselor actually took the initiative to propose cooperation through Robert. Wasn't this like someone sending a pillow when you want to sleep? Although the timing was indeed coincidental, and the Augustus family was not without suspicion, no matter how they reviewed it, they felt that it must be because the life counselor's injuries were too severe, and the pressure from Ouroboros was too great, so he was forced to proactively cooperate. Under Robert's efforts, it was finally decided that the life counselor would appear tonight, serving as the signal for the Angel War. And Robert, as the intermediary, would seize this opportunity to set right the long chaotic situation in Backland, thereby completing the promotion ritual for Chaos Hunter, in one fell swoop, officially promoting to a sequence 3 feet demigod. That's right, Robert had only just completed his promotion ritual, he himself was still a sequence 4 feet imperative mage. What he had just said was a lie to Bernadette. However, to deceive Bernadette, an angel of the mystery prior pathway, mere words were not enough, he also needed a certain reliance, and that was the pocket watch in Robert's hand. This pocket watch was a gain from Robert's early adventures, named Night Emperor's Pocket Watch. This pocket watch mixed 2 angel-level Beander characteristics, the Arbiter Pathway's Sequence 2 feet Balancer, and the Lawyer Pathway's Sequence 2 feet Duke of Entropy. It was inherited from the Night Emperor, the emperor who established the Truncest Empire after the War of the Four Emperors in the 4th epic. The perfect combination of 2 angel-level Beander characteristics, coupled with the minimal side effects due to the Night Emperor's seal, made it Robert's confidence when facing Bernadette. Although surprised by Robert's straightforwardness, Bernadette didn't think much of it. She just nodded and then disappeared. Robert, on the other hand, glanced at the museum beneath his feet, then looked up at the battle in the sky, and finally, using the concealment of the pocket watch in his hand, he stepped out and returned to Ahova Earl's court in Empress Borough, preparing to concoct the magic potion and complete his promotion. The moment Ouroboros left, Robert's promotion ritual was already complete. Robert was confident that the blasphemy slate in the museum would eventually fall into his hands. This was also an important reason why he agreed to Bernadette's request. He was so confident not only because Avon had vaguely hinted earlier that a third party might be seeking the blasphemy slate tonight, but also because, with the life counselor's blessing, he had used the pathway of fate-sealed artifact 0 to 14 in Amanda's hand. No matter how many twists and turns, fate would deliver this blasphemy slate into his hands. The reason Robert appeared at the museum today was simply to prevent the blasphemy slate from falling into Bernadette's hands first, and then reaching his hands through Bernadette. After all, they were going to cooperate on George III's promotion to Black Emperor. If Robert obtained the blasphemy slate through Bernadette, then in future collaborations, Robert would naturally be at a disadvantage when facing Bernadette. This was something Robert, who liked to be in control, would absolutely not allow, even if she was the daughter of his most admired idol. However, how did Avon know there was a third party seeking the blasphemy slate? What was the origin of that strange spiritual body? Could it be the Night Church behind the scenes? Had they discovered George III's plan? A series of questions lingered in Robert's mind, refusing to dissipate. But none of that mattered now, the most important thing was to complete the promotion. Robert looked at the colorless magic potion already prepared in the cup before him, and without hesitation, brought it to his mouth and drank it all. Just as Robert was drinking the magic potion to advance, Augustus I and Bonava Gustav simultaneously fixed their gaze on the clearly gravely wounded life counselor. Bonava Gustav, suppressing his discomfort, turned the opening of the box in his hand towards the life counselor, while Augustus I again slashed with his longsword, imprisoning the life counselor, and at the same time, activated the bloody crown on his head, preparing to slay him on the spot. This was a complete replication of the previous tactic used against Ouroboros. The life counselor was not a king of angels, nor did he have a true god as his backing. Augustus I and Bonava Gustav, along with the extremely sinister sealed artifact in his hand, this combination could heavily wound Ouroboros, forcing him to leave, and it seemed they could very easily slay the life counselor. But the life counselor was, after all, a senior great angel. Since he had put himself in this situation, he naturally had made preparations beforehand. In the sky, the silver-white giant snake spat out a translucent small worm, which had 12 transparent rings. Stillness. After the life counselor uttered a word in ancient Hermes, the small worm directly shattered, and the entire city of Backland actually entered a state of stillness. Augustus I's sword-wielding hand paused midair. The red light emitted from the box in Bonneva Gustav's arms, aimed at the life counselor, stagnated. Even the bloody crown stopped its hunt for the life counselor. And taking advantage of this interval, the life counselor bit his own tail with his head, forming a mysterious wheel, allowing his aura to return to its pre-battle state. Snake of Fate, restart. He restored his state to a few minutes ago. Although he couldn't reach his peak, it was much better than his state after fighting Ouroboros. At this moment, time, which had been stagnant due to the worm of time, began to flow again. Augustus I and Bonneva Gustav both resumed their actions. The effect of the worm of time was less than a second. The two who had recovered showed no change in expression, continuing their previous actions, vowing to slay the life counselor. No matter how many trump cards the life counselor had, or what state he recovered to, he was now facing the combined efforts of 3 sequence 1s and 1 sequence 2. It seemed he would ultimately not escape the fate of being hunted down. And just then, Bernadette appeared behind Bonneva. She wore a pale mask with a metallic luster on her face. This mask only had holes for the eyes, with no other gaps, which made Bernadette appear extremely cold and noble, but lacking the breath of life. The moment Bernadette appeared, she immediately infused spirituality into the pale death on her face, forming an extremely complex 3-dimensional rune in front of her. Then, with a pointing finger, the 3-dimensional symbol representing death floated towards Bonneva Gustav himself. Feeling a life or death crisis, Bonneva Gustav was forced to turn around and aim the red light emitted from the box in his hand at the death symbol, which had already reached him. At the same time, a mechanical puppet appeared from nowhere, instantly disintegrated and enlarged, attaching itself to Bonneva Gustav's body, making him instantly resemble the protagonist from Emperor Rosel's comic, Steam Man. Emperor Rosel had a wide range of interests and was the pioneer of modern comics. His Steam Man comic fascinated countless children, leading them to dismantle their gas lamps from a young age, and inspired countless children to dedicate themselves to studying science and engineering to become glorious steam mechanics. It greatly propelled the development of the steam revolution. As soon as Bernadette appeared, she used Pale Death to force Bonneva Gustav to use the Moon God's box to defend, and at the same time, she pointed her hand towards the life counselor, inputting a piece of information. She input this information to alter Augustus I's rule-based imprisonment of the life counselor, as her goal was to rescue the life counselor from danger, not to fight. The information Bernadette input worked, and a slight loophole appeared in the range defined by Augustus I. But just as the life counselor was about to escape through this loophole, a bolt of lightning struck him, nearly killing him instantly. Looking closely, it turned out that the entire sky above Backland was now covered by the red light spreading from the bloody crown, with lightning, thunderstorms, heavenly fire, hurricanes, everywhere. Many phenomena that could truly be called destruction appeared simultaneously. Backland seemed to enter an apocalypse in an instant. Bernadette frowned slightly, flipped her right hand, and took out a golden lamp, shaped like a miniature teapot, its surface covered with mysterious and complex symbols, with a wick extending from its spout, intending to make a move. Bonneva Gustav, seeing this, shouted to Augustus I. "Be careful, that's 005. At the same time, he frantically infused spirituality into the Moon God's box in his arms, and used the authority of a knowledge master to alter physical rules, attempting to transfer Bernadette away from Backland. Augustus I heard his teammates' words and immediately declared, "No communication here." Augustus I had also heard legends of 005, and directly silenced Bernadette, preventing her from communicating and trading with the lamp god. At the same time, Augustus I also declared to the life counselor, no movement here. Imprisoning the life counselor again. And immediately activated the bloody crown on his head, directly causing widespread calamities to descend, intending to eliminate the life counselor as quickly as possible. For a time, the life counselor seemed to be caught in a death trap, with no escape. But just then, a broad greatsword tore through the battlefield sky created by the bloody crown, pointing directly at Augustus I in the center of the battlefield. Dante Einhorn. The Augustus family's scheme, Avon's ambush. I am the founder of the Loan Kingdom. To strike at me is to be an enemy, and you shall be punished. Facing the giant sword of flame that descended from the sky, tearing through the domain created by the bloody crown, Augustus I was enraged, directly declaring the newcomer an enemy. And after Augustus I declared, friend or foe, whether it was the sky full of calamities, or the rules established over 1,000 years, they either attacked the giant sword, making it unavoidable, or empowered Augustus I, shielding him from external disturbances. It was only at this moment that Augustus I's restriction on the life counselor inevitably loosened. The life counselor seized this opportunity to leap into the mysterious river of fate, like a dragon entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. The giant sword of flame, declared an enemy by Augustus I, ignored the numerous calamities coming from behind it, broke through layers of invisible obstacles, and slashed at the bloody crown on Augustus I's head. It was a pity that Augustus I was now protected by the rules formed over 1,000 years of the Loan Kingdom's establishment. The collision between the giant sword of flame and the bloody crown only caused a small earthquake in Backland, and Augustus I was unharmed, not even the bloody crown on his head was askew. Within the territory of the Loan Kingdom, with the Loan Kingdom's power bestowed upon him, Augustus I was practically invincible. However, this state could not last long and had repercussions. If he hadn't been afraid of problems with the bloody crown, Augustus I would not have done so easily. Seeing that his attack had failed, the giant sword of flame flew back into the sky, sweeping away the rushing, heavenly fire, thunder, and hurricane, with a single horizontal sweep, and then transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing into the distance. Augustus I, however, had no intention of pursuing it, merely watching it depart. When the giant sword of flame appeared, Bernadette had already disengaged and left. After all, that sword strike was indeed magnificent and unparalleled, enough to disrupt the situation. If she didn't run away quickly, she would have to face the combined forces of Augustus I, who had lost his prey, and her biological brother. And Benoit Gustave did not seize this opportunity to pursue either, not because he considered the sibling affection, but because he was lacking in strength. Because while the moon goddess treasure box was very powerful, its side effects were also very significant. Benoit Gustave was almost losing control and falling in love with this sealed artifact. If such a situation truly occurred, the god of steam and machinery would not be able to save him. Love is the most unstoppable force in this world. This force once stirred up trouble in the tumultuous Fourth Epoch, greatly influencing the historical process of the Fourth Epoch. Not to mention that this power had the blessing of the most powerful outer deity behind it. Without the true god's divine rank, there was absolutely no way to resist the moon goddess treasure box's erosion, which was an important reason why this sealed artifact was ranked so high. Even if he only used it for a few minutes this time, he would still need to cultivate diligently for 2 years under the protection of the god of steam and machinery to eliminate the remaining hidden dangers. Is that Dante Einhorn? Why didn't His Majesty seize this opportunity to intercept him? The appearance of the enemy's biggest boss in one's territory was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a more tempting choice than eliminating the life counselor, yet Augustus I showed no interest at all. The Steam and Machinery Church was not the official church of the Faisac Empire, and the two countries where it was located, Intis and Loan, both regarded it as a mortal enemy. Defeating the Faisac Empire could also expand the influence of the Steam and Machinery Church. The Church of the Night Goddess was even more of a mortal enemy with the War God Church of the Faisac Empire, a never-ending kind. And the Storm Church, as the largest church in the Loan Kingdom, should be even more pleased about this. Therefore, Benoit Gustave believed that as long as Augustus I took the lead, all parties in the Loan Kingdom would definitely help him keep Dante Augustus. Benoit Gustave saw very clearly that Augustus I, blessed by the Loan Kingdom's national destiny, was capable of intercepting that giant sword, but he ultimately chose not to act. Augustus I glanced at Benoit Gustave, who had suddenly become somewhat effeminate in his speech and looked increasingly feminine, and his heart grew more wary of the moon goddess treasure box. At the same time, he took off the bloody crown from his head and put it away, explaining to him. It wasn't Dante Einhorn himself who came, but he used the Hunter Pathways collective authority to act through the body of a war bishop. This war bishop can temporarily borrow the authority of a conqueror, and can counter divination and spiritual intuition, which is why you didn't notice it immediately. Benoit Gustave suddenly understood. Since it wasn't Dante Einhorn, it wasn't worth Augustus I risking the danger of a rule backlash to attack him. It was correct to lift the Loan Kingdom's national destiny blessing as soon as possible. Moreover, even if Augustus I didn't act, the Augustus family wouldn't let this war bishop, who secretly snuck into Backland to cause trouble, leave. In Benoit Gustave's line of sight, he saw at least 5 demigods chasing in the direction the giant sword had left. Not only did the demigods of the Augustus family act, but people from the other 3 great churches also pursued. The meander characteristic of a sequence 3 inches war bishop was enough to move Benoit Gustave, but he was truly not suitable to act now, and there were still unfinished matters, so he could only stay and say. This time, after so much preparation, I didn't expect it to fail at the last moment. It truly is that fate is unpredictable, fate is unpredictable. Augustus I immediately knew that Benoit Gustave was not feeling sorry for him at all, but was subtly reminding him to fulfill his previous promise and asking for a performance bonus. After all, the Steam and Machinery Church had greatly assisted his hunting plan this time, even bringing out their strongest sealed artifact, and even sacrificing an angel who couldn't act for 2 years. The price paid was not small. So, although Augustus I was very annoyed by the failure of the hunt, he still said directly, "The kingdom's education budget will double for the next 10 years, and 3 specialized ordinary industrial universities will be established in various places within 10 years. The Backland Industrial University, which is about to be upgraded, will also be elevated to the level of Backland University. This was a promise made before, and it will naturally not be reneged upon. If 3 more universities were established, and Backland Industrial University's administrative level was raised to the highest, then the Steam and Machinery Church's influence would significantly increase in the Loan Kingdom, and the god of Steam and Machinery's faith would be greatly consolidated and expanded. Moreover, the Loan Kingdom clearly did not have enough faculty to support these 4 universities. At that time, wouldn't they need the support of the Steam and Machinery Church? This would make it possible to send surplus personnel from Intis to the Loan Kingdom. The Steam and Machinery Church paid such a high price precisely for this return. As long as they could properly digest this harvest, the Steam and Machinery Church could break free from its perennial third-place status in the Loan Kingdom. Thinking of the increasingly prominent conflict between the Steam and Machinery Church and the Eternal Blazing Sun Church in Intis, Benoit Gustave gently exhaled. With the Loan Kingdom as a retreat, from now on, the Steam and Machinery Church would no longer have to be constrained and tie its own hands when confronting the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. As for the situation within Intis, the Loan Kingdom, or rather the Augustus family, naturally saw it clearly. A republican system itself would cause internal division, and with 2 major churches standing behind it, it would easily lead to the division and alignment of various forces within Intis. After the death of Emperor Rosal, there were still more than a dozen political parties at the beginning of the Intis Republic's establishment, but now the main political forces are concentrated in 2 parties, and other small parties are not worth mentioning. The result of this two-party confrontation was that the conflicts between the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the God of Steam and Machinery Church, which had previously managed to coexist, became increasingly sharp. Coupled with the gradual exhaustion of the era's dividends left by Rosal, and the development of the southern continent reaching a bottleneck, internal conflicts within Intis were also rapidly escalating. Therefore, the Augustus family, seeing an opportunity, prepared to collude with the Steam and Machinery Church by expelling Ouroboros and hunting the Life Counselor. The Augustus family's promise to the God of Steam and Machinery Church actually carried the risk of offending the other two major churches. After all, no one wanted to lose a bite of the pie. But the Augustus family still decided to do so. On one hand, they wanted to give the Steam and Machinery Church a way out and intensify internal conflicts within Intis. Although Intis was still an ally of the Loan Kingdom against the Faesac Empire, precautions still had to be taken. A weakened Intis that was heavily reliant on the Loan Kingdom was a reassuring Intis. The high-ranking officials who were once suppressed and rubbed on the ground by Rosal the Great, and eventually had to beg for mercy, were still alive. On the other hand, they wanted to gain the favor of the God of Steam and Machinery. Nothing was clear yet, and the Seven Gods' attitude towards George III's promotion to Black Emperor was still uncertain. It was better to win over one if possible. This included Augustus I's recent release of that War Bishop, which actually had this intention. The Loan Kingdom's overall strategy currently was still to avoid war, not wanting to have a direct conflict with the Faesac Empire, and not wanting to give the War God Church an excuse to launch a war. Because if one were to consider it from the perspective of the God of Combat, one would realize how terrifying George III's desire to advance to Black Emperor was. From the War God's perspective, the emergence of a Black Emperor in Loan was the worst-case scenario, especially with only a dozen years left until the apocalypse. After all, the Loan Kingdom's supporter was the Evernight goddess. If George III truly became a Black Emperor, becoming a terrestrial deity, then the God of Combat could basically prepare to be beheaded. Eliminating the God of Combat wouldn't even require worrying about the barrier, the Black Emperor could just step in. And Augustus I was prepared to subtly express, "We are not necessarily mortal enemies," by letting this War Bishop go. As for whether his subordinates would kill this War Bishop, that was not a concern for Augustus I. His attitude had already been clearly expressed. As 005 what Emperor Rosal left for Bernadette Gustave. Two major variables appeared in this hunting operation. One was 005, a long-renowned mysterious sealed artifact. The other was the sudden appearance and decisive action of Dante Einhorn. These two variables directly led to Augustus I's meticulously prepared plan coming to naught. Dante Einhorn's sudden action was easy to understand. As a mortal enemy of the Loan Kingdom, he naturally didn't want to see the Augustus family obtain the Life Counselor's Beander characteristic. If there was an opportunity, he would certainly try to obstruct it. What's more, Augustus I had vaguely heard that the Life Counselor had contributed significantly to Dante Einhorn's successful sneak attack on his nephew, the ancestor of the Horn family, to obtain the Conqueror characteristic, incurring a debt of destiny. His assistance was understandable. Before this, Augustus I had even calculated Ouroboros's reaction, even believing that Ouroboros would ultimately be pleased with his plan and voluntarily retreat. After all, if the Life Counselor was eliminated and the Beander characteristic fell into the hands of the Augustus family, it would still be better than the Life Counselor remaining alive. Even Bernadette's intervention in this great battle didn't matter. With Bonneau Gustave holding her back, Augustus I believed he could still eliminate the Life Counselor, who was clearly struggling. However, the appearance of 005 changed everything. Even if Bernadette didn't substantially use this sealed artifact, Augustus I still felt that this sealed artifact might be the culprit behind his failure this time. Some things, simply by their existence, carry a strong symbolic meaning. So Augustus I was eager to inquire about this sealed artifact. To his disappointment, Bonneau Gustave shook his head and said uncertainly, "I haven't heard that Father ever possessed this sealed artifact, and it's also possible that she obtained it herself. Augustus I noticed that Benoit Gustave referred to Rosal as father, and Bernadette as she, instead of he, which seemed to differ from the rumors. Are the rumors unreliable, or is it the influence of that sealed artifact? Augustus I suppressed this doubt in his heart and said, "This time, Bernadette Gustave disregarded the law and ruined my great plan. The Loan Kingdom must respond to this." Benoit Gustave merely nodded in response, saying nothing, then bowed to him and left the sky, propelled by his steam armor. As soon as Benoit Gustave reached the ground, Horamek, the Archbishop of the Steam and Machinery Church stationed in Backland, stepped forward and bowed, then said, "The museum was burglarized, and a bookmark was lost." Bookmark. Yes, a bookmark. On the coast of the Intersea County in the northwest of the Loan Kingdom, a man with red hair, a robust build, and a full beard looked regretfully in the direction of Backland, saying with great pity, "Although we ruined the Augustus family's good deed, it's a shame we didn't eliminate those two remnants. Then, if I give you an opportunity now, can you seize it?" Eowyn. Horn's voice came from behind him. The authority of the war bishop. As Bach Einhorn suddenly heard the teasing remark, his entire body's hairs stood on end. Although he had already gone through the iron-blooded night stage and never lacked courage. In high-sequence battles, there are rarely direct duels or back-and-forths. Usually, one side sets up an ambush, ambushes the other, strikes quickly, and then retreats. Once they reveal themselves, it's basically a life-or-death situation. Now, for someone to actually tease his self-muttering, it could only mean that someone had already set a trap and ambushed him here, waiting for him to fall into it. There was no worse encounter than this. Bach Einhorn had no time to think further. He instantly transformed into a ball of green flame, which then split into hundreds of smaller flames, fleeing in all directions. At the same time, a thick war fog suddenly appeared all around, hazy and ethereal. Appearing by the seaside, it was dreamlike and even possessed a unique beauty. War Bishop, War Fog. This was a sharp weapon for a hunter pathway demigod to counter demigods from other mystical pathways. War Fog could significantly reduce the visible range of all living beings within the fog, affect their hearing and smell, and also shroud the corresponding spirit world. By suppressing the interaction between the astral body and the spirit world, it made spiritual warnings and spiritual intuition sluggish. In short, it could affect the opponent's five senses, counter-occupy, and counter-prophecy, making it an all-around support skill. Demigods of the hunter pathway never lacked courage, but that didn't mean they were reckless. Now that he had clearly fallen into a trap, what was he waiting for if not to run? Moreover, while fleeing, Bach Einhorn did not delay in urgently chanting the respected name of his ancestor in his heart. He was a member of Dante Einhorn's war army, with a telepathic connection. Coupled with his current location being the border between the Loan Kingdom and the Faesac Empire, he believed his ancestor would definitely come to his aid, and might even directly subdue the madman who ambushed him. Symbol of iron-blooded glory, commander of the battlefield, conqueror of the Faesac Empire, the great Dante Einhorn. Just as Bach Einhorn wanted to contact his biggest backer, his scattered flames, fleeing in various directions, all crashed into an invisible barrier, unable to move an inch. This isn't the Augustus rule restriction, it's more like a 3-kilometer radius has formed an independent space. It seems like the most basic physical parameters have been altered. Is it the Savant Pathway Angel, Knowledge Master? Has Benoit Gustave come after me? Impossible. The hundreds of green flames suddenly reconverged in midair. Bach Einhorn looked with a grim expression towards a small hill nearby, where a young man in a suit watched him at leisure, as if he were there to attend a banquet, not to hunt down a Sequence 3 demigod. Bach Einhorn immediately recognized the young man as his target for this infiltration into Backland. Although many things didn't make sense, Bach Einhorn, having recognized Avon, understood that there was absolutely no possibility of a peaceful resolution between them. He also gave up on the idea of escaping and prepared for a direct confrontation. He believed that the force obstructing his departure might be a zero level sealed artifact, not an angel. This was where his chance for survival lay. Moreover, he didn't need to hold on for too long. Dante Einhorn's support should arrive soon. As long as I receive my ancestors' blessing, I can kill all of you. Bach Einhorn didn't even bother to look at Avon, who was clearly only a Sequence 6 conspirer. Instead, he focused his attention on the hidden Robert Horn. He understood very well that Robert Horn was already a Sequence 4 imperative mage, capable of posing a threat to him, not to mention the 0-level sealed artifact he currently possessed. The war fog instantly spread out, indeed confined within a 3-kilometer radius, unable to expand further. And Bach Einhorn also failed to locate Robert's whereabouts. So, although he knew that the appearing Avon might be a trap, Bach Einhorn still prepared to risk taking down Avon. With a wave of his hand, the sky was filled with dense, armored figures. These were all Bach Einhorn's former subordinates, and they were all subordinates who had died in battle. The War Bishop's army members, living or dead, they are always together. This was the true meaning of a War Bishop. Death was just another form of companionship. As the sky-filling army of warrior figures appeared, a long spear materialized in Bach Einhorn's hand. His entire body erupted with soaring flames as he lunged towards Avon. And the phantom warriors behind him also exuded an astonishing killing intent, letting out fierce roars, imposing and formidable, like a steel torrent following their leader to charge at Avon, vowing to crush the enemy, just as they did in life. But facing the formidable enemy, Avon made no movement, merely smiling as he looked into the air, strolling leisurely, as if he wasn't facing a life or death crisis. Just as Bach Einhorn's hand movements didn't stop, but he felt a doubt in his heart, a figure appeared beside Avon. The figure had bronze skin, a medium build, black hair and brown eyes, soft features, and a tiny black mole below his right ear. It was Azek Eggers. Azek had long promised Avon that he would help him in hunting the War Bishop. The moment Mr. Azek appeared, he immediately looked up directly into the air, precisely locking onto Bach Einhorn's position. Bach Einhorn only felt his body stiffen, his vitality draining away, as if he saw the legendary river Styx, which only those on the verge of death could perceive. And at the same time, the phantom warriors behind Bach Einhorn seemed to see a natural enemy and instantly dissolved, unable to even let out a scream. Ferryman, Soul Fairy. And just then, a dawn-like radiance erupted from Bach Einhorn's body, instantly making him clear-headed again. He braked in midair, and his entire being transformed into a ball of flame again, moving away from the small hill where Avon was. The flame in midair once again transformed into Bach Einhorn, who spoke with a solemn expression. Ferryman, may I ask your origin, the Byam royal family, or the numinous episcopate? How about this, no matter what price they offer, I'll offer double. Although he didn't understand why his ancestors' support hadn't arrived yet, Bach Einhorn had no time to think about anything else and prepared to buy his way out. A Sequence 3 ferryman of the Corpse Collector pathway, who greatly restrained the War Bishop's group combat tactics, plus a hidden imperative mage nearby, and a 0-level sealed artifact that he absolutely could not break through. This lineup was already extremely extravagant for him, a War Bishop who only had a battle armor made from a Demon Hunter, Beander characteristic. And Mr. Azek's answer was also very simple. He directly looked at Bach Einhorn with white eyes, giving him no chance to delay. Bach Einhorn, seeing this, stopped wasting words and directly activated the battle armor on his body, emitting a dazzling light of dawn, and shared it with the reappearing army of warriors through the authority of the War Bishop, so that they would at least not be instantly killed by Azek's gaze. The dawn light of the warrior pathway has a strong purifying effect and is the bane of the Corpse Collector pathway. It can even be said that the warrior pathway restrains almost all Beyonders of the mystical side, almost able to purify all mystical control methods, achieving a state of being completely untouched. And this characteristic of the warrior pathway, combined with the hunter pathways, gathering, authority, often produces an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, or even greater than 3. This was the fundamental reason why the Faesak Empire, with the support of only one Orthodox deity's church, could far surpass other nations in military strength. When facing the Faesak Empire on the battlefield, the nations of the North Continent often could not use mystical control methods and could only engage in direct confrontation, while also facing a situation of one against many, often struggling and only able to passively defend. Furthermore, if the Faesak Empire were to equip its army with some sealed artifacts, it would be an all-around crushing defeat for other nations. However, although Bok Einhorn could share the dawn light on his body with the army, Azek was not an ordinary person after all. Even if he hadn't recovered all his memories and couldn't restore his angel-level strength. The power of a Sequence 3 ferryman was not something that Bok Einhorn's battle armor, made from a demon hunter, Viander characteristic, could completely nullify. So, even though Bok Einhorn avoided the outcome of his army being annihilated with a single glance from Mr. Azek, he was temporarily unable to leverage his numerical advantage. Under these circumstances, Bok Einhorn no longer thought about eliminating Avon. He began to command his army to disperse and engage Azek in a skirmish. Robert had not appeared until now, likely being held up by that 0-level sealed artifact. It made sense, a 0-level sealed artifact was not that easy to control. Since there was no interference from a 0-level sealed artifact, Bok Einhorn wouldn't truly fear an opponent of the same level. Moreover, this unknown 0-level sealed artifact, while limiting his range of movement, also limited the ferryman on the other side. This, ironically, provided him with an excellent battlefield. And when it came to direct combat, Bok Einhorn was not afraid of anyone. However, he quickly discovered that his war fog had no effect on Azek whatsoever. No matter how he skirmished, Azek could always find his precise location through the layers of fog, staring him down, as if the war fog were fake. Bok Einhorn didn't know that Avon, who he considered insignificant, was the highest-ranked hunter in this world. His war fog was transparent in front of Avon. And the reason Avon could share his vision with Mr. Azek was, of course, by borrowing the authority of the Bonaparte's Fortitude sealed artifact. Before the Backland write-off operation, the Augustus family certainly wouldn't give Avon this sealed artifact, which they believed could control him. But Avon had his own tricks. Generally speaking, after Avon left Backland, he wouldn't be able to borrow much power from Bonaparte's Fortitude. However, ever since he opened a passage between the City of Calamity and the real world in Backland, Avon discovered that this passage was like having a fixed avatar stationed in Backland. This allowed Avon to mobilize the power of Bonaparte's Fortitude through this passage. And the influence range of the City of Calamity was the entire world, meaning Avon could now borrow power no matter where he went. Because Avon had given Mr. Azek a full map, Bok Einhorn's skirmishing tactics were doomed to fail. Just then, Avon received a message from Mr. Collins, knowing that he was ready. So, he tugged on Mr. Azek's sleeve. Mr. Azek, receiving the signal from Avon, didn't hesitate. He directly placed his hand on Avon's shoulder, taking Avon into the colorful spirit world. Discovering that his opponent had suddenly departed, Bok Einhorn was stunned. Only then did he realize that the space was no longer sealed. Before Bok Einhorn could show joy on his face, it immediately turned extremely pale. Because at some unknown time, a group of cannons, with many mysterious symbols drawn on their surfaces and an unusually complex structure, had been set up around him. More importantly, these cannons and the nearby cannonballs were all alive. The moment Bok Einhorn appeared, cannonballs actively and eagerly jumped into the cannons themselves. Boom, boom, boom. The muzzles of the cannons fired out mystical cannonballs like tiny suns, and the cannonballs charged towards the enemy without hesitation, each aiming precisely. In just one exchange, hundreds of cannonballs struck Bok Einhorn, directly submerging him in the roaring explosions. And after the first round of firing, the living cannons were not idle either. They scrambled to set their own tactics, adjusted various types of cannonballs, and immediately fired a second round, a third round. ensuring not to give the enemy a moment to breathe, not a single chance to escape. Avon and Azek emerged from the spirit world, standing beside Collins, appreciating the expensive fireworks. Looking at the struggling Bach Einhorn, Avon couldn't help but complain. "I've been waiting for Mr. Collins to finish his arrangements." "What were you waiting for?" Collins, the former high-ranking member of the Moses Ascetic Order, owed Avon a favor because of the magic potion formula. Originally, he was prepared to help Avon hunt an iron-blooded knight to repay the favor, but Avon refused him. He was somewhat puzzled at first, until 2 days ago when Avon brought Azek to his door. Only then did he realize that Avon was bolder than he had imagined, actually wanting to directly hunt a war bishop. This favor was not something Avon's previous favor could cover. Collins eventually agreed to help. After all, he also saw Mr. Azek's extraordinary nature and realized that Azek's help was not for Robert, but for Avon. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.